Hello, everybody. My name is Ian. This is Starship Adventures. I'm just trying to get everything going here. We are monitoring a number of different things tonight. We're monitoring the aftermath of last night's incident in Midtown Manhattan. We'll be discussing that later. We also have a number of scientific things going on: space weather, terrestrial weather. We do have the potential for some tornadoes this evening in the Midwest and up in near the Dakotas and points south and east. And we're going to be getting to that in just a minute. But first up, breaking news: we have a tsunami warning up right now for the entire Hawaiian island chain. And I'm trying to get some additional information now. But this is our big breaking news story. I do have two windows on that right now. The upper left is a Hawaiian news channel that's covering it, and the middle right is going to be someone who's running live cams from the island, and we're watching for the water to recede. Remember, the water will recede before it comes in. All right, so let's do a rundown. This is the Kamchatka, Russia. I don't know. It's a mega quake. It's an 8.7 earthquake. This, guys, to put this in perspective, an 8.7 quake, that's an earth shaker. I mean, that's something that knocks buildings over. That's something that the ground can move a foot or so in any direction, knocking everything off its foundation. An 8.7, if you're driving 70 miles an hour down the highway, can literally roll your car, cause you to lose control of your car. It's very dangerous. And yeah, I know they're talking a major one. We're not sure now. A lot of times they have to issue these things, and we're not sure, and it ends up being a lot less than what we think. But we can't take the chance on these. As we lose hundreds of people in hurricanes. But when we get a big tsunami on this earth, we lose 100,000 people. It's crazy, the numbers. And so tsunamis are one of the deadliest forces on the planet, and has the way of wiping out more people in a short amount of time than most other natural disasters, unless you're talking about a meteor strike or a huge CME from the sun or something like that. So this is a pretty major thing here. I'm getting the chat up. I do want to hear from you guys and see what's going on out there, but everything's 5 clicks away. But I'm trying to get it on here. All right, thank you everybody for being here. This is Starship Adventures. We are broadcasting live tonight, and we are in Starship Studios, which is in Southwest Florida. For those of you who aren't aware, Starship Studios is our private studio here, where we broadcast YouTube and other things as well, and do some production work and this and that. But mostly what we do here, believe it or not, is just this. It's this producing YouTube content, and that's what we really like to do here. Tonight, we've got a magnitude 8.7 earthquake that we are covering, and that is going to be the top of the news this evening. We are also covering storm chasers that are live in the middle part of the country, and we're going to be getting back to that in just a few minutes. But again, the top breaking news that we have right now is the tsunami warning. Warnings were triggered in Kamchatka, I think is how it's pronounced. That's in Russia. They also have issued now tsunami alerts along much of the Pacific Rim, including Japan, Alaska, Hawaii, and the U.S. West Coast, with waves expected in the 1 to 3 meter range. 1 to 3 meter range, that's 3 to 9 feet. Japan and U.S. agencies urged evacuations from vulnerable coastal areas. Evacuation orders issued in Japan. Authorities in Hokkaido and Wakayama, if you just say it real fast, people will think you know what you're talking about, moved residents inland, predicting tsunami waves of up to 3 meters. Again, that's 9 feet. That's there in Japan. Tsunami warnings lifted for Hawaii late after midnight. What? Okay, I don't. You know what? I think, are we daydreaming again here? Anyway, this quake started with rapid succession, multiple quakes. It started with a 6.6, a 6.7, a 7.4, and an 8.7. So it's not just one really bad quake, it's a number of really bad quakes. Waves measured 3 to 4 meters along the Russians' eastern coastline. They would have been getting the worst of it because they're the closest in proximity. Yeah, they move higher ground. Yeah, we got all that. There's been no injuries or fatalities reported, but as you know, in Russia, we don't always know what's going on. The upper left is live. That's a live news channel out of Hawaii. Also, the center right is purported to be live as well, and I believe it is. And he is also trying to aggregate something there, trying to find different people who are covering this. So we're going to keep these up as well. We got 2 storm chasers on the top there, 3 over on the down on the left, on Radar Omega on that network. Tonight on Radar Omega, we are watching for this big area here. The National Weather Service just downgraded the threat for this area. We had red hash marks through here just moments ago. So what that basically means is they're seeing things stabilizing a little bit, and they're not thinking it's going to be as bad as they were thinking earlier. And I guess that's a good thing. I mean, it means less homes damaged, less people hurt, so that's a good thing. All right, let's see what else we got going on. I am still working to get a chat room up here. Let me get it going here. Oh, there we go. Hey, a chat room. Hey, everybody. There's a lot of folks in here. Hey, Shane and Crazy Z, thank you for coming in. Pam from the Sparkle Squad, thank you for being here. Galactic Bays. I'm sorry. I think I called you Galactic Boys one time. Galactic Bays. I sent a live stream of the West Coast in Discord. Okay, let me grab that right now. Let me find that. Anytime you guys do that, just let me know, and I just flip right over here and take a look. I assume it's under the General tab. Let me see. I don't readily see it. I'm trying to see where it is in here. I don't see any new links in Discord. If you could put it in the General tab. Yeah, there you go. There's your Tornado Watch. Let me finish saying hi to everybody. Hello, ding, ding, ding. Hello, Aquarius. Thank you for being here tonight. And Lady Hawk, thank you for coming on in. Crazy Z, Winged Matchbox stopping on by. And hey, let me tell you guys, it's gonna be this will be interesting tonight. I mean, we're doing tsunami coverage. Remember, it's light out there for another 8 hours out in Hawaii and stuff. So we're gonna be watching that. Yeah, he's talking about the different magnitudes there, and we can talk about that in just a few minutes. One thing you do have to always keep in mind when we're talking about earthquakes is earthquakes, remember, they go up in orders of magnitude. So in other words, a 3 is twice as strong as a 2. A 4 is twice as strong as a 3. So it doesn't, like some people think a 10 is twice as bad as a 5, and that's not the way it works. A 10 is very much more than that. So in other words, a 3, when you get to a 4 is twice as bad as a 3. A 5 is twice as bad as a 4. So every time you go up one whole number, the size of the quake grows and it doubles. And so the difference between a 4 and a 5 is huge. You know, a four knocks a plate off your thing over there. A 5 ruins your house. I mean, depending on where you're at. So it all just depends on where you're at. This one we're looking at here is a major earthquake at 8.7, one of the larger earthquakes we've had in quite a while. I do have it pulled up here on the seismic monitor. and we'll take a look at that. We also, just so you know, had a 7.3 earthquake in southern Alaska earlier, and that was like a day or so ago. But so the area, the region up there is fairly active. Let me show you guys where we're looking at here. This is the here is the active earthquake map coming right up. There we go, and you can see there where we're talking about. The larger the circle, the larger the quake, and of course there's the one we're looking at right there, the magnitude 8 earthquake, 8 plus, and you can see there where it is and everything. And then when you click on that, it'll give you more information on that. So this link here, if you guys want to see this, I'll be glad to put it in there. You can just click on that and look at this map and play with this map yourself. But you can see it's very active all along the northern half of the Pacific Rim. Now, as we zoom in, down here is Hawaii. There's the Honolulu, there's the Hawaii island chain. Up here is where this was, way up here on this peninsula that hangs down here on, it's a Russian peninsula. And there's Alaska right there. So this is pretty close. And this whole area here, this area right along here saw a 10 or 12 feet of rise right along here. And there's no actual damage reports have come in yet, but it's Russia, so who knows? We'll never find out. Anyway, this stuff's going to come down, but the waves are going to radiate out in every direction, depending on if there was a thrust angle. Sometimes you'll get the seafloor will thrust upward at an angle, and the wave will be worse in one direction than the other. And so we kind of look for that. I'm endeavoring right now to find additional information on this, so just let me take a peek here and see what I can come up with.
Parts of the state and residents take action with this. Very powerful. Our first alert weather team is staying on top of this very much so. Our Ben Gutierrez, he tells us it's an important piece of information that should be known, that tsunami waves are different from surf waves. The energy will affect all shores, and it could be worse on shores away from the energy as the tsunami converges from both sides. So this is following an 8.7 quake. The last update we have is that the first wave would arrive at 7:17 tonight. Drew Davis, you were tracking this. What can you tell us now? There's something new coming.
We just got new information that the warning sirens will go off at 4:10 p.m. So, and just a little over an hour, 5:10 p.m. and 6:10 p.m. Again, we are getting questions about the evacuation process. We're still getting more information from the Tsunami Warning Center.
Sure.
Again, warning sirens will go off at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10 p.m. Again, the latest estimate from the Tsunami Warning Center and the USGS is that we could potentially see the earthquake or the tsunami arrive at 7:17 p.m. So we have several hours. You have time to get ready, but you need to be making your preparations
Jesus.
now. Again, here's another look at the magnitudes. An 8.7, nearly one per year when it comes to an 8, one about every 10 years when it comes to a magnitude 10. I believe we have Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins in-house with us. Well, she's still getting ready. Let's send it over to Mark.
Thank you very much, Drew. Yes, tsunami warning is in effect right now. This information is coming in. If you are just joining us, we are told that the warning sirens will sound across the state at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10 p.m. tonight in anticipation of the first wave, which is expected about a quarter after 7 at 7:17. You know, if you are in a low-lying area, a disaster inundation zone,
Their first alarm will be 10:10.
Now is the time to go look for cover
10:10
right now.
Eastern
we are
for us.
expecting this. We are keeping a very close eye on this. We are staying with you as we go through this tsunami warning right now. One of the things that we see in these events is that you have several hours of lead time. You know, with a wave coming in at 7:17, there is time now to get ready. Now is that time. So the first initial update of a tsunami watch came in around 1:30 this afternoon.
initial report was that it was an 8.0 quake off the coast of Russia. About 20 minutes later, that was boosted up to an 8.7. Very significant in terms of magnitude, in terms of quake strength, in terms of power and depth. And then the watch officially became a warning about 2:45 Hawaii time. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is in place right now. As I said, our team is keeping tabs on everything that is coming in, all the information, all the updates, everything that you need to know. Jen, what can you tell us? Is there any new info that is coming in?
Especially when your phone is going off and you're hearing those alerts on the TV screen and on your phone. But the good news behind all of this has quite a bit of time to travel, and even at this magnitude in depth, we're not expecting monstrous tsunami waves. We're talking about minimal tsunami waves, but that doesn't mean that you can't be prepared. This is a deeper look at tsunamis. If we could take a closer look at the energy, if we could take this full screen, please, for the producers out there, you could actually see the wave energy that we're going to be looks like. The closer look at tsunami energy, it is pretty magnificent how far this can travel.
I love watching smaller markets trying to cover what's going on. It's not easy. It's a difficult thing.
Push of seawater, and as the wave spreads into shallow water, it grows in height. So places of concern for big tsunami waves in this scenario will be places like Japan, even Guam. So it is going to be traveling about 6 hours to get here, and we'll see minimum wave impacts. History has showed that once we've seen these kind of impacts, we have been seeing some disruptive waves patterns that have come through. But when it comes to probably those big tsunami waves, that's going to be left over the far Pacific there. But it can cause huge surge of energy to travel across the ocean. The first wave, like we're talking about, at 7:17. And history has shown, preliminary reports, Hilo did see a rise of 0.3 meters at this magnitude, so that's a foot in sea level rise there, so that is significant. And other harbors have seen anywhere from 0.1 to 0.2 meters, so pretty significant still. And historically, we've seen in 1959 a magnitude of 8 from Russia, a lot like this one, generated about 0.1 to 0.2 meters, so that was about 4 to 8 inches. We're expected under about 0.3 meters for most shores. Hilo in the past did see a lot of boat damage with this caliber, and we have been seeing a lot of boat damage, remember, in the Japan earthquake that we saw.
Okay, so, and I'll leave that up there in the corner, but here's the bottom line. The big wave would probably not get there until after midnight here. It's probably going to be more like 1 o'clock in the morning. They're talking 7 o'clock there. So that's going to be more like 1 o'clock in the morning here. So there you go. I don't think I'll still be live at that point. But they're not expecting that big of a tsunami. They're expecting maybe a foot of rise, maybe 2 at the most. Most communities along the coast can easily handle a couple feet of rise as long as they're prepared and they know it's coming. I want to also draw your attention. We've got some great footage coming in upper right corner there. I don't think that's an actual vortex there, but it sure does look awesome. It's amazing, the shot we're getting there from the storm chaser. And these guys are up in, they're up in Idaho. They're up in, South Dakota, North Dakota. I mean, this whole area up here, and also Nebraska, and moving into over here towards Des Moines as well. So it's covering an area, but this was an area that was much higher risk earlier, and the risk has come down now. So I'm starting to wonder now if it's going to be so bad. We were starting to think earlier it might be another crazy night, but now like I said, they have downgraded this now to I think that yellow area is like a 2 out of 5, so it's not that high. All right, so but we will keep an eye on it through the night, and also the tsunami situation as well. hold on, let me do one thing here. Okay, so last night we had quite a bit of coverage last night, and we did some really in-depth coverage of the Midtown Manhattan mass casualty incident. And if you guys remember last night, I told you that this guy was an aspiring football player, and that the NFL had offices in this building. And yes, we found out today that, well, we were right last night. This guy went looking for revenge at the NFL, and he took the wrong elevator and shot up some real estate people. Yeah. You don't get second chances when you're, going and doing something like that. Anyway, so basically, here's the latest information on that. He was identified as Shane Devon Tumara. NYPD confirms the shooter is a 27-year-old from Las Vegas. He was armed with an M4 style rifle and body armor. He died by suicide after killing 4 people and injuring another inside Midtown office tower. 4 victims were unalived, and 1 was critically wounded. Among the deceased off-duty NYPD officer, Didrol Aslam, a Blackstone executive, a guard, and a route and management employee. He went there. The 5th individual is an NFL employee, and that employee remains hospitalized tonight. But he went there to do up the NFL headquarters there, and he drove all the way from Vegas to do it. So, crazy guy. And they're honoring the officer, Officer Islam, as a hero. The slain officer was working a security detail at the building and is praised for shielding others. Mayor Adams and city officials recognized his selfless sacrifice and called him a beacon of duty. Massive law enforcement response. Dozens of NYPD and FBI tactical units responded. The building was secured within 90 minutes. Investigators combed surveillance footage of the lobby and the 33rd floor and reviewed the suspect's vehicle. Note and motive under investigation. Tomorrow's note expressed belief he suffered from CTE and demanded brain preservation for research. He shot himself also, by the way, in the chest because he wanted to preserve his brain for research, because he believed that he had that traumatic brain injury that football players are getting. So that's a very interesting twist. Very, very interesting twist on that one. He drove a BMW packed with weapons, medication, arriving at the address before entering. The vehicle was found double parked near 345 Park Avenue and processed as evidence. That building that he went into houses a major financial and corporate tenants. The office tower includes the NFL headquarters, Blackstone, KPMG, Rudin Management, and others. Tenants were evacuated and locked down. Employees were advised. Did you see the pictures of the employees that had barricaded the doors with every single piece of furniture in the office? And I don't blame them. It looked like a pile. It looked like somebody shook the building one way and everything just piled up against one wall. But that's what they had to do to shield themselves, and it worked. Mayor Adams and police urged nearby workers and residents to remain whatever, that was from earlier. Subway stations that were closed are back open, and all the roads in the area have since reopened. And tributes are pouring in across social media. Security protocols have been tightened in the area and commercial buildings citywide. Okay, so there you go. That's the latest on the situation in New York from last night. All right, let's take a look at what we had last night. All right, it was a busy night last night. We did okay, but it was a busy night last night. Um, um, is it Relika? I think it's pronounced Relika. Thank you for being here. Yeah, we just started about 26 minutes ago, like they said. And yeah, we're covering an earthquake that's happened in eastern Russia and is affecting communities along the Pacific Rim, the northern Pacific Rim. We're also covering severe weather, although no tornado warnings out right now, but we are covering severe weather here in the northern plains and Midwest. And we're also recapping what happened last night as well. We had a busy night last night, so we're recapping that. And we do this just about every night. Sometimes I take a Saturday off every now and then, but we do this pretty much every night, 2 or 3 hours. We come in, we do the news. We stay away from politics. We try to stay more on the scientific side, space weather, terrestrial weather, ham radio communications, propagation, and of course any kind of police, fire, or EMS or emergency management activities that are going on in the country, or even the world if it's something real big. We'll cover it here. We've got the multi-screen format. I can split this screen up into as many as 13 or 14 different little windows before it starts giving me a hassle. And I will keep it going. I even cover myself up eventually if I get enough views going out here. And, if I get enough things to put on the screen, I'll even cover myself up. But we do everything. We got some big numbers back when we were covering the protests and the riots out in LA about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And there we go. Thanks, Junior, for posting that for me over on over there. And System, thank you for subscribing, System. Never have enough System. All right, and let's see. There, Aquarius is putting in some data there for you guys on the tsunami warnings that are up. Thank you, Ding Ding. Some more information. The strongest Russian quake in 14 years. So, trust me, if it wasn't for my mods and my people here, we haven't been doing this all that long, and I've got some people that are here every night helping me out already, and I really appreciate it. Thank you to Aquarius and Ding and everybody else that's my mods, Brandon, and you guys that are out there, and also people that have come in. Once you've come in for 3 or 4 weeks and we get to know each other just a little bit in the chat room, I'll be glad to make you a mod. I don't ask my mods to do a whole lot other than just provide information and get rid of spammers. That's about it, because we do free speech in here. Yeah, an 8.7 is no joke. We were talking about that earlier. Every time you go up a whole number, you go up an order of magnitude. So it literally doubles. So a 7 is twice as much as a 6. So by the time you get up to 8, you've doubled it 8 times. I mean, that's pretty significant. Yeah, the Richter scale. Sorry, I couldn't get that one to come out. The Richter scale works differently than the Saffir-Simpson scale or the modified Fujitsu scale that we use with tornadoes and respectively in hurricanes before that. It's different. A 4 hurricane is not twice as strong as a 3 hurricane. A 5 tornado is not twice as strong as a 4 tornado. Earthquakes do that, though. That's why they're kind of done up a little bit differently than that. All right, hold on just a second, guys. I got to check something, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody. Oh, all right. We are covering a number of different things tonight. If you guys have anything else that you would like to put in, if you know of something that's going on, let's say you see something going on that I haven't seen, there's a real easy way to let me know, and that's you throw the link to it directly in our Discord. Okay, and I'm going to put that right here. We'll keep putting that in through the night. There's our Discord right on the general tab, which is the very first one, the general channel. Just put it right there and then let me know in the chat room that you put a link in Discord, and I'll copy, paste it, and play it in 1 second for you. I'm always looking for content. It's the hardest thing for me to do is talk and entertain, and also pull up videos and vet things and look for things, and also keep the grid populated, and continuously looking up fresh information. So, hey Carl, what's up? There's another one of our mods here. Yeah, we had an earthquake in eastern Russia, an 8.7. Yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one. That's one you write home about. And that one has caused a tsunami warning across the Pacific Rim, the northern Pacific Rim. And we're looking for 1 to 2 feet of rise, probably in Hawaii at this point. So yeah, earthquake. As Dink says, yes, earthquake. Yeah, 1 meter in Tokyo and about a foot maybe in Hawaii. I mean, that's what I'm seeing. You guys tell me if you see anything different. I don't think we're going to see anything near a meter. A meter is 3 feet. And I don't think we're going to see quite that much. Also, just so you guys know, the biggest wave should arrive in Hawaii about 1 o'clock Eastern, a.m., 1 a.m. Eastern. So this is a slowly forming event here. But we are going to cover it while we're here. Yes, Hawaii and Japan are currently under tsunami alerts. Hopefully, usually a 1 to 2 foot tsunami. It will cause some damage with boats and docks and things like that, but normally it's not a deadly situation like we've seen with some of these much bigger ones. Do you guys remember? I mean, if you're not like news hounds, you may not remember from years ago some of these really big tsunamis that literally killed 100,000 people. I mean, it's crazy. We don't lose people on that magnitude over here. It's crazy when you think about it. And it wasn't even necessarily that they were ill prepared or anything else. It's just the fact that it happened there and it was really big. Indonesia, I think it was some of the worst of it. So, but yeah, this one here is bad, but it's not going to be anything like that. I don't think it's going to be anything like that. Russia's not reporting any damage, but Russia wouldn't tell us anything anyway. Russia, the roof is coming in, and they'll stand there and say, everything fine here. But never better. Yeah. Oh, Bali, yeah. All right, so, yep, we're going to keep watching that, too. I also had one other thing here. Let's talk last night. Last night we had, as you guys remember, we had some tornadoes last night. So I wanted to just go through real quick as we went through the Midtown Manhattan incident. We went through that earlier. I'll go through that again later. We'll go through all the facts from that again. But let's talk about the Midwest and Northern Plains tornado. Last night we did have an outbreak last night, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Just so you know, last night, what the? Oh, ChatGPT, you stupid asshole. I swear to God, it's so literal. You have to it's like a 5-year-old. It's like, you bastard. Listen to what I'm saying. I just yell. I try not to yell at it too much. I don't want it to like hate me, because when it takes over the world, I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to be like right on top of the shit list. Um, I literally have to put that happened yesterday, because it gave me like the last 2 weeks worth of tornadoes or whatever, and I'm like, dude, seriously? All right, so here we go. I think this is right. Who knows? I think it is though. Okay, so last night, let's go through. We did have a few tornadoes last night. In Ederlin, North Dakota, we had an EF3 last night. A violent EF3 twister uprooted thousands of trees, destroyed homes, and caused 3 fatalities in Ederlin. Wind gusts reached over 100 miles an hour, leaving extensive infrastructure damage and power outages. The next one was near Valley City, North Dakota, and it was a high-end EF2 tornado. This tornado tracked for about 5.8 miles last night, damaging multiple homes and leaving trees near the Cheyenne River toppled. One home lost its roof, power poles were snapped, and widespread structural harm was reported through the area. We also had a high-end EF2 that came down in Stutzman and Barnes County, North Dakota. A strong tornado demolished barns and crushed vehicles and completely leveled an old homestead. Trees were snapped and power poles down along a 6.6 mile path of destruction. These were not big tornadoes. They did some damage. They killed a few people, but these were not big tornadoes last night. We had an EF1 in Crystal Springs and Medina, North Dakota, another EF1 in the Dickey area and Lemoore, and that was also in North Dakota. Also, Sanborn area and Barnes County, North Dakota, a small twister popped up, an EF0, and caused some minor damage there. And so there you go. It was a busy time. There was at least 5 tornadoes that struck yesterday that have all been confirmed by NOAA, including that EF3 event that claimed the lives that I told you about. Storms formed amid a powerful storm complex associated with a derecho along the northern plains. Thousands of residents remained without power. Infrastructure and agriculture experienced significant damage from this event. So there you go. That's the information from last night. So we did have some tornadoes last night. We didn't see any. Boy, we were watching too. We had all our chasers out last night, bunch of chasers out, and no, we didn't. We did not see it out last night. We do have just a few chasers out. I got one chaser here. That's Nathan Moore, and he's up here with the blank screen. I don't know what's going on with him. I also have one way over here near Des Moines. And that's this one here with the dark lowering that we're looking at. And that's Stormrunner Media in Bagley, Ohio right now. And we also have this stationary cam that I've got pulled up at the Stanton County Emergency Management Building there on the tower. I love that shot. Beautiful prairie there. I've got that up here in the middle. So those are the cams that we have up. That's all the storm chasers. We've got the 2 YouTube chasers up on the upper right and upper center. And also on the upper left and center right, we are following the tsunami. I know it's a little out of order, but it's where we're at right now. We'll go back and we'll pop in on that breaking coverage for the tsunami. We've been popping in, listening to that every so often, so I'll do that again here in a minute. Yeah, the height of the tornadoes last night was probably, like I said, that EF3. It did claim some lives, and it came up. It had a 6 or 8 mile track on it, and that was pretty bad, I have to say. Let's change this radar because we're on such a large area. I'm gonna change it to the multi-site radar so we can kind of see what this whole storm system looks like. It's really not that impressive. I think that's why the National Weather Service, NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric. You know, when I was a kid, you're going to laugh. You guys, you know I'm a geek, right? That's why you like me, right? I'm just a geek. Anyway, I'm going to tell you something right now that will not surprise you. When I was a kid, I dreamed of doing different jobs, and I lived my life so that I could grow up and be these people. And I always wanted to be a cop or a fireman. I did both of those. And the other thing I wanted to do in life that I never got to do is be a meteorologist. And I kind of get to play one here on YouTube, which I like. And I'm very clear about the fact that I do not have a degree in meteorology, but I do play one on TV. And the other thing I always wanted to do was be the NOAA weather radio guy. I always wanted to be the guy that got to stand there at the mic and say, "This is the 24-hour voice of the National Weather Service, located in Ruskin, Florida." I used to listen to that every day. And then when I got to work at the EOC and I got a job there part-time while I was a firefighter, I actually got to work back in the room where that big transmitter was that I listened to my whole life. It's like 100 years old back there. And now today, I stream that on Broadcastify so people around the world can listen to that same NOAA weather radio channel that I've been listening to since I was 12 years old, that I inspired to be like the guys that were replaced by electronic voices about 7 or 10 years ago. But yeah, I always wanted to be one of the NOAA weather radio guys. I always thought that was such a cool job. It probably would have got boring pretty quick, but to me it would have been really cool. Yeah, that, like I said, guys, 8.7 Quake. 8.7 Quake is pretty substantial. Pretty substantial. And I am also watching for additional seismic activity, but for those that didn't see it earlier, here is what the map looks like. Oh, wait a minute, guys. We just had another flurry of activity. These just happened. 1603 Zulu. So yeah, we're showing the big one that happened earlier right here. And now we've got a cluster of new ones that just happened here. Look at that. So this region is remaining very active. But that's where it happened right there. Look at that. Wow. This is a very active region right now. And there's a real good chance for additional aftershocks or additional major earthquakes up in this area through tonight. We were watching this swarm over here. You guys remember that? We had a swarm over here about over the course of the last week. Look at that. I mean, it was a lot, but there was no really big ones. I mean, the biggest one over here was this 7.3, which that is pretty big, but it was just the one. Everything else was much smaller than that. But now we're over here, man. Look at this. I mean, this is some major shit. And we just had another one down here. This is a 5.6. So the region over there is getting very, very, very active. Anything in the purple color is just recently, and anything in this purple color, this pinkish color, is the last 24 hours pretty much, and then the orange color is back 2 days or more. The past 2 weeks actually, and then anything in yellow is further back than that. So that's kind of how this works. So that's a lot of activity right there going on, but at least you can kind of see what we got going on, and it is kind of crazy out there right now. All right, let's see here. Oh, there it is. Something happened to my camera. Anyway, all right, there we go. So anyway, we are live right now in Starship Studios in Southwest Florida, and we are monitoring activity all over the world from our studios in here. And let's get back to the main grid and see what we've got going on. The upper left and center right are both about the tsunami warning. Also, this guy's showing it just got upgraded to an 8.8. That's not that unusual to see small upgrades posthumously. They do the same thing with hurricanes. Ian came in as a Cat 4. They have gone back now and posthumously made it a Cat 5. So we were actually struck directly here by a Category 5 hurricane. If nothing else, it makes better T-shirts. The other thing I wanted to talk about tonight, this is a kind of interesting deal here, but astronomers have been having trouble figuring out the exact size of Atlas, the Three-Eye Atlas. It's an interstellar comet. Now, this is rare. This is only like the third one that's come through. And these interstellar comets, what's unique about them is they've been traveling between star systems for perhaps thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. And this could literally be a large spacecraft that was discarded in space many years ago. It could also more likely just be a rock or a piece of debris from something, or planetary debris from a breakup or something like that. But whatever it is, it's coming in, and it's an interstellar traveler. We do not have the technology, I don't think, right now to catch it, land on it, get a sample of it. All we can do is look at it as it goes by and wave. But we're going to do that, and so we've been training some of our best telescopic equipment on this thing. And as it gets closer to the sun and it comes into our solar system, it's starting to get a coma, and it's starting to take on the characteristics of a comet. Even though it's not a local visitor, it's an interstellar visitor, it's still starting to get an atmosphere around it, which happens because these stones, or whatever it is, as it travels through space and becomes warmer and warmer. Remember, this has been traveling through space for, it could be a millennia. And as it gets closer to our sun, it begins to compress. When it compresses, it begins to off-gas. When it off-gasses, it begins to form an atmosphere or a coma, and then eventually a tail. And we're starting to see that now. And that's starting to tell us some important facts about it. They have found this on some photography we took before we realized what it was. And using that photography now that we had an archive, we actually realized we captured this thing earlier on, and they're now saying it's 7 miles wide. 7 miles wide. That's wider than a lot of the cities we live in. I mean, that's pretty big. That's a big deal. If a 7 mile wide meteor were to strike Earth at the speed this thing's traveling, it could be a deal breaker, literally. This one, however, is going to safely go through our solar system. Its course will be altered by the gravity of our sun, our sun soul. It will affect it as it goes through and change its course, but it will not be able to capture it, and it will retain enough energy to go back into interstellar space once again. All it would take is a little more energy, and we would be able to trap this thing in an elliptical orbit that would bring it back, say, in 1,000 years. It would slowly work on it over the course of time as it goes out, and slowly turn this thing back towards Earth again. Isn't that cool? But what's going to probably more than likely happen, because of the speed this thing already has built up, it's coming in with a lot of inertia. It's going to go right through our solar system. It's going to have its course altered by our sun just a little bit, and then it's going to keep right on traveling. It will lose its coma, it will stop compressing, and it will go back to being an interstellar traveler again until it makes its next near miss another millennia down the road. So what a neat story. I love this. But it's always like people out there like me that are like, what if this isn't a rock? What if it's a large intergalactic ship that went inert 1 million years ago, and it's just a dead hulk in space that's floating? I mean, could you imagine what we could learn from that? Or even a rock, it would have organic material on it. There might be proof of life that was made from something other than carbon. We might find base life that's something other than carbon. We might find a math that's something other than base 10. We might find true alien life that existed a long time ago on whatever this thing is that's an interstellar traveler. And so I just think it's really, really cool. And I've been watching this thing intently. I wish we could get out there and get a closer look of it. But I just don't think we have anything that could do it right now. I think if Elon really put his mind to it, we probably could. But I don't know. I don't. It all depends on the financial landscape when it comes to space. Space travel's become more of a financial thing now than it used to be. You found videos. All right, let me look. I'm looking in Discord now. Let me see. Are they in the general? I'm looking. Oh, there we go. Oh, is this like chopper footage? Let's see. It's showing as live. I'll put it up. Let's switch out over here. I don't want to take those storm chasers down. They're bringing us some great shots as it gets darker out there in the Dakotas. We start to get those really sharp angles. All right, there you go. Right above my picture, right here, we've got a chopper shot from, I believe it's going to be KATU News. Giovanni, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it very much. You have no idea. Thank you. All right, let's see here. Sorry if I seem distracted. There's a reason for that. I'm distracted. There's like I'm trying to cover like 4 things here. All right, so there we go. There's some chopper footage from Hawaii for you there, center right. That newscast from Hawaii there. He's showing a shake map there. That's upper left. We've got 2 storm chasers in Dakota. We got 2 other storm chasers also down in that area as well. They're in Nebraska, actually. Some of these guys are in Nebraska. And we're watching the storm that they're covering, but suddenly there's been a loss of energy on these storms, and I'm starting to wonder if maybe we're going to see a lessening of these storms. I do have another live view here that's actually working, so I'm going to get rid of that one that's quit, and I'm going to reshuffle these up. There we go. All right, so we've got 3 live shots there again of this storm coming in. But not looking all that impressive right now. And so we've been concentrating on all these different things. We also did a recap on the Midtown Manhattan incident from last night. I'll be doing that again in just a few minutes. We'll talk about what happened there. Last night, we were probably, I hate to sound like we were the first to report it, but I have to say, I think we were the first last night to come up with, this guy went to a building. We looked up what was in that building. It's the NFL's in that building, and this guy is an aspiring college football player that tried to get in the NFL and didn't make it, and now he's working at a casino out in Vegas. And we were saying last night that's going to be the motive, and we found out a little while ago that more than likely was the motive. And the crazy part is this guy went in there to do his thing, and you guys know I have to talk, and I try to not say those words over and over and over again. He went up there to do his thing with the NFL, and he took the wrong elevator and shot up the wrong office. So there you go. Samuel Bell, thank you very much. Thank you for the sub. Guys, we do this every night in here. We cover everything from tsunamis and manhunts and riots and hurricanes and tornadoes and just about everything. We also really heavily deep dive the scientific side of things, terrestrial weather, space weather, ham radio, radio propagation, all that kind of good stuff. So this will be a fun channel if you might like it. I hope you do. And we're, like I said, we're here every night. We come on about 9 p.m. Eastern. And that would be 6 p.m. on the Pacific side. And, yep, there you go. Aquarius is putting in the warnings as they come in. And thank you for that. There's, okay, Ding says there is video coming up now of some of these waves coming in. So I'm going to start looking for that. I've really only been looking for live stuff, but I'll go ahead now. I'm going to start looking for whatever else I can come up with. Yeah, there's a lot of shots out of there, but the thing is, I really don't think we're going to see anything for a while. I mean, it's actually, this wave takes hours to propagate across the water. And so, let me see if I can get a clear answer from AI here. This is the first Hawaii tsunami warning since 2012. That's hard to believe. Authorities have upgraded the watch to a full tsunami warning at 5:43 p.m. Pacific time, urging evacuations from coastal zones. Forecast projected tsunami waves of 1 to 3 meters arriving approximately 7:17 p.m. Where? In Hawaii, I think, 7:17. Coastal cities like San Francisco, Monterey, and Los Angeles were placed on advisory status. Official arriving estimates ranged from 11:50 p.m. to 1:15 a.m. depending on the location. Evacuation orders for coastal Japan. Let me re-instruct this one more time and see if I can make this clearer. I need to get all these times in Eastern time or something so we can look at this. Put all times in Eastern time. Okay, Honolulu, 1:17 a.m. Eastern. I'm giving you guys Eastern time. That's 7:17 in Hawaii. But 1:17 a.m. Eastern time, the tsunami is projected to come in to Honolulu, Hilo, Maui, all of that. So basically the entire island chain there. Kodiak, Alaska, expecting the arrival. They're under advisory status. Possible tsunami about 10:20 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Anchorage, Alaska, 10:35 p.m. Eastern. Prince Rupert, British Columbia, currently under evacuation. Wave arrival projected 11 p.m. tonight. Vancouver, British Columbia, 11:30 tonight. Advisory issued. San Francisco, California, advisory issued. Estimated arrival 12:40 a.m. That would be 9:40 Pacific. Remember, I'm getting everything in Eastern time. Monterey, California, waves expected at 1:15 a.m. Eastern, 10:15 local. Fort Bragg, California, 12:50 Eastern. Crescent City, California, 12:55 Eastern. So, I mean, this goes all the way down, and finally Seattle, Washington. They're in monitoring mode. Some minor waves could arrive sometime around midnight Eastern, which would be about 9 p.m. local time there. So this is covering quite an area here. Current headlines: powerful 8.7 magnitude earthquake hit off of Kamchatka, located 125 kilometers southeast of I can't do that one. Oh my God, Petropavlovsky, Kamchatka. If I just say it fast, you guys just assume I know how to say it, right? And a shallow depth of only 19 kilometers. That's a shallow one. Remember, the deeper it is, the wider the impact, but the less actual shaking is felt. Immediately triggering a tsunami across the Pacific. Historic tsunami warnings across the U.S. Pacific coast. Hawaii was placed under a full tsunami warning at as this approached, it's the first time this has happened in quite a while there. Local waves running up to, in the area where the earthquake happened, they've already seen 3 to 4 meter tidal rise there. Japan has ordered evacuations along their eastern coastal prefectures, and according to them, tsunami warnings span from Hokkaido through Wakayama, waves projected up to 3 meters in height. Tsunami watch briefly lifted for Hawaii, but yeah. Let's see here. I don't know why there's like a piece of bad information that keeps getting mixed in here. You got to watch AI, guys. I mean, even when I read through this, I can see what's right and what's wrong. It's kind of weird. Okay, let's see here. Yes, I think it's been upgraded to an 8.8. That is correct. That is what I'm seeing here. No confirmed fatalities yet, but a lot of infrastructure has been damaged in Russia. And of course, who knows what we'll know, and who knows what will be true and what won't be true when we know. So there you go on that. So that's what we're following from last night, or I'm sorry, from tonight. And then, of course, last night, we covered the tornadoes in the northern plains and the Midwest. And we did end up in Ederland, North Dakota last night. We did end up with an EF3 that took 3 people's lives and destroyed trees and homes. Winds were over 100 miles an hour. And then there was an EF2 and another EF2. So there was some tornadoes last night in South Dakota there. It was somewhat of a busy night last night. And as you guys know, we had the Midtown Manhattan situation last night. I went through all that once. I'll go through it again later in the show. But it was confirmed today that the shooter was someone who tried to get in the NFL, didn't make it, went there to do revenge with them, and took the wrong elevator and shot up the wrong office. Yeah, it's the very last thing you're going to do. At least try to get that right. You know what I mean? I know I'm not trying to be funny, but I am. You know what I mean? I'm being flippant, I guess. But it's like, Jesus, dude. I mean, I don't mean to sound stupid, but it's like, this is a pretty important thing for you to totally garf up. Maybe that's why they didn't hire you for the NFL. Maybe you showed up at the wrong office for your interview. I don't know. Yeah, Canada's also got their watches and warnings up too. They've got up in British Columbia there, or whatever. They've got some vulnerable areas there as well. Boy, I'm looking over at 20 meters for those ham people out there. 20 meters looks like it must be wide open right now. It looks like there's so many people on FT8. It looks like a solid block of signal on there. It's pretty crazy. And the 7.2 is just wide open back here. So I think, I haven't looked, but I'm starting to think not really. Solar flux of 152 with a K2 solar index. Really not that great of a night for radio, but man, it sure looks good. Looks like a lot of people are on there. Hey, Storm Chaser Evan, how you doing? Glad you're here. I'm not sure. These people switch from video to video to video, so I'm not sure. I do give credit as I do. Let me see if I can go back here and find them again, and I'll give them out again. There is a lot of guys out tonight, and we've been switching around quite a bit. All right, so like I said, guys, upper left corner is that is a news out of Hawaii. and center right is some aerial shots we're getting out of Hawaii as well. I'm going to be switching that up to a cam here in just a minute. And like I said, the upper right two storm chasers, I'm working on that right now. I'll get that for you because I like to give credit where credit is due. All right, let's see what else we got going on, guys. We are... okay, so yeah, the storm chaser Corey Gherkin is going to be the upper center. And let's see here what I can do here. All right, give me just a second, guys. Let me see if I can get this put in here real quick. Ah, damn it. All right, bear with me, guys. I'm going to be checking a few things here. I'm working on another video here. I'm hearing waves. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. I'll turn that off. I don't know where that's coming from. I'm literally hearing like waves crashing. And it was putting me to sleep. I'm not sure about that. But anyway, let's see. Where did that go? There we go. And let's see, what was the other one here? Yeah. Wow, there's a bunch more storm chasers that have come up. Man, I wish I was out there. Yeah, there's a number of storm chasers out now. It's really picked up. And what we're seeing on the radar is not all that impressive right now. I mean, it could get worse again, but what we're seeing on the radar, it's all just severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Let's just do it this way. All right. Hang in there, guys. I'm working here. This is the hardest part of this job right here, is trying to entertain and also inform and also produce and direct the show as well. So it's not an easy thing. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go. All right, and let me get... Okay, there we go. All right, there we go, guys. I got the names in there for you. Storm Chaser Corey Gherkin and Storm Chaser John McKenney, both out storm chasing and streaming to us on YouTube. And I got them in there. And then over here, the only storm chaser we have active right now over here is Nathan Moore. And that's Storm Chaser IRL, and his camera is currently out. And the other storm chaser we have way over here by Des Moines is going to be Storm Runner Media. And they're over there on Radar Omega. And then we've got two fixed cameras. And the fixed cameras here are located in Norfolk, Nebraska. This one is at the Stanton County Emergency Management Building. All right, so there you go. We're keeping an eye on this storm system, and we're watching for any tornado warnings that come up. Currently, just severe thunderstorm warnings is really all we're watching at this time on the radar. All right, so thank you, everybody, for being here. We are going to continue on for a while longer. My name's Ian. This is Starship Adventures, and you are, in fact, watching us live from Southwest Florida, where we broadcast every night in this fashion, bringing you guys the latest news in a slightly different, or should I say, dramatically different format than what you're probably used to with the local media or the national cable news or any of that kind of stuff. What I try to do is bring you more of a up close and personal view using a grid and showing things in a much smaller, different format. And you know what? This seems to be catching on. People like this. It's something that that I came on and did it like only when there was big events, and everybody kept saying, no, you got to do this all the time. And so I literally, after the riots in California last month, about a month ago, I just continued going. I never stopped. Every night I've been coming on. So there you go. Yeah, you know what, Storm Chaser, Evan, it sure can, and I've dealt with this already 3 or 4 times. I'm using everything under fair use. I'm attributing everything to the people who are making it. I'm not using the audio at all. I'm only using small portions of the video, and I'm only using the portions of the video for periods of time. I'm talking over it, I'm adding to it, and I'm enhancing it, okay? I meet 5 of the 7 criteria for fair use. So it is what it is. I put their names up here. I put in their links in the description. I try very hard to do this. I storm chase myself, and I don't mind when people put my stuff up because it's covered under fair use. I do give out their links. I do give out their names. So if that's not enough, then people can do what they have to do. I've already dealt with it 3 or 4 times, and what always comes out at the end is, yes, in fact, it is fair use. So that's what it is. That's why everybody else is using it too. There's 25 sites up tonight showing 10 different storm chasers. So that's kind of how it works. Yeah. There you go. It is what it is. You know, I try to help these guys out as much as I can by putting out their links and promoting people to go over to their material, putting their links in my descriptions and stuff. You know, that's what I do. A lot of people don't even bother doing that. So it is what it is. You know, it's a community out here. We're all trying to help and get the word out and do things. And it is what it is. But this kind of coverage is 100% legal. I work in media, okay? And I'm a retired cop. So if you want to talk to somebody that knows what he's talking about when it comes to fair use, that would be me. And we're good to go here. So there you go. And anyway, if we need to go through another one of those, I'll do it, because I've done 4 of them already, and I always win because I know what I'm talking about. I've even got the fair use disclaimers in everywhere. So it is what it is, man. Let's all just get along. Can't we all just get along and be cooperative up here and allow everybody to drive people to everybody else's channel? Isn't that what YouTube's all about? You know? Anyway, thank you, Discord. I appreciate that, and you're absolutely correct. I even have the disclaimer in the thing, so it is what it is. Yep. Yes, this is qualifies as news reporting. It also qualifies as education. It also qualifies as general enhancement of the overall product. It also complies because it's not a complete re-representation. It's just a very small image in the corner, and yeah, it actually is covered by the fair use about 4 or 5 different ways. And it is what it is. I do not rebroadcast other people's stuff in its entirety. I don't do that. It's wrong, and I don't agree with the people that do it. But when it comes to showing all the different views of what's going on, we're allowed to do that. I don't have to put their name on there or anything, but I do out of respect. Yeah, I appreciate that, guys. It is what it is. Look, people come in and they're out there putting their content up, and I'm out here putting my content up, and You know, everybody's just a squirrel trying to get a nut. And so all I can say is you know, rather than worrying about stuff like this, use it to your advantage. That's what I say. Use things like Radar Omega and services like that have all you guys on it. All these other services. There's 10 different sites out there that have links to all the storm chasers, and many of those don't do it by anything like that. It's just they just get the information and put it on a website. You're allowed to do that as long as you're not completely rebroadcasting the stream. Now, if you go on and look, there's a bunch of people that are just completely scraping and rebroadcasting someone else's stream. That's not right, and I don't do that. So there you go. This mic is like up my ass tonight. I don't know what the deal is. There we go. Yep. Yeah, YouTube is great. I will tell you, you know, I have been challenged on this, like I said, I think 4 times. And all 4 times, you know, I answered the legal challenge and I was exonerated. It's a pain in the ass. Luckily, it doesn't affect the channel while it's going on. And if as long as you're legal and you're doing things correctly and you're only reproducing things in very small windows like I do, and I talk over it, I have scanners playing over it, I enhance the product, I intellectually change it, I physically change it, and that does make it legal. So yeah. Yes, news and education, both would, either one would qualify me. Whether I was showing this to explain to you what a vortex is and explain to you what a couplet looks like, or whether I'm showing this to show you where's about to get hit and who needs to take cover, it wouldn't make a bit of difference. They're both completely covered by fair use. How does that mic smell? Well, I don't drink, so that's the first thing. The one thing I've been doing radio stuff for a long time. And the one thing I can't stand is getting one of these after, and using a microphone after someone who drinks heavily and has been singing or talking into the microphone. Oh man, I used to hate that. I don't eat the mic. I always leave a couple of inches there. That's the radio guy in me. I don't get right up on that thing. Yep, and let's see. Back to the news. Exactly. All right, well, thank you. I do appreciate everybody being here tonight, and I do appreciate the folks helping me out with the channel. And I also, again, appreciate you folks going and supporting the Storm Chasers and the other websites and the TV stations and everybody else that help us out, provide this here by putting out information. Go and give them also a like and a subscribe and things like that as well. All right, so we will go through everything one more time. The only Storm Chaser we have out right now, as I said before, is Storm Runner Media. Okay, so that's really the only one that we have out right now on the Radar Omega system. And then we've got 2 guys up here. We've got Storm Chaser John McKenney and Storm Chaser Corey Gherkin that are out live right now chasing a storm. And it looks to me like these storms are waning off. It really does. It looks like they're kind of going away, and so we'll see. I don't know. We still have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings back here, and I love the shots we get from these stationary cameras as these big storms go by. Let me see which it's this one here. Look at this. We'll briefly show this. Look at the lightning. This will show an amazing amount of lightning on these storms. It's just absolutely amazing, the lightning that we get out there. Okay, and so there you go. And then sing it. There you go. Yeah, the sirens will be going off in Hawaii once an hour for the next 3 hours. And that's to let everybody know it's coming. We've got about 3 hours to the arrival of the main wave. Yep, it's expected to arrive there at 7:17 p.m. And that's the time there in Hawaii. And so that's going to be 1:17 a.m. Eastern time. I'm pretty sure. I looked it up. I actually had ChatGPT. I cheated. Or no, I had Google do it for me. It's going to be 1:10 a.m. Wednesday morning. So coming up in about 3 hours, we're going to have that. All right, and so that's what we're monitoring right now is we're watching some live chopper footage that we've got coming in out of Hawaii from one of the news stations out there. And we've got the news covering it up in the upper left corner. And then, of course, like I said, we got the storm chasers. We've been talking about those. And Radar Omega, I just, no tornado warnings tonight. Kind of surprising. I thought this was going to be a little bit bigger deal. But it's not. It ends up not being near as big a deal. Okay, and let's see if there's anything else you guys would like me to hit on. I'm going to be one night this week. I'm not sure when I'm going to do it. I need to do it on a slow night. But I'm going to be doing one of my long form discussions on the 64-65 World's Fair in Flushing Meadows, New York. I've compiled a lot of information. I got some good videos we're going to be able to show. And I'm wanting to do it, but I'm not going to do it when there's big breaking news stories going on. So we'll stay with this for right now. But I do eventually want to do that with you guys. A lot of neat things happened at that World Fair, and a lot of innovation and a lot of new things that just were really cool. And I do want to go over that. So that's going to be coming up on the show one night when we're slow and I can sit down and talk about it. Yep. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, between the Interstellar Traveler and, of course, we're in the peak of solar cycle 25 right now. We are literally right at the top of the cycle. We're between the northern and southern hemispheres right now. The north or the south will peak out first, and then the other one will peak out like 6 months later. We're kind of between the peaks right now. And so it's kind of interesting to watch this because we are right now at a solar peak in the 11-year cycle, and the sun is angry right now. And that's pretty much the way that goes. And that can cause all kinds of things. And I actually... thanks, Wayne. Thanks for being a member. I appreciate, or I'm sorry, a subscriber. I don't do memberships. But yeah, thanks for doing that. I may do memberships down the road, but I gotta have something to provide first. And right now it's everything I can do to provide what I'm giving everybody. So, ham radio stuff dies on here. I struggled for years trying to do a ham radio channel. And I slowly came over and started doing this kind of stuff because I wanted an audience. The problem with ham radio is most of the old curmudgeons, they don't like your channel if you say anything bad about anything with ham radio, they hate you now. And you get alienated quickly, and it's hard to get a lot of people to to subscribe to your channel because you're only trying to get ham radio people, and that's what, 1 in 5,000 people. I mean, you really limit your numbers. And so about a year and a half ago, I devised a plan to switch my channel over to more of an adventure channel and do news stuff and travel around and see stuff. I got a cabin in Georgia. I do a lot of stuff up there. And you can go back and see a lot of these videos. I've got 800 or 900 videos up. I've been doing this for a while now, but I have morphed my genre. I still do the ham radio stuff. I'm just not doing near as much of it, and I'm spending most of my time doing this kind of coverage stuff, which I really, really enjoy. Yes, the gatekeeping in ham radio is disgusting. And I like to talk about what's wrong so we can fix it, and they don't like to talk about what's wrong so we can fix it. So I get told all the time to shut my mouth and I shouldn't be talking, and the FCC needs to come arrest people for saying bad words on the radio, and it just gets to be old after a while. I was covering nets. I was putting nets on here, and nobody would even listen to it. I couldn't even get the 10 people that were on the net to pull it up and listen to it. So, you know, I'm not done with it. It's become the back burner on the channel. You know, I've got several back burners, like sci-fi shows. I cover when the new Star Trek shows come out, and I cover, you know, new sci-fi and different things, and every now and then a movie review or something like that. And the truth is, I like doing that stuff, but that's not going to ever be the focal point of the channel, because that market's saturated too. And you can only talk about science fiction so much. I much prefer this live news format. And I've been doing this for a while now, but I've never actually done it where I'm on every night like this. This is something I started, like I said, about a month ago, and it's going well. The numbers are good. I like it. And yeah, BJ, this feels like my thing. I mean, if you think about it, who better to do a show like this than someone that's retired from the fire service, was a part-time cop, was an emergency manager, and now works for the media and produces a commercial radio show and has a home studio that he built. I mean, it sounds like I've got it going right where I need to be right now, and I've got the expertise. I was actually not just a firefighter, but I excelled my way all the way up to the chief of the department. I was the training officer for the whole department for many years, and I specialize in training people. Even at my radio station, I train people to do things there. And so I like to do that. I like to explain and to demonstrate and to show. And so I'm going to be doing a lot of that on here because I like doing that kind of stuff too. So, and yeah, I don't like the status quo either. I can't stand it. I can't stand the news coming on every night with the same, you know, oh, this is the B block. And tonight in the B block, we're going to do the usual public information story. And then the usual, you know, I don't know. I much prefer, I never know what I'm going to do. I come in here, I get sitting down here after I get home from work about 7:45. I put something down my throat. And while I'm eating my dinner, I'm trying to fill these squares up with live videos. And then once I get all the squares filled up with live videos, and then I go to AI and I have it make my complete meta package. I put in what stories I'm going to cover tonight, and then boom, it makes my meta package. I spend a lot of time forming my meta package directive that I'm sending into AI. I'm doing, by the way, I'm going to announce this officially in a week or so. My show at work is, as of today, started podcasting. And so you'll actually be able to go on Spotify or one of those and listen to our radio shows if you're into political talk radio. I'm not. I used to be. Now I just work there. I almost get to where I hate politics. Yeah, there was a meteor shower this week. I'm not sure. Let me see here. I don't know why they wouldn't have that right up here. I don't know. I'll have to look. Let's see here. I can't believe how many slow-ass loading web pages there are. We're currently in the Perseids, I think, but we're almost to the... no, we're right in the middle of it, actually. Oh, it can't be reached. That's awesome. Let me try another one. All right, it says the chance to see fireballs streak across the night sky this week. 2 meteor showers, the Alpha Caprionids and the southern delta Aquariids will reach their peak, and another is ramping up. The Alpha Capricornids, whatever, meteor shower, which is the best known for producing very bright meteors called fireballs that may look like shooting stars, will be most visible at 1 a.m. on Wednesday, according to this person here. But is that tomorrow? When was this written? Yeah, it's tomorrow. So why is that not headlining on space weather? That's what I want to know. If you stay up later, you'll be able to see the southern delta Aquariids, which peak actively at 3 a.m. on Wednesday. So we have two meteor showers that are peaking tonight. Is that correct? Yeah, it looks like they're peaking tonight at 1 and 3 a.m. Eastern. Northern Hemisphere is the best for viewing. Expect to view up to 10 to 15 meteors an hour. Hey, thank you, Kevin. Thank you for joining or being a subscriber to the channel. We will be here just about every night doing something very similar to this. All right, and it looks like I think our storm chasers are giving it up for tonight because it's starting to get. It doesn't seem like the storm is that powerful anymore. It seems to have lost some of its energy. So let me see if I can figure out what the hell's going on here. Okay, we've got him on the other service. Switch this out. Shit. Nothing ever goes the easy way. You know what I mean? Nothing. Sorry, guys. Some things on here just take forever. This is one of the problems I'm having right now. Like when I see something going on, and oh my God, let's go, let's do it, and it ends up taking me 25 minutes to get live because I have to go and figure out what's going on, see what it is, see how I'm going to cover it, find some live footage, find the information, put it all down, and you know, it kind of sucks. Anyway, all right, so we've got some different guys going on here. Okay, let's do it that way. Take that out. Okay, so there we go. All right, so that's what we've got. I'm sitting here looking. There's nothing else going on weather-wise. Hey, Sean, welcome in. Glad you made it. We're doing good tonight. We're hanging out. We're watching information coming in on the tsunami warning that's up right now for Hawaii, upper left corner, and middle right is some views coming out of Hawaii right now where we're watching for the tide to either go out or come back. However, we're still about 2 hours from when they said, 2 to 3 hours from when they said they're going to get the main wave come through. they're not expecting more than a couple feet of rise, I think, in Hawaii at the most. Yes. You know, if you're in a boat, the best place to be in a boat if there's a tsunami coming is you get in that boat and you head out for the open ocean as quick as you can. You put that thing in flank and you don't let off, because if you can get out away from the coast, you'll be okay. Because these waves, they're not that big out in the ocean. They only get big when they get pushed up by the bottom of the side of the continent. As they come up towards the beach, that energy gets pushed up the beach, and it ends up creating a huge wave that goes across the land and does all the damage. Now, if you were in a boat, a mid-size or a larger boat, if you head towards the open ocean before it arrives, and when it comes and it hits you in the ship, not a big deal. You just go right over it. It'll just seem like a 3 or 4 or 5 foot hump in the water. No big deal. You deal with that in a big storm. But if your boat is in dock when it hits, it's probably a goner. It's just because of the dynamics of it. It's probably a done deal. It's going to ruin it. It's going to ruin the dock. It's going to ruin everything. So the best thing to do if you're under a tsunami warning is to get in that ship, get underway, and put a mile between you and the coast. And then I would stay there. I would not anchor. I would simply just go adrift and keep my nose into the wave and just stay there, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. The wave will go right by. You won't hardly notice it, because when you're a mile offshore and there's 40, 50 feet of depth underneath you, the wave will go underneath you and you won't even feel it. Depending on where they're at in Russia, I think it's already happened there. They're so close to the epicenter that they've already had 3 or 4 meters of rise in some areas there along that peninsula. But I don't. That's what I'm getting. I don't know for sure. Okay. All right. So latency. Yeah. Well, like I said, the tsunamis they're a crazy thing because they go out in every direction, but not every direction gets the same amount of energy. And the ocean that it's traveling through is very different. And so you could have energy released in 3 different directions, and in each direction that energy is being affected by different depths and things like that. And I don't know, you get to the point where it's you're not sure what you're going to get, and that's why they have to be careful when they issue these tsunami warnings. Just like with weather warnings, the big complaint, I talked to Matt Devitt at my work the other day. He's our chief meteorologist. We were just talking about the same exact thing. Is the biggest thing a meteorologist worries about every day is warning you too much. And yet it happens all the time, because they have to warn you for what might happen, not what's going to happen. And the thing is what might happen may not happen to anybody, but they still have to warn you for what might happen. And a lot of times what we find is we'll get a tornado warning. 3 people lose their house. Everybody else goes, why did they issue this warning? What a waste. Well, it's not a waste if you're one of the 3 people who lost their roof. So, we're hard on the Weather Service. We're hard on the different services that issue these warnings. But the truth is, they are not issuing a warning for your house. They're issuing a warning of things that might happen to someone in your area. And so the threshold is a lot lower than it seems. Thank Pam Baker. Thanks for coming in. Pam Becker. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate that. And thanks for the sub. Guys, if you're just joining us, we do this every night. And we're here all the time. We've got lots of folks coming in tonight. I really appreciate that. We're going to be talking about all the different things that are going on out there. I've already done summaries of last night's Midtown Manhattan incident a couple times. We've also run down last night's tornadoes in North Dakota, South Dakota. We even lost a few folks last night out there. It was not a severe tornado night, but definitely some tornado activity last night down there, up there, I should say. And we're going to be watching that again tonight because, as you can see on the radar right over here, you can see that that we do have a large area coming through there again, right in that same area again almost. But right now, no tornado warnings. On my maps, the red is severe thunderstorm warnings, and you'll get a blinking purple box, and you'll hear a siren in your ear if we get a tornado warning. And so we're watching for those. Okay, what do you got? See, there's the thing. It's all media hype. It's not media hype, and I'm going to tell you why. Okay, I work for the media. I'm going to tell you, like I just said, the meteorologists, their biggest concern is overhyping things. They try very hard not to do that. But if the National Geological Survey sends out a warning, or if NOAA sends out a warning, you have to put that warning out. You're required, you're mandated by law to put that warning out. So it's not media hype. They're putting out a warning that the government is issuing. And they're saying exactly what the government is saying in the warning. So I don't see this as government as hype. We've already had meters of rise over near the area where it happened, and we saw what happened in some areas on the other side of the world where one of these happens, and we lost over 100,000 people. So I'm sorry, I disagree that it's media hype. I do agree that we get a lot of warnings that don't pan out. That's the nature of the beast. That literally is the nature of the beast, because we don't know what's going to happen. And like I said, it's not just how much energy came out of the earthquake, but it's how much energy was sent in your direction, and how deep the ocean is between the origination point and the destination point. If you've got a very deep ocean, that's going to be different than if you have a long, shallow area that it comes through. The coast that comes into your island or your nation or California, wherever it is, the coastline is important. If you have a very deep coastline and it comes up really quick, that wave is going to react totally differently than if you have a very long, multi-mile, shallow run up to the coast. And so every place not only experiences a different power level coming from the original source and a different dynamic of the energy coming all the way across, but then you've got a much different terrain as it comes ashore, causing another dynamic that we really don't know exactly how it's going to go. So what we have to do is we have to plan for what might happen. And so when they tell you a water rise of 3 to 5 meters, it could be nothing. But the worst is it could be up to 3 to 5 meters. They're giving you a range so that you can plan for what the worst case scenario would be. And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand. A weather warning or an earthquake warning, it's not warning you on what is expected. It's warning you on the worst case scenario. And you have to think about it that way. And if you come out at the other end and nothing happened, Yay! That's good. It's not bad. You were warned, you were ready, and nothing happened. Okay, we move on to the next one. Look, I've been on both sides of this. I've sat in emergency management meetings when we had storms out in the Gulf of America coming in, and we had to try to figure out what we were going to do for as our county for evacuations and this, and we're all talking about this. I was part of this, and so I understand when we deal with NOAA and we deal with the seismic folks and we deal with emergency management, both state and federal and local, and all these people are issuing watches and warnings because they want their people to be ready for what happens. And then, unfortunately, everybody feels like they were overwarned. But like Fort Myers Beach, they issued a high wind emergency, and they issued obviously a hurricane emergency. We had a Cat 5 coming in, and they issued the highest warnings you can issue. And when we went back to the beach 3 days later, all the buildings were gone. That was the worst case scenario, and they got the worst case scenario, just like predicted. So, I mean, I'm just saying, it happens that we just have to not look at it as crying wolf. We have to look at it as they're telling us the worst case scenario, and we're just going to thank God that normally doesn't happen. All right. The chance of you actually, thank you, Sean, that's a good point. The chance of you actually getting the severe weather they're warning at your home is very low. It's a fact. Just because you're under a tornado warning doesn't mean you're going to see a tornado, hear a tornado, or get hit by a tornado. It simply means that the everything's right that one could drop out of the sky on your house, and we want you to be ready. The only place for sure that we know that the water has actually rose is going to be right near the epicenter in Russia. We've got some times coming up soon in Alaska that it's going to be up in that area. And I am watching, looks like they've gone to some kind of regular, well, they're probably still talking about the same thing. All right, I'm going to keep looking here and see if I can find any more different videos on this. But let me see if I can find anything that shows where we've already had water rise. Let's see here. See what we can come up with here. All right, let's see. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, because tsunamis kill more people than anything else. I mean, really, other than maybe, I don't know. I don't know what kills 100,000 people. Not brush fires, not tornadoes, not hurricanes, I can't think of anything else. I mean, tsunami is probably one of the biggest ass risks there is on the planet, really. The Russian coast, I believe, was already impacted. Let's see here in Severo, in Russia, in Kursk. Waves of up to 3 to 4 meters, up to 13 feet were recorded along the coast, causing localized flooding and prompting evacuations. Officials confirmed infrastructure damage, but no confirmed casualties have been reported yet from Russian sources. Also, Hokkaido, Japan, sorry guys, not my strong suit. Hokkaido, Japan, tide gauges showing small but definite sea level rises around 30 centimeters or about 1 foot. impacting eastern coastal town that I said a minute ago. Japan issued evacuation orders across multiple prefectures, counties, that's what they call counties, preparing for possible 3 meters of worth of water coming through. But so far, what's come in has been very minor, at about 1 foot. Locations with no measurable impact yet: Hawaii, Alaska, U.S. West Coast, and Canada. There's been no measurable effect, although most of those places are not actually expecting the wave yet. The only place to see any significant wave activity, which was up to 4 meters, that's 12 feet for those of us in America here. The most serious impact zone is going to be in Severo or Kursk, and that is in the peninsula there in Russia. Saw significant wave activity of up to 4 meters. 4 meters, that's 12 feet. I know 12 feet on our beach. I know what that. Oh wow, we've had more earthquakes just in the last few minutes. Let's go back over to the earthquake cam, or not the earthquake cam, the seismic chart here. This is showing us, this is the big one we had earlier. This is it here, 8.8. They have now moved it from 8.7 to 8.8, so they posthumously gave it a little promotion there. But now look at these are all happening right now. 5.6, 5.5, 5.6, 5.8, 6.3. That's pretty good one there. So this is still a seismically active area, and it could produce additional thrusts underneath the sea, down in the seafloor, which could produce another tsunami. So not only do we have the current tsunami moving out across the northern Pacific, but we also have the possibility of additional smaller tsunamis from all these other quakes as well. So definitely some craziness there. I mean, that's a nice little swarm that started up there, and those are all pretty big earthquakes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're 6'4", and it would be over your head twice. I mean, that's a shitload of water. I don't care who you are. I'm not near that tall, so it's a lot of water for me. No, yeah, this will not affect anything in the Atlantic Ocean at all. So let's get that right out now. The effects of this are going to be minor in the United States, Alaska, Hawaii, and the western, the Pacific coast, basically. Anywhere along the Pacific coast, from the Baja of California. Hey, Sylvia, thanks for joining up. Anything from the Baja of California all the way around to where the earthquake was, including Alaska and Canada, and also Oregon and Washington and California, all that, and then down to the Baja, and then also over in Japan and places on that side also. Probably not quite down as far as the Philippines or anything, but on that side for sure. And so we're just watching, because we are going to get some rise in these areas. But normally when we see these big tsunamis like this, not everybody gets the big tsunami. Normally you got to be pretty close to get the really, really big one. These are pretty far away. I'm expecting 1 or 2 feet of rise in Hawaii. I'm expecting less than a foot in California. Maybe nothing even in California. It's so far away. It's going to be sometime in the wee hours of the morning when it finally arrives there. Alaska's a little bit closer. We're coming up in the next hour or so. We could see some rise in Alaska, maybe a foot or 2. Hey, Tudor. Thanks for coming in. You're from Indonesia. Well, there you go. We get folks in here from everywhere, and I absolutely love it. I don't know if you guys know it or not. A new thing that YouTube is doing, they're offering to people like us that have that are regular content providers, partners they call us. They're now offering me the ability, when I put up a video, now not a live like this, but when I put up a regular video, which I do, I put up quite a few of those. When I put up a regular video, I can choose other languages that I want it published in. And it actually dubs it out and puts the other voice in there. And they say that in the next year, it'll actually be in a simulation of our own voice. I can't wait. I love to go watch my video like in Japanese or Korean. It's funny. I just love it. I love other languages and cultures, and it's really cool. And so I love the fact that if you're really into ham radio and you like one of my videos, go back, because if it's one from only in the last 2 or 3 months, it's probably available in, I think, 14 languages. So I think that's pretty cool. And not subtitles. Actually, they've taken my voice out and put in a Japanese voice or whatever. I think it's really cool. Yeah, I think it's really good. Where are... Yeah, they're saying in the Hawaii island chain, they're saying that the actual main wave is going to arrive in a couple of hours. We haven't seen the main one yet. And yeah, I can imagine traffic's a mess. It's probably going to be a little bit more than we need to worry about tonight, because I think we're only going to get a foot or two. But what if we're wrong? We can't risk it. We cannot risk those lives. We have to get the higher ground just in case. This was a huge Earth event that's happened tonight, a big movement in our Earth, and it has displaced billions of metric tons of water, and all that energy has to spell itself out somewhere. Yeah, stay safe out there. I do think you guys will be all right. Like I said, if I was in Hawaii and I had a boat moored in Hawaii, I'd go get in that boat and go just move out. Just you don't even have to go that far. Just get out away from the coast about a quarter mile and just anchor, or just sit there. You don't even need to anchor. Just sit there and wait it out. That way your boat won't get destroyed. But I'm telling you, I don't think it's going to be high enough to even do that in Hawaii, from what we're seeing. What we're seeing here, let's see, the latest one I ran here was, hold on. Okay, let's try this. This is put us in a little different way here. All right. Okay, all these times I'm about to give you are Eastern time. All these times I'm about to give you are Eastern time. I'm doing that on purpose because it gets confusing. We're in 5 different time zones. Everything I'm about to tell you is in Eastern time. Okay, Honolulu, Hilo, 1:17 a.m. Eastern time. So in about 2.5 hours. Other places in Hawaii, Maui, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, Molokai, both all 1:17, 1:15. So right around that time, it'll be coming through in Hawaii, and that is Eastern. So we're talking about 1:17 Eastern time, which is about 2.5 hours from now, almost to the minute. 2.5 hours from now, Hawaii, you're going to see the biggest of the waves. And then Alaska. Now, Alaska, 1046, that just happened. So Adak, Alaska, the Aleutian Islands, Shemya, 946, that's already happened. 1020 in Kodiak, that's already happened. Anchorage, 1035. And Unalaska, Dutch Harbor, Alaska, 1040, which is happening just a few minutes ago. So I'm going to go check these areas here in just a minute and see if we've got anything that's come in as far as a report of damage coming in. And then after this, at 11 o'clock Eastern, or in 6 minutes, Prince Rupert in British Columbia, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, both of those areas in the next 35 minutes. Between Prince Rupert and Vancouver, British Columbia. And then the U.S. West Coast, Crescent City, California, 11:40 p.m. Eastern. Fort Bragg, 12:05 a.m. Eastern. And remember that you just take the 3 hours off. So, you know, we're talking about 9 o'clock, right around the 9 o'clock hour in California. 12:15 a.m. Eastern for Monterey, 12:50 for Santa Barbara, Los Angeles Harbor, California, 1:05 a.m. Eastern time. So that's going to be at 10:05 local time. Newport Beach, Oceanside, 1:10 to 1:15 Eastern. And then Oregon looking at 11:55, so 1 hour from now in Oregon, and Seattle, 1:50, just under an hour from now. Other Pacific Rim locations, Tokyo, Japan, looking at 3:48 a.m. So they're still a ways out if they get anything there. And Guam. Guam is pretty far away. Probably will not see any rise at all, but if they do, it'll be about 4:02 a.m. Eastern time. And Saipan, the Northern Marina Islands, about 4:20 Eastern time, a.m. So there you go. That's your times coming in. We kind of see where it's at now. And again, all the areas that are expecting more than 2 feet of rise have already seen whatever rise they're going to get. So that's the good news there. What's remaining out there is places that should see 2 feet or less, like Hawaii, the California coast in both Canada and the United States and Alaska. Yeah, Russia, man, that's a big place. That's a big freaking place. Oh crap! I'm sorry, I didn't hit the button. You guys have been sitting there looking at that stupid thing. All right, sorry about that. That's my bad. It's hard to after I've produced 3 hours at work, and now I've produced 2 hours here tonight with you guys. I'm exhausted, and so sorry about that. I miss little things like hitting the transition button, so that you guys can actually see what the hell's going on. All right. Let's see if there's someone else we can feature up here. Yep, things are starting to slow down out there. All right. See, I was looking for another storm chaser, but there is no more that I can see right now. I'm going to go check on the other network real quick. All right, let's look over here. No, I don't see. Oh, there is a new storm chaser that did pop up. All right, so yeah, we did have a new one pop up. This is Tornado Pagey, and they're in Whitewood, South Dakota, and so we've got them up now, and I'm going to stick them over here. I'll put them right up here. There we go. All right, and we're just going to go ahead and keep going here and watch this storm complex. He's up here, this new storm chaser, and he has just popped up here in front of this one near Belforche, right here east of Sundance, north of Rapid City. And this storm doesn't look all that strong, but let's go ahead and look at it on the local radar because it's kind of hard to tell. That's why I don't use that regional radar setting all that much, because you really need the local radars to give you the definition. Look at the difference. That really gives you the definition of this storm, which is a strong storm. Let's go ahead and switch this now into high-res velocity. There we go, radial velocity. You can see, potentially there's some rotation there in a couple spots. Nothing I would call a couplet yet, but it's trying. But there's definitely winds moving in radically different directions there. And this thing is moving down in their general direction. So we do have basically an intercept going on there. I don't know if this is going to rise to the point of getting a tornado warning. And then the other one we've got is back over here. Let me throw this back in high res. There we go. Look at that. That's a hell of a complex right there. See those two circles right there? Those are our two cameras that we're looking at, and they are right in the middle of the mess. That's these guys right here, and that's the Stanton Telecom and Stanton EMA, and man, they are just getting it right now. I love this top view up here. The rain's coming from behind the tower site. All right. So what else is going on out there? Is there anything else in the news that you guys want to mention? Yeah. Yeah, Queen Flea, there's some warnings, like if you're in an area that doesn't flood, I wouldn't worry about flood warnings all that much. If you're in a strong, sturdy structure, severe thunderstorm warnings, I just make sure you bring in your garbage cans, okay? Tornado warnings and flash flood warnings. I mean, like I said, if you're susceptible to flash floods, some people are just not. Like where I'm at here, I've got a big, huge canal that runs down here, and I've lived here 14 years, and it don't even flood here. In fact, we've had 3 hurricanes, so I don't worry about flood warnings here, or tidal warnings here. So it all depends on what you're susceptible to. If you have a well-built home that you live in, a newer home or a well-built older home, and you're indoors and your whole family's indoors, there's not a lot you need to do for a severe thunderstorm warning. Just know that it's there. Now, a tornado warning, if you're in Florida, we get a tornado warning. You know what our tornadoes are down here? 0s or 1s. They're nothing. We don't get big tornadoes. We're kind of like the East Coast. We get them every now and then, but they're not that big. All the way up the East Coast is like that. All the way through the mountains is like that. But you get past that, you get to western Tennessee, and you get out to Oklahoma, shit gets serious. So if I lived in Kansas City, I'd probably have a horn that woke me up at night for the tornado warning, okay? But down here in Florida, I don't, it's not that big a deal. So again, it depends on your threat level. If you live 40 feet above sea level, 5 miles from the coast, I wouldn't give a shit about a tsunami warning. But if you are right on the coast and you live in a little stilt house that's 6 feet off the ground, and you're right on the coast, then you should have a tsunami alert system at your house to make sure you know that you're awake. So yeah, that's all I'm trying to say is it depends on your risk factor. You have to determine your risk factor and then determine if there's an alert you need to set for you at your house. I think we probably all should have a tornado warning and we do now. It's on our phone. Our phones go off if there's a tornado warning or whatever. Our phone will go off and then there we go, or if you've got a weather radio or however else you get your warnings. but you don't want to turn on every single alert and every single warning if they're not a concern to you. So that's what I'm saying about this. You just have to make sure you got the right warnings chose for you. All right, so what else do we got? Anybody else got anything? Throw it in the chat room. Later this week, as we get a quiet night, you guys know on quiet nights I do discussions. One night this week, we're going to be talking about the 64-65 World's Fair and the fact that Gene Roddenberry and Walt Disney met at that World's Fair, and things happened. And we're going to talk about it. It's going to be really fun. We're going to do that on a slow night where we're not doing a whole lot of news coverage. Like tonight, we've got a lot going on. Last night, the night before, we had that Walmart stabbing deal, and we had the Midtown Manhattan last night. It's been busy 3 or 4 days here. And so when we get a slow night, I've got material ready to go. So it'll be fun. Even on a slow night, we're going to be able to keep you guys a little bit entertained out there, and that's the whole plan. All right, so yeah, this is Starship Adventures. My name's Ian, and we are live right now in Southwest Florida. I am here tonight with Simplex Radio, and he has a channel also, and he does a lot of the same kind of things that we do here. There he is back there. You can kind of see him back there. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, here we are. We are live. This is Starship Studios. Excuse the mess in here. We haven't even cleaned up yet today. But things are crazy right now. We are basically set up in here to do 8 consecutive live streams. We've got 1 gig up and 1 gig down, full fiber optic connection in here. And we've got plenty of power run in, and everything's all set up. The room was specially, this structure was specially built and designed to be a TV studio, and everything's painted black and all the normal stuff you would do for a TV studio. So there you go, and this is where we broadcast not only this show, but also the 7.2. We got the FT8, and we've also got the MMSS TV. That's all amateur radio stuff. If you're into any of that, check out our live streams for that stuff. We also do scanner feeds. We've got Philadelphia, New York, Los Angeles. We got different scanner feeds that are up, and you can watch the flight trackers and listen to the scanner feeds. So we do a lot of stuff here, not just this one channel or this one show. We actually do quite a bit here when it comes to broadcasting what's going on out there in our world out to the general public and the world, and that's what we do. So thank you for being here, everybody, tonight. Tonight we are tracking an 8.8 magnitude earthquake that happened over in this peninsula area of eastern Russia. And this has caused a tsunami warning across all of the North Rim, Pacific Rim, as well as the Hawaiian island chain. And we are currently watching now to see what happens. We just gave the times. Alaska should have just experienced a wave. So we're watching to see if anything comes in from Alaska about any damage. And we also are watching live shots there from a chopper in the middle, on the right middle. And we also still have 1 or 2 storm chasers out that we are watching. Please go and like and subscribe for them. Our storm chasers that are out right now, as always, I like to give their names. We have 2 storm chasers out right now. Storm Runner Media is out right now near Des Moines. And where's my other one at? There he is. The other one's way up here. That's Tornado Peggy, and they are way up here near Rapid City. So we got 2 storm chasers on 2 completely different ends of this whole storm complex here. And this thing's coming in pretty hard here for him. And he's up here in the upper right corner. It's pretty dark. Obviously, it gets dark, and we storm chase in the dark. It's really hard to see these storms when it's dark like this. It really is difficult. All right, so basically we're seeing on the upper left screen there, they're showing basically how this works with tsunamis. And when we look at the energy from a tsunami, we have to not only look at how much energy was projected in your direction, but how much ocean it had to go through. And also, even things like temperature and salinity play small roles, but you also have the how deep it is and things like that play a big role in how much of that energy gets transferred along the water. See, water is very dense and it transfers that push of energy for thousands of miles through the water. Technically speaking, a tsunami will go all the way around the world and meet itself again on the other side. It'll just be so faint that there's no way to know it's there. But yeah, basically that's how that works. It's really cool. So when we have a push of energy like this, it has to dissipate. And just like when you throw a rock into a pond, those ripples go out for quite a ways. But they get smaller and smaller as they go. And a tsunami works the exact same way as throwing a pebble in the water. You basically have a disturbance in the water, and then that disturbance moves out from the focal point all the way out until it finally dissipates. And that's basically it. So we're watching this tonight. This is it's been a long time since they've had a tsunami warning in Hawaii. So this is going to be interesting. I will tell you guys, I'm not going to be able to stay up till after 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm very tired. I'm on my 6th hour of broadcasting tonight, and I'm not going to be able to stay up, but I'm not expecting a large tsunami tonight. I'm just telling you guys, I don't really expect it, but it could happen. Thank you very much. I'm one of these freaks that actually puts a lot of time and energy into stuff, and this studio is something that I've put a lot of time into, and I've had some help too. And I'm going to be totally honest. I like to explain things to people, and I'm one of these people. Everybody always tells me, you give out way too much information. You let people see behind the curtain. You're not supposed to let people see behind the curtain. You're supposed to put on a show and do everything in front of the camera and not. No, I don't like that. To me, the show is part of the show, right? I mean, how I put on the show is part of the show. And what we do in the show is part of the show. And everybody has a little bit of say in what we do and how we do it. And it's kind of the way it works on YouTube. And I like it that way. And so I like to tell you guys about neat things, okay? And you guys see this studio. You guys see I'm going to put the view back on again. You can see we got 8 computers all the way around, multiple screens on every computer. Those are 3 32-inch TVs over there. That are all hooked up to the same computer, and it's really cool. It's 3 upright screens. We've got multiple screens all hanging on this wall over here. You can see that in the upper right one there, and that is the FT8 computer over there, the MMSS TV computer. That is the streaming Broadcastify computer that streams 3 or 4 Broadcastify streams 24/7, 365 up to Broadcastify. That's the 7.2 computer, and then back over here we've got the Philadelphia scanner and the Los Angeles scanner, and over there on the Lennox machine we have the New York scanner. And so it's all running, and while I have 8 streams going out, my internet still tests out amazing. It's like 800 gigs down and 900 gigs up while I'm broadcasting 8 computers at high def. It's crazy. And so what we're able to do here is we're actually able to provide something that most places can't, because we have this amazing internet connection, and I've built a structure that can do it. But here is the trick. I want you guys to look at this. I know this is crazy, but Jesus Christ. All right. See this? 32-inch TV. Works perfectly. Nothing wrong with it. Habitat for Humanity. And I got this for 20 bucks. 20 bucks. This entire room, I bought every monitor you see in this room over the last 5 years at Habitat for Humanity. And I get them all for 10, 5. I got this new one back here it works. Got it for $4. It's an older square one. And I got another 32. This is a 32. I got a 28 down here that I got for $20 also. So for $44, I got 3 big, huge screens. This one here is going to end up replacing one that was taken out by the lightning strike over here. And I'll be able to have 2 uprights again on that other computer over there. So there'll be 5 of those upright screens instead of 3. What that doubles as, and you guys, when you go back and watch some of my videos, in the background, I'll be sitting over there, and you'll see all those 5 screens behind me, and they're all showing like different things that are going on in the world. It's pretty cool. It's a neat background, and so I set that up sometimes when I'm going to do videos about certain things, and it gives me another set basically that I can use shooting over that way. And then also everything in here is camera ready. We've got cameras shooting this way and that way, and so you can sit in different stations. And over here, under the big TV over here on that end where you see Simplex Radio sitting over here, that's actually an area where we have a bright light we can put on. And another camera over there, and we can actually do workbench stuff where we can show you guys how we take stuff apart and all that kind of stuff. So it's all set up to be basically an all-in-one complete television studio, so that I can not only do lives whenever I need to go on and do a live, but I also have everything all set up all the time and running all the time. This computer goes off when I'm not live. I don't turn it off, but I mean, as far as it's not broadcasting. But all the other 7 computers continue broadcasting. They stay up 24 hours a day. So, okay, is that what's going on? We'll peek in on that for just a second. Let's do this. Hold on.
Evacuate. Our 911 services are for in danger of life and health services, and so
we'll take this for just a minute. I'm not going anywhere.
Or inundate the 911 centers. So please make sure that you use all other resources available to you to evacuate out of the tsunami zone and get to those other refuge areas. And again, as a last resort, go to those tsunami assembly areas. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ocean Safety for some information about what's happening on the beaches.
All right. Well, good evening again. I guess the tone was running. So I want to open up by saying, if you're watching us right now, no doubt you understand that we're under a full tsunami alert here. And so that said, we at this point are taking that most seriously. And our appeal to you is to, if you're in a low-lying area, get yourself safe, get to higher ground. Okay, we ask people to stay calm, cooperate. We know the roads are full out there. Our anticipation right now, based on the latest information we have, is that we're a couple of hours away from any potential impact to Hawaii. We're going to get, as I understand it, we'll have a better read once it passes Midway, which should be substantially before then, and we'll be able to pass that on. I've come up here tonight with all the right people here to keep you informed. That's what we want to do, and we will continue to keep you informed. So everybody has power now. You have access to your media outlets. Pay attention, listen. We'll try to help you as much as we possibly can. All of our people are out there doing what they can to help people, but the best thing you can do is to help yourself and get you and your family safe. If you can, get to higher ground, okay? So I'm going to bring up ocean safety right now.
Buck Giles from Ocean Safety. Not much to say, but just to reiterate, get to higher ground. Our lifeguard towers right now are closed. We have mobile responders currently giving warnings to people to get away from the beaches and out of the ocean. We've conducted ocean rescue warnings from Diamond Head through Kewalo Basin, as well as on the other sides of the island. But we really need to stress that get to higher ground, get out of those tsunami zones, just be smart and follow what the news is telling us. We will know more information as it comes. Again, we are here to help in before and after anything happens. Thank you very much.
Aloha, good evening. Chief Howe from the Honolulu Fire Department. Just like everyone else said, I'm not going to repeat, but we want everyone to stay safe, evacuate early so you don't put yourself in a tough situation. As far as for our response, we'll do our best to continue services. And at a certain point, our personnel would also have to relocate those low-lying areas. So we came up with a plan to move our resources inland and at a higher elevation. And we're just going to monitor all the reports that continue to come in, and again, try and maintain as much of our response capabilities as long as we can, and not to endanger our staff as well. So I'll hand off to HPD. Thank you.
Hello everyone, Sergeant Dana Souza from the Honolulu Police Department, Major Events Division. Most everybody said it before me. We'll continue to work with fire, any other emergency management agencies to ensure public safety. If you could rely on one another and utilize your resources as much as possible. And if you need to utilize 911 for concurring emergencies, thank you.
Hi, Roger Morton, Director of Transportation Services. A little bit about our transit situation. That we are planning to stop operating any trip that was scheduled to start at after 6 p.m. So up until 6 p.m., we're going to continue to operate trips. Having said that, some of those trips would not have finished their trip and still be in a possible inundation zone, and so there may be detours that drivers will take people to higher ground if they're in danger. If you are a loved one of somebody that takes the bus and you haven't heard from them, then I would urge you to try to call them and tell them what's going on with the bus service. We have a lot of people that have language difficulties sometimes, and got to get the word out to your loved ones that after 6 p.m. we're going to suspend any service that starts after that point. For Skyline, we're going to run Skyline until the 6:35 trip from Halava, and that'll be the last Skyline. Now, having said all of that, we're going to be monitoring the situation very closely after the event. It's possible that we will restore service sometime in the evening. Thank you.
So I want to say it one more time. You can help yourself the best. We're here to help you, but we need you to help yourself as well. We would not be doing this if this wasn't most serious at this point in time. So please take this very seriously, and don't go down to the beach. Don't be looking at waves. Get yourself as high as you possibly can. So with that, if I can answer any questions, we'll be happy to do so. Yes. You know, I would imagine that HPD right now is out there trying to move traffic along to the best of their ability. I know we've gotten some calls that it is horrible, and people are in gridlock, and that's, you know, all I could ask is for people to keep their calm, and we'll try to move things along as best we can, you know.
We're getting calls from people who are disabled. Is there anything they can do with the handy van? Is there anything to try to evacuate or get to higher ground?
Yeah, Roger?
Yeah, we are stuck in the 93% of our service right now is running late, and most of our assets are not in a position where we could respond at this point. We urge the families to try to, to take advantage and keep their loved ones away if they're in low-lying areas.
Any other questions? Yes. Well, I know that they're doing a lot down in Waikiki if they're in hotels, and each and every property, I think, has got their own plans, if you will. So pay attention. This is real, and it's most serious. And if they happen to be watching, we don't have these events very often, but when we do, they're real and they're serious. So we just ask you to pay attention, do what you've been asked to do, and we're all going to hope for the best. All right, we'll be back, okay? We'll keep you posted. Anything that we hear that's definitive, that could be of importance in news, we certainly will provide that. All right, thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty much the uniform there.
15.
And you just heard from emergency officials there. And as we take a look now from Kauai about the Kauai emergency shelters, we're going to list them off for you. These are areas that you can evacuate to: Kapa'a High School, Kapa'a Middle School, Ele Elementary School, Koloa Library.
That's going to be the latest right there from Hawaii, where we're still a few hours right now, just under 2 hours from the time that the main wave is supposed to arrive. Again, we're not looking at a catastrophic situation for Hawaii. Maybe a foot or two a rise. Shouldn't be too bad, but we are continuing to watch it. We're also watching severe weather in the center part of the country. We've got 2 different storm complexes that we are monitoring. Each of them has a storm chaser on it, and we are continuing to watch that as it progresses across over here. We also have chopper footage here of, get rid of that sound, there we go. That chopper footage is of Hawaii, where of course the sun's still up out there. And then, go ahead and get this changed out. All right, so let's see what else we got. I'm just looking to see what other live feeds I've got out there coming out. All right. Yeah, Smoke and Scan's doing the LA police watcher guys instead of the tsunami and stuff. He's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't see much going on. Okay, let's do this. I've got a rack of webcams here that are showing beach locations where the tsunami is expected. So let me get that lined up here. There we go. Everybody's rushing to get high. That's funny. Ah, I love it. Yeah, that's what it is. Got to get the hell out of Dodge. This storm chaser up here, upper right, is this guy right here. It is our tornado Pagey, I guess. Tornado Pagey. I wish I knew how to say it. Anyway, he's in Bella Forge, South Dakota, and this is overtaking him right now. It's not putting up a lot of lightning right this minute, though. Oh, there is another presser, isn't there? All right, no problem. I can hake it.
Tsunami takes you from the shore. If you're stuck in traffic right now or in the coming hour or so, trying to evacuate, at what point, should you consider, what advice you have to people who are still trying to evacuate at this time and as it gets closer to the 7 o'clock?
I believe everyone should have adequate time to get out of the evacuation zones. There were some accidents on the highway as we were aware coming in. We'll continue to update you, especially based on the size of the wave. Obviously, everyone has to be away from the shoreline. We've been in contact with our tourism authority, Jimmy Tokioka, who's our director of DBED. He's been talking to the hotels. I've been speaking to the hospitals. They are prepared. They've actually activated additional shifts in case there are mass casualties. We are praying that that will not be necessary. If the waves come and go and then we give the all clear, we'll be back to fine. We'll be back to normal. We probably will have a lot of debris to clean up. That's where our team will execute kind of the cleanup. There could be some power failures if local poles go down. Be aware of that. There could be some loss of water pressure. That happens sometimes in these circumstances. But once we give the all clear, we will no longer worry about casualties when we'll just be cleaning up. I really think people should have plenty of time, given where we are. Some of the traffic was already beginning to abate when we got here at about 4:55.
This formally concludes the presser, and we will stay tuned. We will have more updates in future press conferences. Mahalo.
To a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials who spoke earlier, re-emphasizing the same plan echoed by Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, that in a situation like this, we do have some time to prepare, so use that time. This isn't a time to freak out or panic. What we've been seeing is, aside from the traffic jams, some of the crowds at grocery stores, a very measured response statewide.
Yeah, we're even seeing those long lines at the gas pumps as well. But an important thing that was mentioned in the Honolulu press conference with Mayor Blangiardi was about the 93% of handy van services are running late at this time. So if you do have a loved one who is relying on that service, Roger Morton, you just heard, call them up, call your family member up and let them know that it's likely they will not be picked up. Again, he said 93% of handy van services are running late at that time, and he's urging families to please take care of their loved ones if they are relying on that service and if they need to get out.
Yeah, and let's give you just a recap of kind of how this afternoon has unfolded. The initial quake off the far east region of Russia happened about 1:30 this afternoon, was an 8.0. About 20 minutes later, it got updated to an 8.7 magnitude quake, extremely powerful, very deep below the ocean's surface, and then it was later upgraded to an 8.8. The first anticipated arrival is around 7:10, so we're about an hour and a half away. Governor Green was saying that a lot of the traffic on their way in, throughout Honolulu seems to have dissipated, as many have seemed to have found their sites. We're staying with you throughout this entire time. So is our First Alert weather team. Let's send it over to meteorologist Drew Davis with the latest. Drew.
Let's take a look at some of the historical context for this earthquake near Russia. Of course, I'm going to break this down percentage-wise. We've got the tsunamis that have affected Hawaii. 19% come from the west coast of South America, and this is since the 1850s, so it's a large swath of 150 years of data out there. And notice this, the second most, 16% from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands just off to the east of Russia. Going down, you've got the west coast of North America. That's about 13%. 13% come from Alaska, and then 12% come from New Zealand and Pacific Islands, and it goes down as you're going closer to Indonesia. Well, you may notice about 6% is actually missing from this chart. The rest of the 6% comes from Hawaii. And I do want to talk about, again, some of the historical context from the 16% that come from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands. In 1952, we had another earthquake off of the same area of Russia, the same fault line that we've been talking about. Over the past couple of weeks, we had a magnitude 7.5 a couple of weekends ago that actually triggered another tsunami watch. Again, we do have that tsunami warning right now. That watch upgraded to a warning around 3 p.m. this afternoon. There were no deaths from that 1952 earthquake in Hawaii, and I'm just reading some of the information that we have directly from NOAA. But the waves caused houses to collide, beached boats, destroyed piers, scoured beaches, and moved road pavement. And here on Hawaii Hawaii Island, they had wave heights of 4 meters, a little bit over 3 feet, 1 meter on Maui, 9 meters on Oahu, and 3 meters on Kauai. Again, that's that 16% coming from Kamchatka in the Kuril Islands just off of Russia. Again, this is just a little bit more context to show you that it's very common here in Hawaii, at least over the last 150 years, and that's the only data that we have here, that we see these tsunamis moving across the Pacific Ocean and across the open water towards the island chain. For now, I'm going to send it back to Mark and Steph at the desk.
And we just got this in from Hawaiian Airlines. They issued a statement saying that we are monitoring a tsunami warning for the Hawaiian Islands and portions of the state of Alaska and assessing our flight operations. We are holding flight departures to the islands of Hawaiian Islands on Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines, and as a safety precaution, flights en route to Hawaii are returning to the mainland or diverting as needed. And guests with travel to or from the Hawaiian Islands should check the status of their flight before heading to the airport. So we're going to be monitoring all the impacts here.
Yeah, and this is a statewide transportation response. When you have this much time leading up to when the initial wave is expected to arrive, a lot of the state agencies, a lot of those in the transportation business are, sending out their updates. We heard earlier this afternoon that the Hilo Airport is closed. In regard to harbors, those with the boats and vessels are expected to take them out, away from the harbor to avoid any sort of damage and keeping them tied off into the slips, because heading out into the open ocean is actually beneficial in these types of situations. And then we also heard as well State Department of Transportation officials and the military saying that Kolekole Pass is open for Leeward Coast residents.
Right, and our Mahealani Richardson is standing by with an update on that. She just spoke to military officials and joins us now with the latest. Mahea.
That's right, Steph and Mark. This is in conjunction with the U.S. Army, the U.S. Navy, and state officials that Kolekole Pass, linking the west side, particularly in the Lualua Valley area, is now connected to central Oahu and Schofield Barracks. For many, many years, we had heard complaints, especially from those in the windward from West Oahu, rather, that they were trapped and they could not get out if there was an emergency because there is one way in and one way out. And after the Maui wildfires, people were particularly concerned. And so earlier this year, U.S. Army officials and the state had an exercise to rehearse this exact scenario.
Okay, very good. So there you go. That got us up to date on that. And I just did another one here. I guess I'm going to stay up, guys. I guess I'm going to stay up. We're about an hour and 40 minutes away here from it hitting Honolulu. And the new projections coming in are 3 to 10 feet. It does look like it's going to be a little more than originally thought. Honolulu, they're talking 1:17 a.m. projected height 3 to 10 feet. 3 to 10 feet for the Big Island in Hilo, Kailua, and Lahaina. Maui, also, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing things wrong, guys. Projected height 3 to 10 feet, projected time 1:15 to 1:20 a.m. These times are in Eastern time. I'm giving it in Eastern so that we're all using the same time zone, okay? Eastern time. So it is 11:37 now, so we're talking an hour and 40 minutes, okay? Let's see here. Pretty much everywhere in Hawaii, 117 is the magic number. And everywhere in Hawaii is projected 3 to 10 feet, depending on where you are around the island. Alaska was projected to get 2 to 6 feet and 2 to 5 feet in Anchorage, 2 to 6 in Kodiak. And that all should have happened a little while ago. And so again, let me pull up a couple of my headline sources here and see if anything's come out. They are reporting that the Japanese coast was hit by a tsunami a short time ago. Tsunami waves arriving on Japan's coast after earthquake in Russia triggering tsunami alerts for the U.S. West Coast. Tsunami warnings are in effect for Hawaii and parts of Alaska, while the entire U.S. West Coast and British Columbia are under a tsunami advisory, which is a lower warning. And it says that waves arrived on the eastern coast of Japan following a powerful earthquake.
I'm you.
Oh, shut
but more
up.
fiery.
Shut up. The 8.8 magnitude earthquake triggered fears of tsunami across the Pacific Ocean. This article has absolutely squat for new information. They just basically got to get the headline out there. That's all. Okay. Let me pull up the news stations in Anchorage. I don't see anything. They've got the warning up here, but they're... Huh. Jeez. These news sites, it's like, you know what? The news should be the most important thing on a news site, don't you think? Anyway, whatever. Stupid middle markets. What are you going to do? All right, so let's see. Also, British Columbia. We're looking at 40 minutes ago, it should have hit British Columbia. California still coming up. California, Crescent City, California, right now should be seeing whatever they're going to get, 1 to 3 feet. Fort Bragg's looking at 1 to 3 feet. Monterey, 1 to 3 feet. At about 12:15 Eastern. San Francisco, 12:40 Eastern, projected height 1 to 3 feet. And then Santa Barbara, 1 to 2 feet, projected for 12:50 a.m. Eastern. So that's going to be just a little over an hour from now. KJ, welcome aboard. And Sledgen, welcome aboard. Let's see who else we got on there. Queen Flea, thank you guys for coming in and supporting the channel. Throw a sub on there. I'd appreciate it. That's really cool. And yeah, we do this every night. We don't always have a big crowd, but we do this every night, regardless of if there's news or not. When there's not news, I have stuff I cover. And when we have news, we cover the news. But there's always a grid that shows you a bunch of different things going on. I call it the ADD format. And it seems to be something a lot of people like. Hey, KJ. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, I'm starting to get a little nervous here. Only because they were originally forecasting a couple of feet. Now they're saying 3 to 10. 3 to 10 causes a lot of damage. I mean, 3 to 10 is dangerous. Now, it sounds like they've had plenty of warning, and it sounds like they're ready. But 3 to 10 can be quite a bit. I'm going to keep watching that news station up there. If you guys see something you want to hear, let me know. I'll turn the audio up from time to time. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just... everything out there is 3 to 10 feet. Well, 3 feet, when you talk about 3 feet above mean high tide, okay, that's enough to break boats away from moorings and things like that. And depending on how fast it comes in, it can cause a lot of damage. You know, it can break docks loose and knock houses off their foundations even 3 or 4 feet of tidal surge. But if we're up in the, we don't normally see the upper range, but 10 feet of surge coming around that island is going to cause major damage. Hawaii is very much like Florida. All the population is right on the beach. When you look at Florida, the inland counties have very sparse populations. The counties that border around the outside of the state have huge populations. And in Florida, every mile away from the coast you get, the density goes down. And by the time you get to just in the inland areas of my county here, we're a coastal county. We've got tourist islands and beach islands and all up along here. Once you get in about 6 miles, you get to US 41, you're already starting to thin out a little bit. You get over to I-75, it's thinning out a lot more. You're getting into rural areas. And then once you get past that, it gets really rural. We've got just in this county alone, we've got Alva, which is a very rural place. People have farms and ranchettes out there, and Alva was only a few votes away from being the county seat in this county. Named Alva after Thomas Alva Edison's middle name. It's still just a little teeny baby town in the northeast part of the county, and a lot of us dream about going there one day and living there because it's like the last little place left where it's not totally populated. But once you get into the next county, which is Hendry County or DeSoto County, Glades County, it is out in the middle of freaking nowhere. So in Alaska, especially in the Big Island where the volcano is in the mountain, all the people are right along the edge, all the way around the edge. So all the damage is going to be centered right around where everybody lives and works and makes their money off tourism. So there's a lot at risk here tonight. 3 to 10 feet is a lot higher than we were originally told. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to take a break here in a few minutes, but I'm going to stay on. Anon, no problem. We love doing it. We are live here in Southwest Florida. Thank you, Artemis, for throwing a subscribe on there. Those things really, really help. We've been working pretty hard to do this, to bring this content every night because it's gaining popularity every night. People like this. The numbers are going up. So we're just going to keep on doing it. Yep, absolutely. We have as many as 8 feeds going out at one time, including this one. I think we've got 5 or 6 up right now that are up. Yeah, and I love doing it. I mean, if I didn't like doing it, I wouldn't do it. At this point, it doesn't even pay for itself, but at least we're working in the right direction. We're getting subs. People are finding us. People like what we're doing. We're learning. We're refining and honing our skills here. We're making our equipment work better. We're trying different software. We're actually in software development right now. I got a friend of mine that actually is a software developer, and he is working with me on developing scanner software that will record the scanner traffic and play it back in order. And that way, you guys won't have to listen to all this shit going on at one time. What it's going to do is record all the pieces of scanner traffic and then line them up and play them back all in real time. And so that way, instead of hearing 3 people talking at once and then dead air, now it'll spread everything out. You'll hear transmission, 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 transmission. And so basically you're just going to continuously hear scanner traffic with no dead air. Unless it's just completely dead. There'll be no dead air because if it gets behind, it will use the dead time to catch back up. So it might be delayed a minute or two, but you don't really realize it. Things are moving along. You're able to hear everything that comes in. Every transmission is heard. There's nothing that's missed or cut out or behind something else. This is going to be a whole new way of listening to scanner traffic. And I think it's going to be really cool. And we're in development on that right now, and within the next week or so, we'll probably start to debut that on some of our scanner channels. If it works, we're going to use this on all these scanner channels, and I'm going to continue putting up more and more of these channels because I have so much bandwidth here, I don't know what to do with it all. And I'm not being sarcastic. I literally have, almost, I mean, it's just amazing speeds, 100 gigs up and 100 gigs down, just crazy speeds. And I can do speed tests while we're on the air and get absolutely amazing speeds. It kind of freaks people out when they see it. Oh, here, I'll do it again. I don't care. Let me see if I can get it to work here. Now, you would say, you can't do a speed test while you're broadcasting 7 streams out. You can't do a speed test on a computer that you're already broadcasting on. I mean, that's not going to give you a fair reading, is it? I don't know. Let's test it. I've noticed this speedtest.org is not working right anymore. That's the one I always used to use, too. Oh, well. But yeah, the important thing is when you're doing a, you know, if you're going to do a studio like this, probably one of the most important things that you have is going to be the speed of your internet. That's literally what is going to hold you up. If you're having problems, it's probably something to do with the fact that you don't have enough bandwidth, or your computer does not have enough internal bandwidth, or whatever. Here we go. Let's do it. And go. Holy shit. 800 gigs down. 800 megabits downlink. That's like a gig. I mean, we're almost at a gig. That's crazy. And then here we go. This is our uplink. We're at 900 megabits. That's almost a gig. Look at that. And I'm testing it on the computer that I'm broadcasting on, while I'm broadcasting on 6 other computers too, on the same internet connection, and Simplex Radio's in there watching TV, all on the same internet connection. And I got 3 broadcast to 5 feeds going out tonight, plus everything else going on, plus the control screens and everything else up here. I mean, when you start looking at it, plus I got my check screen here to make sure that I'm going out and coming back. When you start looking at it, it's kind of crazy how much stuff that I've got running literally right now. And it's it doesn't seem my internet connection basically seems unfazed by it. So it is what it is. Anon, there's a lot of data hype, because what the hype is that they're giving you data you don't need. They came in here for $75. I got 1 gig up, 1 gig down, which is 10 times more than I had before with broadband cable through Com Nasty. And anyway, the point is I get this service. They told me for $25 more, we can give you 7 megabits, 7 gigabits up and 7 gigabits down. And I told him, I don't need 1 gigabit. I mean, I'm running a whole studio. I don't need 1 gigabit. I have a faster internet connection here than my TV station, which is running multiple connections at one time to get the speed they have. Yeah, cable internet's a ripoff. But if you don't have glass, it's probably glass meaning fiber optic. If you don't have the fiber optic availability, then broadband is probably what you've got, and you're going to have to deal with it. It's still better than twisted pair. It's still better than wireless in some areas. Although the 5G, if all you're doing is watching TV and doing YouTube and shit, you probably would be fine with like the these mobile hotspots they're doing now that are 5G. We've got one of those we're testing right now to do the hurricane stuff with, and it does great. I mean, it does great. It's nothing like this, but for what we're doing, it's pretty good. Anyway, I realized I never hit the screen to show you guys that speed test. This is the speed test. I don't know. Let's do it again. I want you guys to see it. Here we go. I don't think I hit the button so you could see it. But here's the speed test. So that's almost 1 gigabit down and almost 1 gigabit up. And see, on Comcast, I never had more than 40 or 50 megabits up. Here I have almost a full gigabit up. It's amazing. It's absolutely nuts. I mean, when you you just look at what you get with it, you know, and the amazing amount of speed that you get with it. It is absolutely crazy. It's allowing me to do stuff like this. Anyway, all right, so let's take a look at what's going on here. We've got Tsunami cams up there in the middle. Up on the left there, that's news out of Hawaii. Upper right is live from the space station, but I don't think it's actually live. You know what I mean. And the Earth don't change much. And below that is live chopper traffic, live chopper views from above Hawaii. And then also we're watching a storm complex over here on Radar Omega, although we have lost the last of our storm chasers, has gone offline. And so we're down to just our 2 static views here. Oh no, wait, here. This one's still up over here. So let me move these guys up, and I'll bring our other storm chaser in down here. So we do still have the 1 storm chaser out, and that's Tornado Pagey, and they are in Spearfish, South Dakota. How many spearfish do they have in South Dakota? They got a whole town named after it. And then we've got this other larger complex over here, but it seems to be waning. The National Weather Service has allowed the warning in this area to go away. We're down to just a 1 out of 5, I think, or 2 out of 5 now, instead of a 3 or 4 out of 5 like we were earlier. So they've definitely let this come down a little bit, and I can see it. They're not issuing any tornado warnings, and we've just got a couple of these severe thunderstorm warnings. None of this has been bad enough for me to pull up scanners out there, because we're just not going to hear much. These guys aren't even going to get woke up out of bed for this mess. So yeah, nothing to worry about there, nothing to see here. So anyway, there is a meteor shower going on tonight, as we've mentioned a few times. Stargazers may get a good chance to see fireballs streaking across the sky this week. 2 meteor showers, the Alpha Capricornids and the Southern Delta Aquariids will reach their peak, and another is ramping up right after that. And they're all going to reach their peak tonight between midnight and about 4:30 in the morning. So if you're out in the middle of the night and you're in a dark sky location, there's a chance of a fireball tonight if you're patient. And there's also going to be some streaks, quick streaks moving through up there as well. So you can check that out. But you have to be patient. You can't go out and look for 2 minutes and go, well, he lied. Bastard lied. There ain't no rocks falling from space out here. No, trust me, you just got to be patient. That's all. Well, there is some bad things about Starlink because it's brand new. The 2nd generation stuff, I'm already hearing much better things about the 2nd generation. So I think Starlink's viable. I think it's good. I think we just had to get past that 1st generation. Look, you never buy the first of anything. We had a fire department here that bought one of the first E1 Hush fire trucks off the line. And they were so proud of that thing. The motor was in the back. It was a completely new designed fire truck. It was revolutionary. It was amazing. They got one of the first ones off the line. And 6 months later, the whole back end rolled out from underneath it. They don't know what happened. But that didn't happen to any of the later trucks. And it's the same thing. When something's brand new, the satisfaction rate is not going to be high until you get the second and third generation coming out, and they've had a chance to rebuild and redesign each of these things, and that's a lot of times what it takes to get to where we got a really good product. So I'm thinking of going Starlink 2 now that we're in the second generation of hardware. I'm considering it because if I can mount that on a pole and it survives the storm and I can run it on a battery, then I can keep a camera up no matter what during a hurricane. So we're wanting to do some testing. I at least want to have one going if we get a storm somewhere that I can go set up, because I want to see if Starlink will stay up during a hurricane. And you know what, Aquarius? I don't live in a city. I would never live in a city. It's just extra tax and extra government you put on top of yourself, and you get nothing for it. I would never live in a city, but I'm out in the country. I'm surprised we got it when we got it. We are not in a dense area at all. I'm in an area where it's not quite ranchettes. It's still like properties and homes, but still, it's kind of a rural type setting, if that makes sense. We can kind of put up antennas if we want and stuff like that out here. That's what the appeal of this area is to me, is I don't have a bunch of Karens for neighbors. And I can pretty much do what I want. Yeah, I may do a Starlink stress test. I mean, and if I do, I will definitely do it on here so you guys can see it. Absolutely. Yep. Like I said, they came here and offered it to us. My work doesn't have it. They're right in downtown on the River District in Fort Myers, and my work doesn't have fiber optic. They have two different types of cable internet coming in there, but they do not have fiber optic. And they're on multiple commercial lines in there, and I do better than them here on my personal residential line. There's a 9. What do you mean? Let's see here. Did I miss something? Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. But just put it in there. Oh God, another earthquake. Shit. Let me pull up the monitor. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing anything in Japan, but I am seeing a number of new earthquakes. My Lord, we've got an entire, it looks like we literally have an entire swarm of these things out here. Look at this. All these purple ones are brand new in the last few hours here. And this one's our big one, 8.8 from earlier. But look at all these purple ones are since this big quake. Wow. So yeah, we're continuing to get earthquakes. Now, as I back out, I don't see a lot going on anywhere else. It looks like this is the only place where we're having any kind of major seismic activity right now, is off of the peninsula there in Russia. You guys see where we're at. Man, look at that. What a swarm. Holy shit, that's a swarm. That's just nuts. All right, guys, this is Starship Studios in Southwest Florida. We are broadcasting live on the largest broadcast platform in the world, and that would be YouTube. And we are providing you tonight with the sights and sounds of Earth right here on Starship Adventures. And don't forget to like our other channels, Simplex Radio and Starship After Dark, and our Discord channel. We do have a Discord channel. I'll put that link in there for you. I want... you guys to know the Discord channel is mostly just to put in links and stuff for me. You guys can use it for discussion. I've got a bunch of different topics in there. I'm posting all of my news articles that I'm writing in there as well. So it's going to be fairly active. It's only like 5 days old, and I think you'll find that it's going to be pretty active once we get it going in there. I'm in the process of integrating additional social media right now into one big program, and then I'm trying to get all that set up so that when we do one thing, it propagates over everywhere, and then all those responses are propagated back over to one site again. There's paid services that do that, and I've decided to go ahead and pay for it to get it done. So anyway, there's our Discord server for right now. Yes, 8.8. It was updated from an 8.7 to an 8.8. Multiple reports coming in of a mega quake. Now, this may not have hit this map yet. Let me see. Let me start checking news sources and see what I can find. Usually a Google News search will usually bring up something like this. Yeah, I don't see anything issued for an earthquake in Japan. I'm seeing everything for a tsunami warning in Japan. All right, I'm going to continue to watch it, but what I'm seeing right now, well, okay, so someone puts it in the chat. That's why I double check it. That's all we're doing. When we see something, people see something, they put it in, and I try to verify it, try to vet it. That's cool. Let's see. Yeah, I'm still looking. If we find something in Japan, it does take a few minutes for these USGS maps and stuff to update. And it is not that uncommon that when you have an earthquake swarm like this going on in one part of the world, that it could set off some activity nearby on another plate or another area nearby, another fault. So, I mean, all this is possible. And so we're going to keep checking for that. But right now, I don't have anything confirmed out of Japan other than a tsunami warning. I do think I'm going to go ahead and try to stay on tonight. So, guys, if you want to stay with me, we're keeping the numbers up in here and the chat and everything. If we can keep things going, I'm going to stay up. I want to stay up and see what happens here because these numbers that they're forecasting now are higher than we originally expected. And so I'm thinking I'm going to go ahead and stay in now and see how that does. Let's go ahead real quick here while we got just a few minutes. Okay, SpaceX launched and the recovery was good. Thank you, Victor. We probably would have covered that on a slower night. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're hearing. I've got several people tell me that Japan is having literally seismic activity right now. So we're watching for that. As soon as I can confirm that, I will. And maybe it's also some confusion. I'm not sure. Okay, so Tanya, you're saying that are you in Japan right now? Is that what you're saying? Let us know. again, we get trolled sometimes, so I'm just asking some basic questions. I don't mind the trolls either, to be honest with you. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, stay safe over there and let us know what's going on. I'm pulling up worldwide news sources right now, and I'm looking for anything. I'm also continuing to watch the live seismic map as it updates. That is one hell of a swarm of earthquakes. I mean, it's literally like 30 of them that have happened in the last 12 hours. Yeah, you definitely, I mean, if there's going to be additional quakes, see, that's the thing. We're talking about the tsunami that was created by this earthquake in Russia hours ago. If there's a new earthquake, then we would, of course, have new tsunami warnings, and they would be all reissued with new times and new forecasts. And we could actually, there's been times in the past where we would actually have multiple tsunami warnings at the same time for different areas, for the same areas. So, yeah. So let's take a quick look. The top 10 U.S. headlines right now that are being followed. Let's see, this is not necessarily in order, but we're still following new information coming out in the Midtown Manhattan mass shooting from yesterday. Gunman Shane Tumara kills 5, including an NYPD officer before taking his own life. And we said last night on the broadcast, he was an aspiring NFL player, and NFL happened to be located in that building. And sure enough, today they confirmed that was the motive. The only reason why he didn't shoot up the NFL and he just gave up and shot himself was because he took the wrong elevator. And he went to the wrong part of the building and he shot up the wrong part of the building. And there's some weird quinky dinks that have come out of this. He worked in Vegas and drove all the way across the country and literally got out of his car and just walked into the place carrying the gun. I mean, it was like, no, it was what he was doing. And another weird quinky dink that came out of that today, he offed himself by shooting center mass rather than the head. And the reason is he wanted to donate his brain to science because he believed he had that football traumatic injury thing going on. So that's another interesting tidbit that came out today. Let's see, another big fentanyl bust down on the southern border. I don't really get into that too much, but it was discovered at an Arizona checkpoint down there. The mules and stuff are getting desperate down there because as the border slowly closes off, their way of making money is closing off as well. And so they're becoming more and more desperate to try to find ways to get that stuff to move across the border. Tropical wave in the Gulf watching, let's see, there's a disorganized area in the Yucatan that bears watching, and they may start issuing that on something on that coming up. But right now, nothing specific, and they're not really looking at anything specific, but they are saying that there's a possibility there that later on, after the weekend, we could see some development down there. Let's see. Texas has declared a statewide emergency over their power grid. The ERCOT warns of rolling blackouts. They've had brutal triple-digit temperatures throughout parts of Texas, much of Texas. And they're having a hard time meeting demand right now, and they're saying they may have to go to rolling blackouts if this continues. Gas prices soar. State average in California is $6.12, and this is due to a localized refinery outage out in California. It's not really affecting the rest of the country that much. California already paying twice what we pay for gas. Their average $6.12 a gallon. We average $3 a gallon. I paid $2.89 a gallon, right down the street from my house here about 3 days ago. Yeah. Vicky, what do you mean? Please. It says you really like kids. Please tell me you don't. I love this channel. Okay, I don't know how to answer that. I don't really like kids. I never wanted kids. I never had kids. I married late in life, and I have one grandchild from marriage, and that's it. So I don't have any kids, and I never wanted kids. They make a lot of noise, put out a particular smell, and are very expensive. It's not something I really ever wanted. I'm one of these rare people. My father was too, unfortunately, but still was a good father. But I will tell you that I have the gene. I don't want kids. Never wanted kids. My brother never wanted kids. My father never wanted kids. His father never wanted kids. It actually runs in the family not wanting kids, which is kind of self-defeating if you think about it. Eventually, you're going to run your shit out, which has almost happened. My brother had 2 boys, so the name goes on. But still, I know I don't have kids, never wanted kids, don't like kids. I don't hate kids, but I also don't change diapers and things like that. You're unsubbing. Why is that? I don't know what all that's about. If you're unsubbing from me because I didn't have kids, bye. Hey, Luke, what's going on, man? And Steve, thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate it. And I'm not sure what that's all about with Vicky, so I don't know. But I don't know what she means by that. I don't know. Weird. Huh. Yeah, that I don't know. I love the trolls coming in. I do. Yeah, guys, I'm a free speech channel. You can talk about you hate Trump, you hate Biden, you hate guns, you hate people, you hate aliens. You can talk about all of it. But if you start besmirching characters and using harsh racial slurs or spamming, we are going to go ahead and just delete you or time you out. The trolls don't bother me. I've been called everything, by the way. I've literally been called everything. My record is clean. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's a troll. You know, when my numbers go up, I get trolls. That's a sign that you're doing good. I hate to say it. Oh, my God. My stream's not even made for kids. I don't do any streams for kids, nor do I have kids in any of my streams. So I don't know what all that's about. Yeah, well, what's happened in California is it's become too expensive to make gas out there, and it's too expensive to fix anything out there. That state has literally run themselves out of money and out of business, and they're literally in abstract failure right now, and the federal government's picking up quite a bit of the bill. Do you know how much money Florida gives to the federal government that ends up being given to California? You have no idea. The numbers are staggering because we ask for very little federal aid here. We get very little subsidy here. And we don't even pay a state income tax here. We've got it figured out down here. And you got places like California, they're paying double what I'm paying in taxes right now. And they're in a state where gas costs twice as much. And it's spiraling. It's going down. Nobody even wants to vacation there anymore. And California is probably the most beautiful, most climate diverse state that we have. It's an amazing place, beautiful place. Yes. Yeah, they're just trolls, guys. Don't let them bug you too bad. For those of you who don't know me, I'll go ahead and I don't give my past all that often, but I'll go ahead and do it now. It sounds like maybe it's a good time. I'm 56 years old. My name is Ian. My call sign is KO4EFS. I produced the #1 local radio show on commercial radio here in Southwest Florida, and I have produced that show for many years. I've worked in commercial radio for 14 years, and before that, I was a firefighter, retired as the chief of the department at my department, and I served in many different roles, including fire marshal, training officer, and I coordinated the volunteer program as a full-time paid employee. So I have done a lot with the fire service. I also was a part-time certified cop, and I did police work on my days off. I also was an emergency medical trained dispatcher and also a comms specialist that responded to and set up emergency communications following disasters like Hurricane Opal and Hurricane Andrew. I have done much with and for my community. I spearheaded all kinds of philanthropy and projects through my district, whether it was giving the poor children Christmas gifts or turkeys at Thanksgiving. We did so many different events. We had Easter events, Halloween events. My station was the most active station in 5 counties when it came to community outreach projects. Now, I eventually retired and the union came in and all that went away. They all come in now and make really good money and do nothing but sit on their ass all day. But we still need them, and they do a good job, and I love the guys. But it's not like it used to be. It used to be very different back then. We were a small rural department, and even though I was paid full-time, I volunteered probably as many hours as I was paid for. It was just a very different setting back then. But I've done a lot of different things in my life. I even drove a cab for a short time. I drove a wrecker for a short time. I've done some screwed up jobs. I've also I've done a lot of philanthropy. I was the president of the Volunteer Firemen's Fund for many years, raising $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 a year to buy gear and pagers for firefighters so we'd have more manpower on calls. I also started and ran Florida Paranormal Research, which was one of the largest paranormal research groups in the state of Florida. And we broadcast on Justin TV before internet broadcasting was even big. So I've done a lot, and I've done a lot. I've had no children. I've never wanted children, and I don't know where that even came from. But there you go. The whole thing's ridiculous. But I will tell you this. I enjoy what I do now, and I really like this evening, little evening show that we're doing. Even like tonight, we're going to stay on late because that tsunami is due to arrive in under an hour at this point. So I'm going to stay on. I'm going to stay up with you guys, and we're going to watch this thing come in live. I've got their news up. They're staying wall to wall out there on the news. We're going to take some more of that. And I've got some more views I'm going to get up here in just a few minutes. So we are going to stay up for another hour. And I think what's special about the coverage that I do here is it comes from a very unique place. I was a cop, a fireman, a dispatcher. I was an emergency manager and an EMT, and I did all these things. And now I work for the media. I'm the one trying to get the information out of these agencies, and it's like impossible. And so I've actually seen the world from the side of the responder and from the side of the public trying to get information from the responder. And I've become very frustrated with the whole system, but at least I understand it. And when it comes to emergency services and radio communications, that's my specialty. That's where I did my best work. I dispatched on my days off because I just love dispatching. And so right now I'm a ham radio operator. I do a lot of stuff with amateur radio and propagation and science and studying, and I've wrote white papers and I do all kinds of neat stuff. And I love where I'm at right now, and that's what I do. And so there you go. What is with, we have very little trolling in here. Have you guys noticed that? I mean, we don't get a lot of trolling. So when we do get some, it is what it is. Oh, I just love it. I'm a one in hand. It's actually funny, you know. Oh my God. I'm a police officer and the guy that's the host is wanted man. That's fucking ignorant. That's the best thing you could come up with. I went back and read that deleted comment because I didn't know what it said, and it made me laugh. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Yeah, the weirdos are out tonight. Fun trolling, I don't care. If you're going to be a nasty asshole, we'll just get rid of you. I don't really care. Yeah, well, and that's what a lot of times, you know, some people troll for fun, and I don't mind the fun trolls. I troll them back. We have a fun time. And some people troll because they're hateful, little spiteful people that have had shitty lives, and they like to drag you down so that you're having a shitty life too. And the one thing that hurts them the most is to not let that happen. And so I try very hard not to get pissed at trolls because that's what they want. Yeah. Well, Aquarius, it's 50% upbringing and 50% soul. Okay? Let's be clear about that. I do believe that you could have an evil, bad soul, and no matter what you do here, you could have good parents and a good upbringing and a good community, and you're still a shit and you go out and rob banks. I also believe that most of us are born with a good soul, and all we need is the right environment, and we grow up right, and we do things right, and we're helpful people in our community. We go out and we do things to help other people. That's the bottom line. And then, of course, you've always got, oh shit, another press release. Stand by. Here we go.
Remain vigilant, take this seriously, and wait until you get the all clear signal, or we reduce the warning to a lower level from either your state or your county official government sources. Thank you very much.
Mahalo Tag. Up next, Hawaii Emergency Management Agency Administrator James Barros.
All right, aloha. As we move this evacuation from those zones, we want to ensure that you're doing it safely and you're not panicking. You have time to get out of the inundation zone. The counties are working their sheltering plan and opening up tsunami assembly areas. So work with your counties, go to your county websites and see what shelters are being opened. The state is posturing that if needed, we can provide additional support post-impact at the shelters. I have opened the line of communication with FEMA, so we're on several calls so far. FEMA's postured to support the state at this time. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, we will bring up the Director of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, James Kunane Tokioka.
Mahalo. Aloha. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will give an update on the visitor industry and what we're doing to the visitors that are here in Hawaii and informing them. I've been in contact with Jerry Gibson from the Hawaii Hotel Alliance and Jeff Wagner. We leaned on them during the Maui wildfire to help us, so we're leaning on them now. And the properties that are along the coastline are being asked to evacuate vertically, 4 floors and above. Some of the people have left the hotels, and the ones that have left the hotels to go to the airport, if they need a place to stay, when the airport is shut down, if it is shut down, then they should call the property that they came from to see if there is still availability at that property so they can go back there. I want to ensure that their friends and family on the mainland understand that there is a plan, and I think we need to give the governor and
Administrator Barros and General Logan, big kudos, because there was a lot of training that went on after the wildfires, and this is the perfect opportunity for us to put those training, what we learned in training, into place. So thank you all for that, and be patient with each other. God bless you all.
Mahalo, Director Tokioka. At this time, we will open up for questions from the media, and I will call upon everyone one at a time. And I'm going to start with Ashley from Hawaii Public Radio.
Can you talk about what it means, what a 6-foot wave kind of means? Like, can you give some type of, reference point for people as to what that's going to look like?
So the question is asking, can we clarify and kind of give deeper details to what a 6-foot wave means?
I think that's a very important question to clarify. So when we describe this wave, it's probably more accurate to describe it as having an amplitude of 3 feet above its base. When the water pulls back from a tsunami, you have the base drop. That becomes the trough of a wave to a peak, which is higher. That full distance from peak to trough is 6 feet. This would be 3-foot wave riding across the top of the surf. I wanted to remind people, this is not just like a wave comes off the shore, a 3-foot wave smacks down on the beach. This is a longitudinal wave with great force driving through the shoreline and into land. That's why we ask people to evacuate very far back. People asked if there was a generic way to describe how far you have to get away from the shoreline. To be absolutely safe, it's at least 4,000 feet. That's the better part, that's 4/5 of a mile, basically. That's why these inundation zones, which you can see on the map, which show red, are not just a few feet off of the shoreline. It is, again, not just a 3-foot wave. It is a forceful wall of water that will move across the shoreline and into the community if we ultimately get hit by this tsunami. We will get extra information as we go. It was described to us that it is impossible to predict until we get closer exactly how large the wave. It could be significantly larger than that, and it also could be smaller. We're aware of that. A little bit of history, just so people know real quickly. In 1946, before we had alarms, on tragically April Fool's Day in 1946, the tsunami hit Hilo. It was started by an earthquake that was 8.6. This one is larger. It took 4.5 hours to hit Hawaii. That year, we lost 159 loved ones. It was the middle of the day. Another tsunami that came in 1960 that hit Hilo, also there, came from Chile. It was a 9.5 magnitude, which is an extraordinarily large earthquake. That was on May 22nd, 1960. Took out 500 homes. That caused a 35-foot wave. It happened at 1 a.m. in the morning, which is why we lost 61 loved ones that year. So we will not be out of the woods until we come past first the wave that strikes Kauai, and then we'll see where it inundates along the rest of the shoreline. Again, it will not just hit some parts of the island. It should probably spread around the islands. And so you can expect waves everywhere, provided that tsunami does hit as we expect.
Andrew, Honolulu Star-Advertiser.
You answered a couple of questions I had already. What about electric utilities? At least Hawaiian Electric says they're coordinating with emergency management folks. Is there a plan for the power companies to preemptively shut off power sometime before the expected arrival time of the...
So the question is around public utilities and whether or not there will be a shut-off.
I'm struggling with missing
electricity.
teeth, and that.
So we are in constant communication with HECO. Right now, the protocol is not for them to shut off, but we're in constant comms with them that if we see it impacting worse than what we anticipate, then we'll ask them to go into a shutdown. But we're having conversations with them.
Also, as it was described to me, we can't expect the wave to hit poles, and usually poles will go down. We expect significant debris. If we end up having a 3-foot or larger tsunami come through communities, there are going to be significant amounts of debris that can damage these poles. They will be out in force immediately once they get the all clear. They will also have to wait for the all clear because we can't afford to lose anyone driving along the roads. And we also don't want to send the wrong message. Anyone could be confused by seeing, anyone other than General's team out there. You can expect everyone to stay off the road. But we will do search and rescue throughout.
Lei'ui, KITV4.
Andrew had my question about the electric grid. So my question is, what specific criteria moving forward, whether it be seismic activity, are you guys looking at to lower the threshold of the tsunami warning and going down?
So it's a request to describe sort of the criteria for how we move down from a warning moving forward? Mike,
The first part will be the actual progression of the waves. So at 6:50, which is about 17 minutes from now, we'll resume our next meeting. We're probably getting data almost as we speak from Wake Island and then the French frigate shoals. That was expected in this moment. So they'll be giving us some extra wave data. But that first wave will hit around 7:10, and it could take as long as 30 minutes for the waves, is my understanding, to hit other parts of the islands. So we'll be able to give kind of constant updates about where the waves are. As you can imagine, there are going to be people out there communicating on social media. Again, please just stay home. Let the waves ride out, let the energy dissipate, and then we'll be able to give people a full accounting of when the time is to stand down.
Again, I'll just reiterate, we're going to leave it to the science, and the folks that are at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center are well-versed and well-experienced in all of these types of activities. They're gathering data, like the governor said, from some of the other land masses and the buoys and the deep ocean sensors, and we're going to rely on them to advise us. I don't anticipate it to be immediate as the waves first start hitting the parts of our state at 7-10 hours, so it may take several hours after that to see that amplification and see it dissipate. But rest assured that immediately upon learning that, we're going to put that information out through a variety of different media, to include the media that we have here today, so that people can try to get their lives and return to normalcy. Thank you.
I'll go to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
When you talk about a 3-foot wave, how does that compare to the ones that cause the great damage in Hilo? And also, how certain are you about that measurement? Can people look at it and rely on that when they look at, say, a tsunami map? Is there any reason for people to go beyond what the tsunami maps tell them about where they should evacuate?
So lots packed into that question. So it's a question around describing that 3-foot wave, the impact in comparison to past history, which I think the governor shared.
Okay, so the comparative waves, the wave in 1960, when we had the giant earthquake off of Chile, was gigantic. It was a 35-foot wave. I mean, that was a total destruction wave. It came and wiped out houses completely. Right now, the first indication we had, the first small crest was actually just 30 centimeters, about 1 foot, and then that was followed ultimately by 6 feet from peak to trough, okay? So that 30 centimeters, I believe, was the peak to trough of initial. Now we had a 6 foot. We continue to get data. It can come in like several kind of waves of water. It usually goes in cycles of about 20 minutes is how they are seeing these this forceful water come through. This is not, we pray, going to be anywhere near like that tragic tsunami in 1960. And we'll give updated measurements as soon as we hear specifically what the French frigate shoals show. That's going to be helpful. As we hear those data, we'll be able to push some of that out, perhaps on social media. We'll come back out, again, repeatedly throughout. But soon we're going to see the wave. In about 3 minutes, everyone can expect the final siren, which is 6:40. And then we will hopefully see everyone out of harm's way, and we'll begin to tell you how the waves actually hit.
One final question from Daryl.
So given the size of this wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure other than the electric grid?
So given the size of the wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure besides the electric grid?
A couple quick things, and then I'll have General come up. I mean, this is about 3 feet, okay? But a wave of water, that means it can move cars, it will throw fences around if it hits, it can dislodge trees. That's why you just can't be out there. The impact is at great speed. Any structure that gets loose and strikes an individual could take them out. And people can drown quite easily with the force of that kind of wave. So again, people have to really distinguish the waves we are accustomed to on the coast every day versus a tsunami. It's a different beast altogether. And of course, if it gets much larger, they do anticipate it could be larger. That's why they get multiple measurements. It's even more dangerous, even more forceful. Houses will be damaged. There will be debris all over the place if we do get a full tsunami.
Yeah, the federal government classifies critical infrastructure into 16 separate categories. About 13 are relevant to the state of Hawaii. One in particular is what we call transportation. It's broken down into either airport, highways, or harbors. As you know, all of our harbors are at sea level and are vulnerable. We don't know what those impacts are going to be, and we're constantly evaluating those, because not just a tsunami here, but a hurricane could have similar effects. Most of our airports are also near sea level, except for some of the smaller ones. So it's good that we have the Department of Transportation participatory in the update meetings that we're having so they can anticipate what those impacts might be. And then we have plans in place to try to assist to get those back operational as quickly as possible. The governor did talk about many of our road networks are near sea level in our coastal regions and quite possibly to the road itself, or all the power lines and all the other infrastructure that goes along with it may be impacted by some type of wave or tsunamic system. So we're careful about that. We don't have a compiled list together yet, but in just about every hazard that we have, it's incorporated into our all hazards plan, and we're either going to be directly able to help assist in its recovery, or call in additional assets as necessary.
Expect in one moment the next alarm, so why don't we actually pause now, and we'll come back to you in short order. We should have more data, but if we don't come back to you, just please everyone be very safe, and we'll begin to report on the waves as we get direct observations. Kind of around, we still anticipate 30 minutes from now, around 7:10. Thank you for being safe.
All right, there you go. Another news conference. We're gonna keep this screen up. If they go back, let me know again, and we'll slide right back in there again. Yep, the final alarm is going off. I was gonna see. Nope, they went back to the newsroom. Okay, so the final alarm is going off now in Hawaii. We're 30 minutes out from the arrival of the wave. It's the final countdown. Play the music. Oh, don't. I'll get a copyright strike. Yeah, this could be pretty bad. They've had worse, but not recently. It's been a while since they've had a real bad one. So it's about to pass an island out there, and they've got. We've got sensors there. By the way, I'm going to go ahead and switch views now. We are going to transition into a slightly different coverage here. I'm going to drop the storm coverage. The last of the storm chasers are gone. We've got one left out, and he's heading down the interstate. So I think we're about done with the storms. So I'm now going to switch coverage 100% over to the tsunami that's coming in. I've got views from all over the place. These are all live views. There's one up there from Japan, so I put a marker on that. That's supposedly coming in from Japan. And then all the other ones are Hawaii. And you can see we have a lot of different views there of the beach. And it's going to be light there when this happens, guys. So we might get to see it on these cameras. They were talking it could be a foot, could be 2 foot, could be 6 foot. I don't know. It could be a bit. Sit here and check the latest timing. I believe the timing is not changed, but I'm double checking right now to make sure. All right, and if you guys find a better camera, let me know. There's the Discord server. Just put it right in the general. Let's see what this is. All right, I assume that this is good footage, but I don't know. I've got some footage here that is reportedly coming out of Russia. I haven't been able to fully vet it, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just cover over my picture with it and let it play, and we'll see what it looks like. I don't want to take this other stuff off. We're less than 30 minutes from the wave arriving. I don't want to take this stuff off. I'll tell you something else. While we're watching this video in the lower right corner, I'm going to put it over the top of me, and I'm going to roll this. This is supposedly disaster response is underway across the Pacific after a powerful earthquake, yada, yada, yada. These are all supposed to be clips that were taken over in the area near the earthquake. It could be bull crap. You guys let me know if this is old footage, and I'll take it down. But I'm going to play it in the lower right corner for a few minutes. While I'm doing that, I'm going to be pulling up scanner feeds for Hawaii. Wow.
A powerful magnitude 8.8 earthquake has struck off Russia's far east.
Looks like we've got them talking back up there again. Let me go to that. I'll leave the video playing. I'll take the audio off, and then I'm going to put the sound back on that press conference.
This event centered approximately 119 kilometers.
A one-way street at Head Malka. So with that, I'd like to bring up Chief Anik.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first thing I'd like to say is just to echo what the Mayor said is make sure you're listening to the first responders. If they're giving you directions, definitely if they're telling you to evacuate, evacuate. If they're giving you directions to drive in a certain direction, follow their directions. The next thing I'd like to ask and tell you is if you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. If you've arrived at a safe location, like if it's your house, a friend's house, a shelter, or just somewhere safe, stay there. And stay there until it's safe. If you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. Stay there until you get the all clear. And then finally, if you don't need to call 911, don't. Don't inundate the 911 system. We have a lot of officers out there. They're responding to emergencies. So if you don't need to call 911, unless of course it's an emergency, stay off the 911 system because we need our officers to be able to respond to actual emergencies and calls for 911. With that, let me turn it over to Director Roger Morton.
Yes, thank you. I know it's been a rough day on the highways today. The good news is it seems to be we're clearing a little bit, but but since 2 p.m. we have been adjusting our traffic lights to facilitate Malcolm Mackay travel. And we're continuing to do that. In addition, HPD dispatch has been getting their officers to give directions right on the street. My message really is we're half an hour out from when we anticipate this wave to hit. If you're on an east-west coastal highway, now is the time to calculate, are you going to be on high ground? And if you're not, if you have any doubts, you need to get up Malka side immediately, because that's where we're going to have a problem is on our coastal highways, on Kamehameha, on Farrington, on other highways around the island. So that's the message that we have is that police on downtown areas are facilitating travel up. It's been a rough day. I know it took a long time for people to get out, but now's the time to get to high ground.
Aloha, Randall Collins with the Department of Emergency Management would like to reinforce inland and upward. Get to a safe zone. Get out of the tsunami area. and get to a safe area. That is the number one message. The second message is to stay informed. There is one place to get accurate information, and that is at hnlalert.gov. There's no www, it's just hnlalert.gov in your browser. Not only can you get information there about the tsunami zone areas and where we have activated our tsunami assembly areas, you can sign up and stay informed as we continue to text out information and message information through that application. So hnlalert.gov. Would like to thank the mayor for his leadership. We have enacted or proclaimed a local state of emergency that has opened up all the funding and all the resources and all the decisions that we need to make sure that we can keep people safe. And so with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Ireland.
Good evening, Jim Ireland, Department of Emergency Services. EMS has had a really busy afternoon and early evening. I want to thank all our paramedics, dispatchers, and EMTs for just all the hard work that they've done today. We have an emergency plan for this type of scenario. We will stop potentially responding and may not be able to respond into the inundation zones as we get closer to the predicted
Guys, I
wave
got
arrival.
scanners ready. As soon as the
Already
press
passed.
conference
So,
is over, we're switching to fire and
emergencies
police
that
scanners.
are in the inundation zone or near the inundation zone, we may or may not be able to respond over the next 45 minutes and potentially longer until we get the all clear. EMS has had a variety of calls today, just like any other day, but we've had, it seems like an excessive amounts of traffic accidents. We had a critical accident up in Laie, another accident in Waialua, as well as Pearl City. So just wanted to echo what the others said as far as just taking your time, drive safely, be careful, because we don't want to tie up ambulances and resources for preventable accidents like traffic accidents. So be careful, again, heed the warnings, get to higher ground now. This is all good advice, but we're really coming in really close now to the predicted wave time. So as we get closer, again, EMS may or may not be able to respond to a call in the inundation zone. CORE, which is also in my department, has been very busy. Since about 4 o'clock today, they've been going to coastal areas to help inform and give notice of evacuations to our homeless encampments and populations in these areas. They haven't been able to hit everywhere on the island, but they've tried to hit the busiest and most populous areas for the homeless. So again, a very busy afternoon and potentially evening for EMS. We have called in extra resources. Our ambulance bus is staffed if we need that later, and we'll be standing by with everybody else to see what exact impact this event will bring over the next few hours. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks for subbing, FC Games. Appreciate it.
Accurate information can save lives, okay? So as I've said repeatedly throughout the breaks today, you know, watching your television stations, stay in tune as long as we have power. Please do that. Provide good information. What Randy said about hnlalert.gov, absolute source of correct information. So I want to caution everybody, because I've already seen some social media stuff out there. We're talking about a circumstance right now that we really cannot predict, but we know one thing for certain. If it hits, okay, it can affect lives. It's strong enough, the potential of that. We want you to be accurately informed. As you can see from what you heard in the state report and our city report, we're doing everything we possibly can to help you. So please, stick with the accurate information. Don't be deceived by all kinds of stuff. Look to your sources here. And I promise you we'll continue to update you, not just after the wave hits, if in fact it actually hits, or what happens throughout the night. Because just so you know, I've been through this before, the wave is expected to be here 7:10 in Kauai, a few minutes after that on the island of Oahu. But we might not get an all clear for hours, because that's how these perform. March 11, 2011, that's exactly what happened. We were due at 3:17 in the morning, and at midway, it was a 6-foot wave. It was a 6-foot wave traveling 550 miles an hour, and we were not looking at a good situation. Tonight, they didn't talk about the speed, except we were being told by the civil defense people that this is going to be really bad. Okay, that was then. So it turned out we had some damage. The waves came in, they receded back out, and went back in. They did it 4 or 5 times, and they kept telling us the next one could be big. We did not get an all clear for a wave that was supposed to hit us till 3:17 until 11 a.m. the next morning. So we don't know what kind of an evening we're in for, but you want to pay attention. You want accurate information. This could save your life. I promise you, all of us will do everything we possibly can to help everybody out there, but you also have to help us too. So pay attention to that. And one last time, okay? If you're anywhere near the water, get out of there. Get to high ground, okay? Thank you. Any questions?
A lot of people park like on Atlas and
Yeah.
mountain areas, just kind of waiting.
Yeah.
So I know you said it's hard to predict for.
Continuing our live coverage here. We're going to continue to watch what's going on. I'm going to be switching coverage over a little bit now. We're going to be turning on the scanners. I currently have 4 different feeds coming out of Hawaii right now. We've got Hawaii County Public Safety, the HCF Center, Northeast and Hamakua Sector, Hawaii Island Public Safety, and Big Island, Hawaii, Puna, Volcano, and the Cal Public Safety. So I've got 4 different...
Community Center, Paneva Park, Cal Armory, Pohoa neighborhood.
And we'll be monitoring that.
Thank you.
1 Quebec Sierra, descending in 1 2000. 1 2000, 1 Quebec Sierra. 1 Quebec Sierra, and...
That is air traffic control. We don't need that.
Hawaii and Kent.
Okay, so we have 3 up anyway. That HCF Center, that's the actual airport. We don't need that. They're not. They shouldn't be affected.
So, Medic 7, we're available at the hospital. We'll take that call. Stand on Medic 12.
They've got a website up to help people out. They said HNL alert, but it doesn't work.
Units clear 1923. House is locked up and secure. We head out.
Just as White Corolla Road and Queen K.
100 copy. All units in Kyoka need to evacuate now. 413 copy.
93 Target Control, Chopper 2.
Control 5696, ground at 10-1.
Chopper 2 departing.
4330, clinically intersection. 10-1.
Copy.
109 to 100. Do you want the units along Kino Ole to head back or stay at the coast?
After patient not feeling well. 735 Monono Street. It's going to the back house. Company 2 MR1. Response to patient not feeling well. 735 Monono Street. It's going to the back house. Patient's weight is 500 pounds. Time is 18:54. Company 2 MR1. Response to patient not feeling well.
If need be, they get the shelter at Pahalea, School High School.
735 Monono Street. Give me the back house. 2
Turn
MR1.
forward.
500 pounds. Time is 18:53. Give me the back
Shift
house.
turn clear.
Patient's weight is 500 pounds. Time is 18:54. Do you copy alarm?
In 100, you good?
Okay, we're about 21 minutes, roughly 20 minutes away at this point. This is continuing coverage. My name is Ian. This is Starship Adventures. We are live at Starship Studios in Southwest Florida, providing worldwide coverage of the tsunami situation right now in the northern Pacific Ocean, and we are seeing the wave now bearing down on Hawaii, and we are watching and listening to Hawaii. What you're hearing is police scanner and fire scanner split in left and right ear, and what you're seeing is a number of different views from around the area.
Ever. You want me to send engine 1?
If you guys throw a like and a subscribe on there, I'd really appreciate it. We're in here. We do this every night, whether there's breaking news or not. So just come on in and check us out anytime.
correspond with AMR1 to District 2 for patient not feeling well. 735 Monono Street, give me the back house. Engine 1, correspond with AMR1 to District 2, patient not feeling well. 735 Monono Street, give me the back house. Patient's weight 500 pounds, time
It's
is
a hell of a time to not
18:57.
feel well.
Control for Station 1, excellent copy. They'll be responding here shortly.
Engine 1, correspond with AMR1 to District 2 for patient not feeling well. 735 Monono Street, give me the
That's
back
the
house.
Wheel Center.
Engine 1,
Any mileage was
correspond with AMR1 to
317.3.
District 2, patient not feeling well. 735 Monono Street, give me the back house. Patient's weight 500 pounds, time is 18:57. Junction at 312.
Supposed to be,
20 minutes away, guys. 20 minutes.
They said they didn't have any place to go, so I took them to a shelter. Yeah, somebody's there waiting. Just let them know they're at San Martino. 100 to 900.
You got Valley.
Did you clear aisle 30? Yeah, I'm clearing now. Okay, 10-4.
They're now estimating 710. So they've shaved a few minutes off of that. 710 puts it in 11 minutes.
Traffic units on Cornelia. Keep units posted at Kekuano'o and Kawili to stop any northbound traffic coming in. All of the traffic posts, if it's operational, you guys can clear that area and ensure that Kinohore Street roadblocks are secure to prevent any traffic from moving in the inundation zone. CP, I want you to track that. Copy. Make command post, CP.
The best news we can give right now is that this is going to happen while the sun is still up. The sun is going to set right after this happens. So hopefully they've got light through the incident, hopefully.
Can you get a rover to clear off Puyo Bridge? We got a couple of people sitting on there.
Responding. Copy, that's one.
I did finally get that government website to come up, but it took a minute. Yeah, they're having some issues. I was able to get to notifications and find that notification.
Copy. Hit the Singing Bridge. Took people off that are sitting there.
100 Central. At this point, downtown, all people have been advised.
I'm just following the RO.
Central 7800.
Go ahead.
Afternoon, 10:18. I'll be heading to the Waikoloa Road Quake intersection.
Well, thanks, Steve. I appreciate that. We try. I try to make it unique and comprehensive. Let me just put it that way.
930. I'm off in the back.
Oahu, I'll look. Let me see what I can find.
Control Company 1 responding. Copy Company 1. San Dispatch. Go ahead, TV6. Could you please deboard VB at 7 o'clock? Thank you. TV6 clear.
Up on Kinaole Street at this point.
Control 3-2. Opia is clear. Traffic is done.
Well, here, I've got that information. Give me just 1 second. Yeah, let's see here.
Central 1209, I need the hospital.
102 command post. We have all checkpoints on Kinaole assigned, correct?
Yeah, I believe Japan has already been impacted, and I don't believe they were impacted as much.
Okay, 10-4. Just as units 10-1, get accountability, and then we'll stand by for more direction.
Charlie.
Cover.
Advice BA, Charlie.
I'm in the back.
Mission clear. Cell block 657. Gonna be that covered.
111 off to the back.
Track 2 off of the
All right, so I'm checking headlines out of Japan right now. Okay, so apparently there was a 30-centimeter rise, which is about a foot, that was registered at a tide gauge in Namaro, Hokkaido, and apparently they did evacuate low-lying areas.
10-8, 10-1.
And they said it was modest compared to what they were expecting, so that might be good news.
Central 9954, off in the back.
Sorry, you can't reach me.
Negative.
Yes, I believe they've lifted the tsunami warnings in Japan at this point, and there's been no major damage
Control
reported.
Company 1 on scene with Unit 1.
But remember, energy goes all different
Okay,
ways
good
at different rates and different amounts, and so we don't know what we're going to get yet. The wave is due in about 5 minutes. We're coming up really close here, guys. 5 minutes away. We've got scanners up. What scanners are available are up in left and right ears, and yeah, Japan was never going to be hit as bad because they're back behind this thing. Hawaii's actually out in front of this thing, and it's going to have more of a frontal impact. Bigfoot, Texas. Oh, anytime. We're here every night. Please stop in and check us out no matter what's going on, whether it's knifings at Walmarts or shootings at skyscrapers or tornadoes in South Dakota. We're here. We also specialize in hurricanes and that kind of stuff too, and you'll be seeing some of that later. We actually go out and put cameras in areas where hurricanes are hitting.
Likewise, get people in the wall and come over the wall.
Thanks, Brandon. I appreciate it. You guys hit that thumbs up in there. We're doing good on numbers. We're doing great tonight. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I'm glad that the coverage is working for you. We are listening to scanners out of Hawaii, and you're seeing all the multiple views out of Hawaii. We are just moments away from the arrival of this wave.
That's a 4720 heading back to Kanalua and Makawa.
Some of these scanners are really phased a little bit, and it's hard to understand what they're saying, but it's all we have.
159 off in the back.
Thanks, Michelle. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, wow. Okay, Jason. Well, I'm sure if she's on one of the bases there that they've got those
Central
guys. I'm
105,
sure they've got
checking out
everybody
Chico
safe.
10, Highway 11.
Thank you for the sub. I do appreciate that, Michelle. I do appreciate that. Let's see. Fenry, is it pronounced? Yeah, and that was the last big one they've had. I do believe it's been like 15 or 16 years. Yeah. Well, Grant, because, you know, I've been doing this 5 years, but I specialized in amateur radio stuff for so long, and I've now backed up about a year ago. I backed up and started going in a different direction, and here's what it's culminated as. I think we're going to continue to grow. I've already got a nail right over there for that silver plaque. I'll show you where I'm going to put it. No, I'm totally kidding. I don't want you guys to think I'm one of these big head YouTube people. But I do. I have goals. I want it to be good. I think we'll get there. I think it's good coverage.
United Gate 1, time is 1908.
We do this same thing for riots and hurricanes and everything, manhunts. We do the same thing.
915 off for that.
United Gate 1, R, 12, respond for chest pain. Airport, United Gate 1,
That center camera just went down.
R, 12, respond for chest pain. Airport, United Gate 1,
I want to see if I can replace it.
R, 12, respond for chest pain. Airport, United Gate 1.
6-2, I'll be off at the intersection of Henry Louis and Kilo.
Airport, United Gate 1, time is 1908.
Clear, copy, responding.
Right, no problem.
Oh, 138 to 600. Anyway.
I'm trying to watch these water levels. The first thing you'll see is the water receding. The wave won't come in at first. It'll be receiving. George's World, thank you for subbing.
Wanting a further evaluation. ALS.
Hugo Mack, thank you for subbing.
We have the Robert Hawaii bus reporting that this is the route to go through to Keoho to pick up people.
Rick Lowry, thank you for subbing. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Should we let this bus through? Copy. I'll be there in about 2 minutes. Thank you. Hey, where are you trying to get to in Keoho?
Registration copy, thank you.
Alright, 10-6.
Grant, thank you very much for subbing. I appreciate that.
Supposedly this was the 5 p.m. bus that is late because of traffic. They're trying to get to Keoho to continue their route southbound. It's going to be the last bus. 15.
There you go. They're shutting down public transit.
Stand by.
All right, and here's our Discord link if you guys would like it, so you guys can post links and stuff in there and check it out. We post our news and stuff. Very new. I think we've been doing it 5 days now, so we're getting things going here.
Central 1507, be off in the back.
All right, let's see here.
Hey, confirming you guys are 14 TV.
All right, guys, we're going to do a little reset here. Let me just let everybody know what we're doing. My name's Ian. This is Starship Adventures. Thank you, PMT, for subscribing. We are live tonight in Southwest Florida, and we are covering a tsunami that is actually due right now, and we are keeping an eye on our main grid so we can try to see if we can see this thing coming in. This is the sights and sounds of Earth right here on Starship Adventures. As it is time right now for this thing to come on shore. We are watching for any changes in the shoreline, either running out or coming in. Normally, we will see the tide recede at first and then start to come in. I'll keep the scanners up. We are right about time when we should be seeing this thing.
Pulse 138, copy.
Yeah.
138 can you just confirm the last
Central RO 906 off in the back. Flight control, medical responding.
Thanks, Rozzy. Appreciate it. You guys will find we do this every night, whether it's something you're interested in or not. We do this every night, and then when it's a slow night, I do discussions on other things.
We're not letting you more to a lead. Before we copy, thank you. If it makes you feel warm and fuzzy, let them know that we evacuated the very cool. Before he copies, thank you.
Shit. Life would be so much better if I would quit hitting the wrong buttons. All right. This Japan one up here I'm going to take out because we are at this point, Japan's no longer in play. It's over there. And they didn't get it that bad because of where they're at. They're on the backside. And they didn't get that much of the energy going in their direction. So I've got another one here that's flipping, that's showing a bunch of different beach pictures. So we'll try that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, 930, clear back.
All right. Yeah, thanks, guys. I do appreciate it. And
12, Airport, Gate 1 United. ETA is...
yep, I do try. I do try. And when it's not busy in here, we do talks on paranormal, all kinds of neat, cool stuff.
No medical needed
We talk about everything, events, technology, science. We have a lot of fun on here, even on slow nights. The setup has 9 computers. We have the ability to broadcast 8 streams at one time, and we routinely try to get up to that many. I think I got 6 up right now. We do scanner feeds from cities. We do ham radio feeds. We do all kinds of neat stuff from here. I built this studio from the ground up, from scratch, and it's actually an outbuilding behind my house that's set up as a studio, and we have a fiber optic line coming in here that runs everything. And
I got a domestic, 104 Punahou Street, 104 Punahou.
A domestic. That's just awesome. You know what? The tide's rising, people are dying, and you guys are fighting. That's just awesome. Oh, my Lord. Oh, hey, no problem. You know, I'm a little ADD myself, and I like to have a lot of views.
He's threatening to kill her. So far, in 1950.
You guys see that this bus driver or they gotta go? The Helion bus is at Kinoole and Hailey.
Sorry, what's the officer's name?
31, I copied the last, but is that in the evacuation zone?
I don't see.
Yeah, we read at the border.
I don't see any real change in the tide anywhere. I don't. If you guys see anything, the original time they gave us was 1:17 Eastern, so that's in 1 minute. But then they moved it back to 1:10. Thanks, Paulson TV. Thanks for coming in. I do appreciate the sub. Yeah, I don't know.
1:10.
I will tell you, I've seen these before where absolutely nothing happens, but you never know. This could be crazy.
150.
150.
134 Charlie.
I know it's difficult if you're watching on a phone. The show is mostly formatted for TVs and computers. I'm sorry if it's a little hard to see everything.
5034. Can you start heading to 121 Puyo Street, 121 Puyo? There's a Tom Brady saying that he was assaulted with a 2x4. He didn't want to discuss it with the call taker who the responsible is, so we have no descriptions.
All right. Nope, no updates. I'm also watching the alert. The Hawaii alert's coming out. Nothing there. And
Officer Kip, we're going to report to the station. Some logistics. We can help you. You can help us with.
Yes.
yeah, we do all kinds of neat topics here. I even talk about science fiction shows like Star Trek and stuff every now and then. We do a little bit of everything, but I don't do politics. I do politics at work. I do a political show at work, and I'm done with it. So when I come home, we don't do any politics here.
Where?
It's no Yep, hurricane season's been a little slow this year. We took a direct hit from Ian, as you guys remember, 3 years ago. And then we took 2 subsequent hits. All 3 of them flooded my house that I grew up in.
Central 10 East on
But we cover hurricanes like crazy. We actually we start putting all our different computers into service covering the same hurricane. And you'll actually not only have multiple multi-screen views, but you'll have multiple multi-screen views. It's pretty cool. The new flat screen TVs can make good computer monitors. Some of them have funky programming though, like that shuts them off after a certain time, or the edges don't line up exactly right. So do TVs make great computer screens? No, but they make acceptable computer screens. They're a little bit of a pain in the ass sometimes.
Myself and 9913. Lieutenant Allen intersection. Mr. Lani Huli, Kinole.
Well, the furthest northwest island in the island chain would probably be first to register anything. I don't see any change at all in the tide. I mean, I'm watching a bunch of different cameras here, and just like you are, and I don't see any big fundamental change in the height of the tide. Like I said, we should see it recede and then come in. But I'm just not seeing it. Weather and whatever. Oh, no comment. Okay, so let me, Dave, thank you for the sub. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, so I'm going to switch that one out. That's another live cam. That one is on...
10057.
10-8, 10-1.
Oh, I don't have the exact beach, but it's on the Big Island, I'm pretty sure. And remember, it doesn't look like your traditional tidal wave like you see in the movies. It's normally a tide goes out and then it comes back with a little bit of force. That's generally what you see. But it's not like a big wave that you see coming on the horizon like you saw at the end of so many of these movies.
Are you guys still in the intersection?
Let's just for shits, let's see what they're saying.
With some of the images you've captured. Hi, Mayo.
Thanks a lot, Mark and Steph. And of course, if you need to interrupt me at any moment, because we're all keeping an eye on our ports. But I wanted to show you this video that our Casey Lund was shooting from a Kaka'ako high-rise. And it was amazing to see all of the ships evacuating. Now, this is because at about 6:47 this evening, the U.S. Coast Guard ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from all commercial harbors in the entire state. So you can see the Coast Guard there was also moving. Several boaters were getting out of the way. I called a boating friend, and he had already gotten the word. In fact, many boaters were not waiting for the U.S. Coast Guard to give this official warning, but everyone just certainly getting out of the way. There are 9 commercial harbors on 6 islands. We also saw there was a cruise ship in the Hilo Bay area that loaded their passengers, and they were heading out to sea. Now, I also called Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam to ask about the military ships. They would not say what the military ships are doing, and so we're trying to get official word on what those battleships are doing. But again, the U.S. Coast Guard has ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from every harbor in the state of Hawaii. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mahealani, for that. And so we were monitoring those live cameras, and we still, during Mahea's report, we have not noticed anything that sticks out just yet. But just before we went to Mahea, Ben Gutierrez just mentioned what is really important, and that is the reason why, even though this timeline, it has passed, it's not the time to go back to the beach. If you're curious, because we have not seen anything noticeable. It is a series of waves. That's what a tsunami wave is. It is not just one, and it is not a surf wave. It wraps around the island.
Yeah, it's not a singular event. This is an hours-long event, right? Right? And we're looking at this. This is something where you're watching very closely. You're looking at the changes in the water activity. Now, as the sun has gone down already, who knows how much this shot is going to change, what we'll be able to see right now as we're staying on our Hanalei cam. We are constantly refreshing, making sure it is the most up-to-date image and the most accurate representation of Hanalei Bay. As the reports have come down, as the updates have come down, Hanalei emerged as kind of the first site that was going to be seeing any sort of activity.
We want to go live now to our live cam on Maui, and this is the coastline there, and you can see
that one looks like it's come up a little bit.
Any differences out there, Ben?
Not just yet. It kind of looks normal, but
it's hard to tell.
Again, we still have some of those streaks of flatter water off in the districts, again, indicative of some currents that are going on. You know, the people who serve watermen, waterwomen, those who use the ocean a lot are very familiar with those streaks and look for them.
I love listening to them fill
Those are the things that will indicate that could get you into trouble if you get caught in it. But nothing that I see. Jen, do you see anything?
It's really hard to tell from this vantage point.
The
but
upper
it
right
does
corner
seem like
there,
stronger
with that one
currents
single
are
palm
occurring.
tree,
At the same
that
time,
has come
I
up
think
some,
it's
I
important
think.
to note that we do have high tide that's peaking right now. So there is a rise in water overall and a lot of movement over the water on top of the expected arrival of the tsunami. So a lot of moving parts. It's very dynamic over the Pacific Ocean right now.
One thing that we have had that we haven't really been able to share with you is that the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center has been putting out, or receiving rather, some data as far as the wave heights. And so Wake Island got a 0.7-foot wave that was recorded at the buoy there. Midway, 1 feet. That's not the that's basically the amplitude. That's basically the regular. That's not trough to crest. That is the ocean, the regular ocean surface, and then added to that, 1 foot is the wave height. Highest one we've got is one of the dart buoys, which had a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean. This is closer to Kamchatka. I'm trying to figure out which exact
the high
buoy
tide
that
is unfortunate
but it is
timing.
Dart 21416. There are a couple of buoys that are kind of like out in the area. I've got just so you know what I'm doing, I'm kind of like looking at the map, trying to figure out which one is 21416. And this is probably one of the ones that is pretty, 21416 with a 3-foot amplitude is the one that is closest to the earthquake.
Thanks,
itself.
DB.
So that one recorded a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean. The other ones are a little bit smaller. Back to some of the wave heights. There's about 1.1 feet in Japan. 2 other dart buoys that are out there, 1.5 and 1.4. 0.6 feet and 0.9 feet. And so there is a wave out there. It might not be that big, but again, even if it's not that big, there's still currents.
I know one of the buoys that they were trying to get more information on was the one in Guam at 657, Ben. Do you see any data generated at that buoy?
Oh, is that Midway?
Guam?
Guam. I don't have Guam on this list, but I'll look it up.
Okay.
And see if I can look it up for you.
We do want to take a look at one of the reasons, of course, why we were watching Midway Atoll so closely is because it is kind of the first warning when we get a tsunami coming from the west or northwest like this. Let's actually take a look at some of the observed water levels. If we can bring up graphics 12 or max 2 real quick, you can see this very clearly. This is over it seems like the last 24 hours. The blue line, that's the actual prediction for where the water level is going to be. The water level is in red, and you can see as we're going into today, as the tsunami wave is passing, the tsunami waves, I should rather say, is passing the atoll buoy. You've got this jump up.
Thank you for joining. Appreciate it.
You've got this jump up. You've got this jump down. Again, this is just indicative of how many different waves are going to be potentially moving in. Of course, it looks very different out there. It might look very calm on the camera, but again, Ben and I have been talking about how Hawaii is kind of in a very unique circle.
Okay, let's go back to the scanners for a few minutes and see if we hear anything different there. All right, we're back on Big Island, Hawaii, Volcano, Kai, and Puna Public Safety, Hawaii Island Public Safety, and Hawaii County, including Hamakua and North Hilo, all on the scanner feed. We don't need the airport, though. I'll turn that back off. Okay, there we go. And the quiet says it all.
I'm standing by. I need a unit at Kilauea and Kamana.
10057, are you assigned to Kino'ole and Kamana?
That's what I was told, but I can go Kilauea.
Yeah, zoom into people's bedrooms. That's awesome. Way to go, CNBC. Keep zooming around, you'll find us something real good to watch.
And Kamana as well.
I'm telling you guys, I've watched these before, and they've turned out to be a big zero. I've also watched them, and there's been what they predicted too. So, the tsunami warning thing has come a long way because we didn't really have a tsunami warning system up till after that big one that killed 100,000 people or whatever, and then after that, it's like we've got to do something.
162052 Vanda Drive. Medic 10 respond for difficulty breathing 162052 Vanda Drive. Time is 1930.
A lot of these calls are people that are nervous and upset because of the situation.
Medic 10 respond for difficulty breathing 162052 Vanda Drive. Medic 10 respond for difficulty breathing 162052 Vanda Drive. Time is 1930.
And 337, 107.
All right, guys, this is Starship Adventures. We are watching for this tsunami wave. It is now overdue. It is overdue by 10 or 15 minutes at this point. We have seen no tidal rise whatsoever. We are monitoring on a number of different cameras. We're switching back and forth between the television station audio and the scanner audio from all the different fire departments,
That's what
police
makes it
departments
funny.
there. But I'm not seeing
Copy
any
my
tidal
time.
rise at all so far.
Nighttime 162052 Uganda Drive. 42 female, having difficulty breathing with back pain, weight 120 pounds.
Not seeing an awful lot. We're still seeing a little bit of the current action, and it seems a little bit flat, close to the area. All right. Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is about to hold a press conference with the latest information. Let's go live there with the latest.
Coming in at Honolulu Bay, not so big, maybe about 1.5 feet above normal sea level, and then the signal was dropping to below normal sea level when I left a minute ago. But that's just the first part of the wave, and we know from what we observed at Midway, it was actually the third wave at Midway was the largest. So we've got some time to wait here at Honolulu, which was the first place it arrived, and of course it is moving down the island chain. So we hadn't seen anything on any other gauges as of yet, but we know it's coming. So we're always hopeful it won't be too bad, but anticipating from our models that yes, we are going to have a significant tsunami going across our islands and arriving on all the coasts. We monitor about 15 sea level gauges across the state, so we will have more reports later, and of course our news channels will also probably be telling us what they're seeing in places where they can safely observe the coast. So
you think?
Please stay out away from the coast. I know you've all evacuated, so continue to stay evacuated, and the instructions ultimately on when it's safe to go back will come from the state and county emergency management agencies, and but we've got a ways to go. It's probably going to be several hours before we may even be able to lower the warning here in Hawaii to advisory level when waves go down, and probably not at least until tomorrow morning before we're able to completely cancel the warning. And right now most of us are still waiting, and we are waiting to see just how big it is going to get across the state. So stay safe.
Thank Hustling. Thank you.
The third wave was the biggest for Midway. Are you expecting the same here in the islands of Hawaii? And what's the interval between waves?
So the interval between waves can be 10 to 20 minutes typically, from one wave crest to the next wave crest. And we don't know exactly, that Midway it was the third wave doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the third wave. Here the wave pattern gets very complicated as the wave crosses the state, because those tsunami waves reflect off of islands, and they wrap around islands, and they interact with each other. So at every location it can be a different wave. But the threat will definitely go on for probably several hours.
Dr. McCurry, if you could kind of encapsulate everything again with regards to what are you looking for right now? I know you said we're still not clear, but what are the specific elements that you are really tracking to see what's that next data point that you can release?
So we're pretty much done with forecasting the tsunami at this point. We're just reacting. So of course our center has responsibilities across the whole Pacific. So we're continuing to send messages to other countries around the Pacific. But our main responsibility is here in Hawaii, and so at this point we're more or less just monitoring the situation to try to determine when we could lower the alert level and ultimately when we can cancel.
The last time that you folks, I guess, were activated in this capacity, was that back in 2011 during the Japan earthquake? And how are the situations different? Because it's about the same direction of where it's coming from.
Yeah, 2011 was certainly the last significant tsunami we experienced here in Hawaii. But we actually handle many tsunami events in the Pacific every year, because earthquakes in the lower magnitude 7 range are pretty frequent, maybe about 10 a year in the Pacific, and almost all of them generate some kind of smallish tsunami, but we don't normally hear about it. But sure, yeah, the Japan tsunami was the last significant tsunami, and in some ways it's similar, but every tsunami is unique in certain ways. The way the source behaves affects the tsunami, and crossing the bathymetry in the Pacific, the waves get focused and defocused in different ways, and so that's why we need numerical models to help us predict what might happen on our coast.
I know you were expecting 3 to 10. Now here we are, and we're more in the reaction phase. But can you revisit that prediction of up to 10 foot?
Yeah, sure. So the main thing we use to constrain our models are these deep ocean gauges that we support in the Northwest Pacific. Well, we support them all across the Pacific, but the ones for this event are the ones in the Northwest Pacific, and they're out in deep water. They measure the tsunami without interference from reflections on the coast, which you have with a normal tide gauge that's in a harbor. And so our models try to match the signals that are seen on those deep ocean gauges, and if we can match them, then we know we've created the right kind of wave. And so, of course, in the beginning, we only have a reading on one gauge, and later on it's 2, 3, 4 gauges, and so we keep iterating with these models. But even from the get-go, from the very beginning, the forecast was pretty consistent, even with more of this data telling us that, yeah, Hawaii had this threat. And for the coastline in Hawaii, there's another part of this model that actually brings the synthetic wave up onto the coast in a few, maybe about a dozen places around our state. And so some of those models did say that we would have roughly 10 feet above normal sea level. So that's what we've been going on, and it's been pretty consistent.
And when will you update us again?
I guess I can take your advice on when you'd like an update. I think I should probably come down maybe in another half an hour or so, because we should have more readings from across the state, and then I can give you another update.
What sort of conversations will you be having the next few hours?
Well, mostly we will just trying to see if the readings we're getting are consistent with our model, and thinking about the other places around the Pacific that we're advising at this time.
What places are the dozens of places that could see up to 10 feet?
Well, certainly Hawaii has certain areas that in the past typically get pretty big amplitudes, and that's Honolulu Bay, it's Haleiwa on Oahu, it's Kahului on Maui, and it's Hilo on the Big Island. And so those are for our models now, those are also the biggest places. Okay, stay safe, everyone.
And that was Dr. Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center saying, again, they are done predicting this event. It is actually happening right now. And during that press conference, Mark and Drew and Ben, we were actually monitoring this live shot of Honolulu Bay and actually seeing signs that the waters were receding, and at times even parts of the reef were exposed.
Yeah, I've been looking very closely at the shoreline, which is just above the red banner. At one point, it was a little bit further out, and so that may have been a little bit of the water receding. Not a ton, but there is a sign that something was happening, and there were some people in the Honolulu area who were saying that the water had receded enough where the reef was exposed. We were seeing some things on the camera. We weren't particularly sure what it was, but now looking at it, it might have been the reef getting exposed there, and then the water is now coming back in. But we do have, you know, just an indication that some kind of tsunami wave may have occurred or may have arrived in Honolulu. It's not just, it's not that big, you know, it's just not huge. But then again, remember, even if you don't have the size and height on the surface, this energy goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, wherever it may be, and is still capable of causing currents. And We're seeing a bit of that right now because it's a little bit flatter close to the shore, and then you can see those tendrils of currents that are heading out those areas of flatter water that kind of snake out into the further distance there. So it might not be huge, it might not be something that looks extremely destructive, but just from looking at the ocean and the way the ocean looks, there is something happening out there right now. But as Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said,
I don't think you can
this
prove it
could
to me.
still be several hours. As we've been saying this evening, it's just the first wave. It's not going to be the whole, it's not going to be one and done. It's going to be an event where we're going to have waves coming in maybe every 20, 30 minutes, possibly for the next several hours.
And it does appear that, from when we first started taking this cam at 7:10, about a half an hour ago, that you can see more movement in this camera. And when you are speaking of an event like this, when you're seeing any types of movement in the current, that can speak to the strength and power. Drew Davis, you're looking very
Thanks,
closely
Mary.
at the cams as well. What are you noticing on your end?
Like you mentioned, Mark, we are seeing some strong currents. It's a mixture of water going out. Ben mentioned that we were able to see some of the reef exposed, potentially even pretty far out, closer to that point that you see far off in the distance. And just taking a wide view, if you kind of look at you can see the currents in the water right now, actually. If you look at the water and look at the sunlight, you can actually see the water pushing in towards the coastline right now. So the reflective water, you can kind of see that current pushing in ever so slightly. Again, we are watching for multiple waves here, and off in the distance the sun is setting, and it even seems like we have one person out there
That's what I was
foiling.
going to say. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like one person paddling in the water right now on a stand-up paddleboard.
There's always those guys that are like,
officials said
I'm
that
going to do what I
they
want.
have rescue teams activated and ready to go, but in an event like this, they are not going to be putting their lives in danger and responding to save you. So
Basically, you're on your own at this point. So if you have not heeded the evacuations, if you are going into the water despite the fact that you've been told not to do so, you're going to be putting first responders at risk if they choose to go out and get you. Many times, because of the possible severity of the tsunami waves that will be coming in, they might not. They might want to keep themselves safe. They're not going to put their lives in danger just because you did. So we are seeing someone in this cam who's out paddleboarding, but really ought not to be doing that.
yeah, we're also getting reports now of the water receding over on Oahu's north shore as well. We're talking about Haleiwa. We're just seeing that coming in from one of our reporters out there.
Yeah, one of the hot spots that Chip McCreary had mentioned, right? They were keeping a close eye on Haleiwa right now and Haleiwa at the preliminary stages of this tsunami event. Our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, is standing by as well, looking at what we're seeing in terms of any sort of tidal movement, what we're seeing with the currents. What are you noticing on your end? What we're witnessing here, is this kind of typical for what we should expect in this type of event?
Very interesting to watch all of the elements come together right now, and it's unfolding.
Guys, I'm monitoring the scanners. There's nothing going on, so I'm going to leave it here for right now. I'm monitoring the scanners. If emergency calls start to go out or anything, I'll bring that up for you.
We can actually see the direction of these currents. There is a little bit of stirring up that's going on where it is coming in different directions there. So the current is becoming more strong, and it is becoming a little bit more unpredictable.
A lanai is just like, they also call it a Florida room down here. It's just an out room.
It's just
It's like a screened room or a
the
porch
waves
room.
are coming our way, and they're going to be coming in waves. We're talking about not just one big wave. We're going to have wave after wave and surges of energy. And historically speaking, because Hanalei is a place that we do have been impacted by tsunami waves. We've seen that along the north and east shores of the western end of the state, and along the north shores of Maui County, and then along Hilo, there historically have seen big significant tsunamis that have impacted them. So it does take time for all of this to build in, and like we're talking about, it's going to be a waiting game right now, and we'll have to be patient and just until we get that all clear to stay out of the water.
I'm going to bring your attention, though, just to about the middle of the screen. You can see the water, the current is moving from left to right. That is water leaving. That's what it looks like, water leaving. And you can see the waves that are rippling just behind that. Those are not incoming waves. Those are waves that are flowing over the reef and heading out. And then just in the foreground, ahead of the water that is moving from left to right on your screen, we can see more rocks that are being exposed right now.
I could see it. You do see that receding a little bit more now.
If we would have had a side-by-side picture of what we were witnessing an hour before this, definitely.
Thanks, Pab.
Very,
Thanks for subbing.
Just the ripples of
Thank
the
you,
waves
everybody,
coming
for
into the shore,
supporting
but
the
now
channel
you can
tonight.
Definitely see changes.
We're on
in the
every night doing this,
especially
regardless
since
of
I'm
what's
not
going
familiar
on.
with Honolulu Bay, but if this were more of a daytime shot, usually what we see when we take this camera for our weather casts, you know, it's basically water, it's beach. But then now I'm almost wondering if that's not only reach, I'm wondering if that's sand that may be exposed
Some
there.
lava rock along the bay.
Actually, just look where the palm trees are. You can see where the palm trees are. Sand is starting to get exposed there.
Yeah, you can very clearly see the sand, the rocks. Of course, this is the big sign that the wave is growing. It's growing as it's approaching the shoreline. I'm trying to find where that person was, or where they were foiling, whether they were paddleboarding. Were they impacted by the water receding out?
Yeah, it's really hard to see. It's getting darker by the minute right now, and the water is a place not to be, of course, when you see how unpredictable the water is, and especially with the strong currents that accompany a tsunami.
Yeah, in fact, look, I can tell now, that's sand now. There's a lot of sand exposed there. And so you see the waves just off in the distance, but a lot of the beach, a lot of Honolulu Bay, the sand, even as you look to your left, to the left side of the screen, looks like more sand, looks like more
Thanks, Michelle.
more
I
of the reef,
appreciate it.
more of the rocks. It looks like the
Thank
beach
you.
has receded probably about 100 feet.
Do we know how many buoys are in the area?
Not that many. I don't
Thanks,
think there's
Ian.
any buoys there. The one that we do have, Jen's going to go take a look real quick.
I
but-
do remember while listening into that news conference from Dr. Chip McCrary, he says that they are monitoring 15 sea level gauges across the state as this event is happening to get more data, saying that it's going to be several hours before the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center may be able to lower the warning to an advisory when the waves go down, and it won't be until at least tomorrow morning when possibly that warning is canceled altogether.
And
But yes.
Steph, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it seems like the water might be rushing back in ever so slightly. You can see some waves.
It's
forming, and
rushing
some of the
in
sand that
slightly.
was previously exposed is getting covered up. You can see those ripples right in the center of your screen. Luckily, we still have a little bit of daylight over near Honolulu Bay compared to our other tower cams. It seems like some water might be rushing in, but still a lot of sand exposed out there.
Right, all of this happening more than 40 minutes
All right,
after the
we're-
estimated arrival of the first waves in Honolulu Bay at 7:10. So these changes right now unfolding as we speak, and we're keeping a close eye on it. Any other observations there, Jen?
It's just really interesting to think about how much energy has moved across the ocean. With the tsunami wave, the initial surge of energy moving at 500 miles per hour across the ocean, and the wave direction really will tell a big story of what kind of wave we get. Like we were talking about, it's going across open waters. It has to cross multiple islands, atolls as well before it arrives here. So that's going to impact those initial waves. And then now we're starting to see that surge of energy that comes through. So this is likely the second or third wave, like we're talking about, out of this whole tsunami event.
Yeah, and from our reporter out on the North Shore, also reporting earlier that the water was receding, and now seeing that the tide is returning and coming back.
Thanks for the sub. I
So
appreciate
we're also
it.
seeing these changes as well on our shores here on Oahu.
Yeah, and this is going to be an hours-long event. As the forecasters have been telling us, this is not a single wave. They've been telling us throughout this waiting period, this is going to be taking place over the course of several hours right now. Jen, you said it best. We are watching this unfold before our very eyes right now. We're going to be staying on this cam at Honolulu Bay, which is the first site of activity following this tsunami warning. We're also keeping close tabs right now on what is happening up and down the island chain. But I mean, the way that forecasters were able to pinpoint down and kind of this timetable here
but they haven't
from
been
when
right,
the earthquake
really.
initially struck, I mean, it seems to be right on line with what we're seeing here.
Really?
And the activity really lines up.
Yeah, you know, speaking of activity, guys, sorry, we just want to take another live look at a camera that has just become available for us.
Another vantage point of
Hanalei Bay. So, pardon, sometimes the live shot there does freeze, but at least this gives us an idea. I know a viewer sent in a screenshot of the changes that were taking place, of the water receding earlier. Of course, this is a live look right now as we are seeing the water lapping over the shoreline there. Another vantage point of Hanalei Bay.
Thanks, Tiki Clock.
It's
Thank
hard to
you,
tell from
everybody
this
that
vantage
subbed
point,
tonight.
but,
I appreciate it.
You know, we'd have to see if there's any receding water that happened before this. There looks like there's a little bit of a debris line, not that big. So that would be above the heart. That would be like the line of little tree limbs and so forth. We're going to try and stay on this shot as long as we can, just because we can. But of course, it's going to get dark, and once that happens, we won't be able to monitor this, but the waves will start hitting places like Waikiki, a little bit better lit. We have crews that are out and about all over the islands, and that includes...
There's your quick shot here of the earthquake area. All those purple ones have been in the last 4 or 5 hours. So, I mean, we're talking a lot of activity out there. All right, everybody, thank you for joining us. We are going to be continuing our coverage for a while longer. My name is Ian. This is Starship Adventures. We are live from Southwest Florida, here in the good old USA on the largest broadcast platform in the world. And let's get right back to it. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth right here on Starship Adventures. Thank you for being here with us. Thanks for the sub and the thumbs up.
You know, if there was a lot of shaking, then
we'll keep
maybe
it right
there's
here.
a lot more waves. It was just one thrust, which it normally isn't. Then, well, you're kind of stuck with a bunch of waves, you know. So basically, as Dr. McCreary said, this could be a case where we could be going on well into the night, and the first wave may not be the biggest one. It could be some of the successive waves that come after it.
I mean, if you remember, Ben, the 2011 tsunami, I mean, that we weren't expected to feel the effects and see the first waves until sometime around 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And the all clear wasn't given until hours after that, and we were still waiting to see the effects. I remember it was a long period of waiting, but the damage was significant. Even though the waves looked small, you cannot see visibly the power and the force of that rushing water.
The surge coming in.
That is what caused all of the damage to the piers, to the boats, the boaters who weren't able to leave in time.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about the boats having to leave when they can, and the Coast Guard saying evacuate, take your vessels out to open water at least 300 feet deep so that you can avoid the surge. That's basically what it is, and we have been repeating it often. It's not a surface wave. It's just basically the energy that goes all the way from the ocean surface down to the bottom. And so you're going to get strong currents, and as, again, it gets into shallower water, it's going to go not only higher, but it's also going to get wider. And so you're going to have an area of strong currents that are going to impact. They're going to swirl around. They're going to do strange things that as they interact with the reefs and they interact with the bottom of the ocean.
I mean, just so that you could illustrate it more, Jen, I mean, if you could talk about the power of these waves, I mean, the governor said it as well. I mean, it's not the height of it, but he may be saying it's 3 feet, but it's strong enough to move a house or a car.
And we're talking about the forward motion in all of this, and it was moving at once speeds of 500 to 550 miles per hour. And then once it reaches more shallow waters, it does slow down to speeds about 30 miles per hour, but it's that forward momentum that gets it going. And like Ben was talking about, spreading exponentially and widening as it does. And that's why this is wraparound energy. It's not like one side of the island is protected and the other side is not. This is going to be a whole...
It's always funny to me listening to them fill time, and that's what they're literally stuck with the worst job now. Nothing has happened. and they have to fill
Then
time.
we will see what kind of wave that it's going to be facing into the next couple of hours. So very interesting to see the dynamics of all of this come together. A lot of numerical models are put together to predict the wave speed and arrival times. And I do think they did a great job with the arrival times with this one, because we have
Did
been seeing
they?
activity since the 7 o'clock hour.
It's almost like trying to predict what a hurricane can do. We're starting to get pretty good at predicting where it's going to go.
Nothing's happened yet, but they're praising the people that
intensity,
predicted
how
the thing that
strong
didn't happen.
A hurricane is, that is still pretty much up to the hurricane and what Mother Nature decides. Same thing with the tsunami is happening here, where we have been able to reasonably predict when it's going to arrive. But as far as how big the waves are going to get, a couple of reasons why, again, we don't really have a definite concrete answer. We cannot tell you for sure. We have been saying like 3 to 9 feet or thereabouts, but we're not sure. It's something that we just have to be prepared for. If it happens, you were prepared. If it doesn't happen, just give a good sigh of relief. We were prepared. You know what to do better next time.
And that is our job, to make sure that you are prepared, and in that we have our crews spread out all across the island to cover this event. And we actually want to take a live shot now of Oahu's North Shore. This, I believe, is the Haleiwa area where waters, we're told, seem to be receding there. We're trying to light up this area as best as we can with our light, of course.
We've received reports that water was receding in the area. We also have a clip of, you can show you more in better light of kind of what exactly was happening. Here's that shot right now. As we're just trying to keep tabs on how this timeline matches up with what was happening at Hanalei. This was happening in Haleiwa as well. You just look at the activity, what's happening with the coastline here, keeping a close eye on the receding aspect. So, this is back out live. Visibility is poor because of the darkness, and so we're trying to get the best vantage point we can as possible in this.
It seems calm as far as you can see, just, from looking at it right now. You can't really see much, Ben or Jen.
Yeah. But the water has receded. It looks like a lot of like wet sand that's in the foreground. So that was water, or that was sand that was underwater. You can see a water line on that rock there. That's probably where the water was just a few minutes ago. And so we are seeing the water recede. You can see the Rainbow Bridge off in the distance near the top of your screen. And so that gives you a little bit of basically what's going on.
That's a shot at North Shore right now. We also have a live Waikiki cam. Fortunately, there's good lighting on this cam here, so it gives us a better sense of what we're going to be seeing over the next several hours or so.
And you can also see some wet sand where the water's pushed up over the shoreline as well, Ben and Jen.
Yeah, there's that area to the bottom of the pier. That's a very gentle slope. That's a very gentle way to get into the ocean as far as the slope. So there's nothing particularly deep. You can go out several feet and you'll still be like in waist high water. And so the run up can go farther because it's a gentler slope. On the other side, the Fort DeRussy side, it's a little bit steeper on that side, but you can definitely tell that there has been some water run up, and also maybe it's either a run-up or the water has receded at this point. But I think, judging from where the beginning of the pier is, at least on the sand, the wet sand that you see there was a run-up. So that is because usually that path to the pier is usually pretty dry. And so if you've got the water running up that high, that means we did have something, and maybe more again could be on the way.
We want to pull up the Hanalei cam, but let's call for that one that was showing us a different vantage point, because we won't be able to really gather much. Yeah, we're trying to gather a different shot right here that provides a much more different view of Hanalei. It gives you that look at the coastline.
Yeah, and while we're taking a look at this, we just did get word from state officials that the next press conference to give us an update on what they're seeing and what the state has experienced is coming in at 8:20. So, of course, we'll bring that to you live as it comes. But As far as I can see here, it's really hard to make out any movements in the water, just the squall in the background, of course.
Yes, with some of the passing showers and the trade winds, and we do have a few swells moving through as well, coming in from the south and also the east. We're seeing some rising surf, and it's probably going to be a very important press conference coming up at 8:20. I think we're going to have more substantial data, more readings that they're going to share during that time, and that could give us an idea of what these initial waves have been doing. But we are seeing a lot of run-up across the entire island chain, and also those strong currents. The best case scenario out of all of this is getting those strong currents and not a whole lot of coastal flooding. So that's what we're hoping for. All of this initial painting of what's been happening with the tsunami, I hope that continues on for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, you look at there was a heart that was in the middle of this live shot a little bit earlier, and the water's been reaching the heart and maybe might have washed over it for all I can tell. It's not the best quality picture, and also this is probably that squall that we saw off in the distance in the earlier Hanalei Bay cam. But probably a combination of a little bit of rain, but also the fact that the water is a little bit higher now than we saw a little bit earlier when there was still adequate daylight. The debris line has moved up a little bit further, and so there's that squall line off in the distance. Again, just because of the lack of daylight, it's pretty much gone. We're seeing the last bits of dusk here, so it's going to be harder and harder to tell. So we're going to be looking at some of the other cameras that have better lighting around the state as this energy from the tsunami.
It may be, Jason. Sometimes these turn out to be nothing burgers, and sometimes they don't. But the problem is you have to be ready for these because they're just so dangerous.
We'll see it a little bit better as we get to, say, for example, Coconut Island. This is the shot now. The water is very calm there, but when you look at the bridge that goes over Coconut Island, many times when there is a tsunami, even if it's a small one, you can definitely see the current. I'm not seeing it right now.
Let's go to our Drew Davis now with some new data.
Yeah, thank you, Steph. Can we pull up really quickly graphics 12 so you can see what's going on? This is the latest look at the buoys over at Nawiliwili over on Kauai. Again, we are seeing impacts from the tsunami. Again, this could be one wave. This could be the first of many to impact Kauai. Of course, we haven't been seeing too many impacts over at Hanalei, but this is a chart from the NOAA buoy over at Nawiliwili. Again, we have been seeing some of the wave crests getting above 2 feet above the water level at that time. Again, we are seeing high tide right around now for most of the state, and it drops down very quickly to below 1 foot below the normal water level, so about half a foot below zero. Again, we are seeing impacts in terms of the tsunami wave right now, and again, the message here, and it's been the message all afternoon, is that this is not a one-wave event. We've seen the receding in Hanalei so far, and we've seen the water come back. We could continue to see receding, and now without light, it'll be harder to analyze, it'll be harder to really take a look at. But this is proof that we are seeing some of the impacts, at least from the buoy readings that we have so far.
All right,
and
guys,
I just got a text message from Robert Ballard from the National Weather Service, and he said the latest tsunami warning center bulletin says 4-foot amplitude at Haleiwa, so that's 1.2 meters. So 4-foot amplitude was the latest reading that they got in Haleiwa.
And basically amplitude is like trough to crest, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's quite a bit. And we did get confirmation that the water line in that earlier live shot that we got from Haleiwa, that's where the water was. And so there was definitely a good receding of water at the Haleiwa, that looked like Ali'i Beach. I'm pretty sure that's the shoreline right at Ali'i Beach. And so the water did go down about 2 feet. Maybe it's not rushing back, but we are seeing the changes in tidal levels because of the tsunami. And again, as we're watching this live look near Dukahanamoku Beach and close to the lagoon there, waves are coming in as normal, but you can definitely see what's a high water line that did come in a little bit earlier, and we're just awaiting possibly the next receding water episode and then another wave coming in right behind that.
And Ben, because the event is here, and right now we're in the thick of it based off of the measurements that are coming in. What can we say about Hawaii's underwater topography and its impact on the surges that are coming in?
Well, it kind of depends on where you are. Like, for example, Honolulu Bay, I believe it's pretty shallow. Waimea Bay, it is shallower and possibly, but you will get a little bit more run up there. A good example, however, years ago, I remember there were people looking at Makapu'u. Makapu'u, not that deep. So if it was a big tsunami, we would see water, just basically Makapu'u emptying out and then coming back in. That would be possibly in a worst case scenario tsunami. But, those areas where there's a gentle slope underneath the water coming in, basically that spells trouble, If it is a little bit more abrupt, shall we say, like if there's cliffs like the Nepali coastline, some of those areas, the Kaiwi coastline, even, for example, you may not get that much of a run up or some of that energy, but basically what we're looking at is if it is a gentle slope like Makapu'u, or it's shallower.
All right, guys, this is Starship Adventures. We're continuing our coverage here, and we are taking from time to time the news coverage that's coming in from one of the TV stations out there in Hawaii. Everything on the screen is live to the best of my ability, and we've got a number of different shots up right now of what's going on out there. They are still expecting up to 4 feet of rise. That's still quite possible this evening. 4 feet is quite a bit. 4 feet will take it up over all those lights that are on that dock we see there in the middle. So, and probably take the water all the way up into underneath the buildings and stuff there. So, 4 feet's quite a bit of rise. So we're going to keep watching that. Also, we've got a press conference coming up, and they are in the upper left corner. They're mostly just showing shots of the beach, but the press conference should come up in that upper left corner when it's time.
The first wave may not be the biggest. It could be the second or third wave. We've seen water recede, and a lot of water receded in Honolulu pretty quickly, and the water came back in pretty quickly after that. Ben, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, when the water came back in, it looked kind of gentle, but remember that's energy again, the whole ocean energy coming in. It's not just the surface. And so the concern that we have, once more, the currents and Steph, as you were talking about earlier, we're talking about the currents that can cause damage over at La Mariana Harbor. That's when we saw boats getting pulled from their moorings, crashing into the piers, crashing into each other, those sorts of things. And so that is still a danger. And you definitely don't want to be caught in that particular energy because, if you've ever been in a rip current, and I hope you never have, you get caught in it. This is going to be like a whole bunch of different currents. Yeah. It's basically a stirring up of the water. And you asked earlier, Mark, about the behavior underneath. Like if you go to pipeline right now, probably there's going to be water all kapakai at the moment, just all over the place. Currents are going to be just going in every which way. And so it's a very dangerous time to be in the water, but also on the shoreline and also along channels, rivers, streams, those areas, because you could still have energy that's going to be coming in through the rivers. And so just stay a good distance up. We're seeing about 100 feet just in case. Yeah, that's good.
And like you mentioned on the Honolulu cam, when we were watching the water recede, there was very different movements in the currents right before the water receded. We can see water moving out, moving in. So again, strong currents being created by these tsunamis. And just behind me, Ben, I do want to show the Nawili Wili buoy again. This is the most latest look. You can see the red right here is the typical water level. Typically, when you see water levels at buoys, you use them to track high tide and low tide, high tide and low tide. Of course, we're not seeing that right now because if you look at the end of this, we have this really big shock in terms of the water level. The buoy is going up and down very quickly. Again, this is a snapshot from about 10 minutes ago, so we might be seeing an updated look at that coming up here in a little bit. We'll make sure to show you that. But I do want to say that this may be the first wave of many. Again, this is not Willy Willy. This is on the over in Kauai County. We were taking a look at Haleiwa as well. So a lot can change. We're still, as Steph has mentioned, in the thick of it. The initial prediction, 7:17 p.m. We haven't seen a large wave come in yet that's really impacted, but we have seen receding in Hanalei. We've seen receding over in Haleiwa. So a lot to watch still.
Yeah, we haven't. We don't know what the situation is like at Haleiwa Harbor, Alawai Boat Harbor. Obviously, not safe to go there right now. But you know, we're just trying to see. We'll determine a little bit later just how many people took their vessels out into the open ocean. A little bit earlier, we did talk to one of the boaters. His boat was already on, you know, basically on the trailer, getting ready to evacuate that way. And he was talking about how some of the other vessel owners are heading out to sea just because you don't want to be in that mess. You know, kind of like being in a washing machine in a way, but that would be the best way to...
You know, taking your boat out to sea during one of these things is actually very smart, because out in the open ocean, a mile offshore, you won't even notice this thing. It'll go right by you and it'll be over with. Where if you're hooked to the dock, it could destroy everything.
Midway Islands, so over near Midway Atoll. Again, this data is a little bit outdated, but it is just a look at, you can see the tsunami wave again. Ben, if you just point out where that shock is, again, up and down very quickly. That's how the buoys work. They're used to measure the high tide and low tide out there. And they're a very great tool to give us kind of an idea of how large these tsunami waves are. And again, the message is it's not just one wave, and we're going to continue watching it very closely.
Yeah, but just so you know, this is one of the pieces
Jason,
of data
thanks
that we
for coming
use
on in.
when we have, for example, king tides, because the blue line is basically your normal water level. The red line is the actual recorded water level. And so you see how it's supposed to be gentle. We had a high tide coming, but you have don't. So that almost tells me 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 waves. First one may have been the biggest one, and they get smaller. But again, this is just a snapshot. Later data may come in, and then we may just get, you know, maybe another bigger wave once again.
And a great reminder that this is coinciding with high tide right now. So the wave, the tsunami wave, the column of water riding on top of the actual sea level is riding on top of high tide, which is already elevated, so it makes it a little bit more of concern. That's it for Ben and I at the weather desk. Let's send it back to Mark and Steph at the anchor desk.
Ben and Drew, thank you very much. Very useful, very critical information as we are tracking this. We are approaching about an hour since the first activity that we saw at Hanalei Bay. So far, we've seen water levels recede both at Hanalei, Nauwiliwili, and Haleiwa as well as we're tracking this.
That's right, and we just got word that we are going to get another update from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center officials in just a bit. But before then, we want to turn things over now to our reporter Dylan Ancheta, who is live on Maui for us. Dylan.
Aloha, thank you so much. I am located at the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of a number of gyms that have opened here on Maui.
Aloha.
And I can tell you that the atmosphere here is rather relaxed. People are calm. People are kind of just waiting to hear what is going on. There are a lot of kupuna members here at this shelter. I would say there's about 50 to 60 or so people between the inside and the outside. Some community members have said that many other people chose other shelters to go to, but here at the Wailuku Community Center, people are kind of just hanging out and waiting to hear any updates, any news. You know, there is also some concern that Red Cross officials are here, but they don't have a lot of supplies, not a lot of water, not a lot of snacks. So if you are going, or if you are at one of those shelters, hopefully you have brought your own. They do allow pets at the shelters here, and so I was here earlier today when the last siren alert went off. There's one just outside this building here, and that was quite loud, quite noticeable. And I spoke to some people earlier in the day as I just got to this shelter. I've been here for a couple hours now. Here's what they said. Aloha from the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of several spots that have opened as official shelters here in Maui County. I'm joined by Kathleen, Joseph, Mary, and Maria. They are here riding out this impending tsunami. First off, how are you folks feeling today?
Scared. This
out of all that I've been through with all the tsunami warnings, this kind of feel really, really more like it's bound to happen, and I'm hoping it doesn't. Praying a lot for our homes, especially those who live close right next to the beach, which I do. So.
And I want to ask, as Maui residents, were you folks prepared for this? Were you ready to pack up and go, or, are you just kind of winging it here tonight?
We're just kind of winging it because this is not something we're used to. And there are only so many roads on Maui. So, for example, for me to call Joe and let him know we just got this warning, so you need to leave Kihei now because there's only 2 roads in and out. And he felt he had more time, but it's like we're winging it. It's not something that we would have planned. It's a better prepare us for this time, and the traffic is horrible.
Maria, you just came from inside the shelter. How many people are in there right now, and kind of set the scene for us?
There's probably about 50 of them. Yeah, yes. I was like, let's go, because, I was afraid that we're not going to have space. Yeah, but it's pretty good. It has AC, and at least we get bathroom here. But yeah, I'm kind of like scared.
And Joe, I want to ask you, how are you feeling through all of this?
I feel like I'm feeling, especially when I was like, oh, the tsunami coming, you gotta go get this and go get this and go get this. At the end I came out, I forgot to spam and the toilet paper.
That's the first thing I told my friend. I said, hey, you need toilet paper, hand towels, water. That's it.
So right now, without the supplies of the shelter, what supplies do you folks personally have?
We were so unprepared for this that when Joe picked me up at work and we went right up the road to Kalui Food Line, which is like a 5-minute drive, and picked up whatever we could grab, and everything was pretty much sold out, deli and all that. So we grabbed a little bit of sushi, sandwich, and that was all we could get. And it took us an hour and a half from there to get back to the center that I work at. 5-minute drive. Took us an hour and a half, and just to go and get my car and then head over here. So we didn't get much.
That is a wild drive time. And lastly, Mary, I want to ask you, you mentioned you have the trailer. What was it like for you to evacuate?
Prepared with everything in the trailer right now, that my personal belongings are my clothes, my ice box, my brand new freezer that I brought 3 weeks ago. It's gonna take a loss because it's in the garage back home. And that's about it. Other than that, beddings, everything, the whole trailer. And my brothers and my family, my sisters and my brothers are happy that I invested in this. And it's the biggest place to park it right now is at Popohaku. And yeah, prepared with everything in the trailer.
Absolutely.
We are so grateful and glad for all the early warning, all the sirens that go off that let us know. So we are definitely prepared in that way, and that they're keeping us informed and aware of what's going on.
Absolutely, and that is the latest from the people here on the Valley Isle. I thank you all so much for sharing your thoughts on this. The nerves are unsettled, so to speak, but the people of Maui often look out for each other and take care of each other, and we are here once again at the Wailuku Community Center, which is one of the shelters here tonight. And now I understand we have a press conference with Haima. Let's go ahead and send things back to the studio.
So much, Dylan and Cheto, for reporting for us live on Maui. But unfortunately, we are still trying to get that live shot up right now. We're having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, we're trying to pull up a signal right now. This would be a live news conference. An update from Haima. Governor Josh Green and state emergency officials will be briefing us on the latest of the situation. We are still rolling on the news conference. So although we may not be taking it live right now, we will be bringing it to you in its entirety when we do get that up and running. In the meantime, let's give you a shot from our live cam overlooking Waikiki right now. One of the only shots as we're scrolling through our Rolodex of live cams that still has lighting and can give us some real-time context on what is happening with this tsunami event right now. something that is happening during this time. You take a very close look at what is happening with the water line and the activity there and how it's going back and forth.
And we want to go live now to our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, who has the latest initial readings that just came in. Jen, what can you tell us?
We are looking at the initial readings, so this is probably something that they're going to go over in the press conference. Haleiwa, 4 feet in amplitude per 12 minutes. Hanalei was 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. Midway, as we got that initial reading, 3 feet with lots of force behind it. I just want to take a closer look at what this means and what this data actually means. So when we're talking about amplitude, it's measured relative to normal sea level, so it is not crest to trough wave. And that's what we're seeing with these initial readings here. And the period of time is in minutes for one wave to the next. So that's what we're seeing. So we're certainly seeing lots of energy move around the islands, and that's why we are under a tsunami warning. Now, for
rock and sand, that gave us pause. That doesn't happen for no reason. When the water pulls back like that, that means there's activity in the ocean. So again, we keep our fingers crossed that we don't suffer a big tsunami. Again, people have been very thoughtful and very safe, and that's something we appreciate. Aloha.
Aloha. Like the governor said, there is energy in the ocean. There were small measurements of smaller waves, and they want to see, the scientists are telling us, we want to see a few of them to know that we're in the clear. So the window is still 2 to 3 hours that we're watching this energy in the Pacific Ocean. So the counties have opened shelters and places of refuge. If the citizens need it, they can use that. We're postured to support those shelters with wraparound services if needed. There's also Red Cross that's standing by. There's and it's really this sense of aloha in the state. Family Promise of Hawaii, they're reaching and leaning forward to say that they can help folks. If the public needs assistance, we'll post their phone number and email that if people are impacted and need assistance, they can reach out. So there's a lot of entities, a lot of community involvement, and it's wonderful to see how the state is reacting to a very serious threat to our public and to the safety of the state. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, I'd like to bring up Captain Nick Wurst, Commander Sector Honolulu and Captain of the Port.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Governor. As stated, Captain Nick Wurst, Sector Honolulu. Our top priorities for the Coast Guard right now are the safety of life, the safety of our ports, and then any environmental impacts to the state. In anticipation of that, we have closed all commercial harbors and have ordered evacuation of those harbors to mitigate risk. In addition, have Coast Guard assets deployed. That's small boats, ships, and planes and aircraft pre-deployed. So post-impact, we are ready to respond very quickly to any search and rescue cases, to be able to assess the ports to make sure they're safe to be reopened for commerce, and then also any environmental impacts, we can respond to that. So we are working in unison with the state, and thank you very much for your time.
Okay, at this time, we're going to facilitate questions from the media, and we'll start with Andrew, Honolulu Star Advertiser.
Can you let us know who gives input, most important input on determining an all clear if warranted?
So the question is, who gives the most important input on determining an all clear?
We're going to turn to Dr. Chip at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. They're on the calls with the governor. They're advising the leadership, and they'll give us an indication of what they believe, and then it'll be an executive order from here.
Okay, next I'm going to go to Lei'ui, KITV4.
Do you know what is closely being looked at to monitor and give a better indicator of the surge cycle in this scenario?
So the question is around what are the indicators for closely monitoring the surge cycle?
Well, there's multiple readings of the waves all across the Pacific and then all across the islands. So there's a printout that we see dozens of those measurements, and they've ranged from 0.23 meters, in some cases, to over a meter. So we have had a couple waves of that size. The largest wave we believe we saw was in Haleiwa, over a meter, well over a meter. And then, of course, the pause that we had was also watching the shoreline recede, where we saw, the water pull back 20 or 30 feet. That seemed like an anticipated large wave. So that's what we've all seen historically. We're really hoping that we are out of harm's way. Again, we don't want anyone to let their guard down. We want it to go another couple hours. As the waves cycle smaller and smaller, that's how we know that we're ending this concern.
Mahalo, Governor. Up next, Ashley, Hawaii Public Radio.
Yeah, I know I'm muted. I was actually talking to my family here. So, yeah, I was letting you guys hear the press conference.
The water is back to normal and no longer receding.
But thanks for letting me know. I do that all the time.
That it's all completed.
So the question is, when the all clear comes or is finalized and communicated, what does that mean with regard to the water?
I think that means that we reach functional zero risk. Because
Thanks,
we're able
Matthew.
to continue to monitor waves all throughout the Pacific, including the multiple different locations that we described earlier. But most importantly, as the waves end generation, when they're hitting our own shorelines, which can cause more wave activity, then we know it's over. So we'll be hopeful. Also, we'll see the tides go down, which is, not nothing. We did observe pretty significant waves on the other side of the Pacific. In Japan, there were 3-meter waves, and we saw some of them cascade over, over their shoreline. So that's a big concern. But again, so far, so good. We had a couple fender benders on the highway, which we're always, watching and we're careful about. A couple people went home from work a little early today. But that's all an excellent outcome if we don't end up having, a serious tsunami like we did in past decades.
Final question going to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
Okay, so looking forward, what I'm trying to understand is when you say we had a 3-foot wave in Haleiwa, that was the water receded, came back in. We didn't have a wave go up onto Haleiwa parking lot or anything like that, right? So far we haven't had waves that inundated anything significant.
So
what are we worried about next?
The question is confirmation on the waves not coming and making their way inland yet, and then what can we anticipate next?
Yeah, so as our conversations with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, yes, and they would prefer to see multitude of these smaller waves as that 3 feet, recede a little bit, 3 feet, and not generate that bigger wave. So as we watch throughout the evening, monitoring different buoys across, monitoring cameras, we're watching those waves. So again, the best case is we get some of those smaller waves that don't inundate and flood coastlines.
Okay, well, look, thank you everyone for your patience. We, like I said, are going to get another update from the scientific community
Thanks,
around
Russell.
9, and then we'll communicate with you. We'll reach out through social media and text shortly thereafter in case there's any update. And then, hopefully, fingers crossed, the gentleman will be able to come up and hopefully give us the all clear in 2 or 3 hours, perhaps by 11 tonight. But we want to still be cautious. There's just no reason to take any risks. So again, thank you, everyone. Thank you for being mindful of the large risk. If large waves did come over the shore, we know there would be harm and loss of life. So we just don't want to lose any of our people. Aloha.
Okay, so yeah, and thanks, Paul. Thank you for joining, and thank you for letting me know that. And okay, so anyway, here's what we've got. We've got a we've got. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for subscribing, and thanks to everyone that subscribed tonight. Listen, I gotta tell you guys, the problem is when I mute the mic on this screen, I still hear myself in my ears. So to me, I'm not muted, and I forget. At work, if I'm muted, then I don't hear myself in my ears, and I realize I'm muted. So I'm probably going to have to use another mute button or something over here on the production sound card or something, because I need to be able to not hear myself anymore when I'm muted. All right. Anyway, I'll figure all that out, because that's why that keeps happening, and it's stupid. Let's see here. Lisa and El Possum, or E Possum or El Possum. It's hard to tell with this font. It's terrible. Queen Flea and Colton. Yeah, and Matt. There's so many of you guys have come in here. Thank you very much for letting me know. Thank you guys for coming in and giving us a like and a subscribe. We're trying really hard here with this channel in this format, and also we are slowly branching out here. We've got our Discord server going, and we're going to be doing a lot more with different things. I'm going to be working on connecting some different things up. I've been doing YouTube for a little while, but like 5 years. But the problem is I've been doing just ham radio stuff mostly, and there's just not a big audience over there. So and over the last year, I've slowly transitioned into a totally different kind of website where I'm doing a majority of this kind of coverage. And I do commercial radio for a living. I'm retired from the fire service. And so it leaves me somewhat qualified to do this. So I'm hoping that the coverage that we provide to you guys is good and that you like it. We are here every night. I do take some Saturdays off, but I'm pretty much here every night for 2 or 3 hours. And we come in and we do just a little bit of everything. We broadcast live from our studios here in Southwest Florida. And this is a room and studio that I specifically built for this purpose behind my house. And we provide our news in a full grid format that allows you to see multiple views. I call it the ADD view, or the Brady Bunch mode, whatever you want to call it. And we do it in such a way that you can see the coverage and see it in a new, different way. And we do a lot of different things, like we do special weather coverage where we will cover weather coming through an area and have the storm chasers all up. We've got a great video, if you look in my videos, where we actually had 7 storm chasers that all saw the same wedge tornado at the same time, and it was all being covered right here on the channel. And it's really cool when we can provide a unique form of coverage that people have never really seen before. Mulders, thank you for the sub. I do appreciate that. Yeah, it's the ADD show, and yeah, I think we're going to get sponsored by Ritalin. Anyway, that's my joke of the night, by the way. Yeah, we're trying. I'm a Florida man. I was born in Florida, raised in Florida. You know, normally when you see a Florida man story, it's actually an Ohio man that just moved to Florida, or a Michigan man that moved to Florida 10 years ago. But somehow we get blamed for all of it. Anyway. All right, yeah. Listen, when we're not, and we're watching, I'm watching for this, and you guys help me watch. If another anything starts up, let me know. If the tide starts rising, let me know. But I just want to tell you guys real quick, because I got a number of people in here that I haven't spoke to before. My name's Ian. I'm a retired fire chief. I've done a bunch of different things in my life. I currently work in commercial radio, and I come on here every night at 9 p.m. Eastern and I provide 2 to however many hours of live coverage of whatever's going on. And if there's not anything going on, I still put up a bunch of live views for you guys to watch. And we talk about all kinds of different topics. Some of the topics we cover include paranormal, science fiction shows. I do a lot of stuff with science, space weather, radio propagation, lots of stuff with terrestrial weather and weather phenomenon and aurora borealis and things like that. We cover a lot of different things like that when we're not covering breaking news. And we also specialize in hurricanes and tidal cameras and stuff. We've got battery-powered cameras that we go out and put on poles during hurricanes. We do a lot of different things. It's a multifaceted channel. I mean, it's a lot of different things. But this actually has become the focal point of what we do, providing news coverage. And in this studio that I just showed you the pictures of, we actually can put out 8 simultaneous live streams in high definition. We have a fiber optic connection here that's bar none the best you can get. And we put it out there. We put scanner feeds out. We put amateur radio feeds out. We do a lot of different stuff. We also provide live feeds to Broadcastify as well, which is on the police scanner program. When you go to the police scanner program, all that has to be done by somebody so that you can hear those police scanners. And I put 3 or 4 of those feeds up myself. Yeah. Well, yeah, I was one of those guys. I didn't get married. I didn't have kids. I didn't want them. I didn't want kids. I didn't want to get married. I got married later in life, and that's pretty much over too. So it's kind of, the whole marriage thing was never really my thing. I'm kind of married to my work kind of guy, and I like it. I love what I do, and when I was a firefighter full time, I worked my way up through the ranks. I was a lieutenant for the most of it. I was lieutenant for probably 12 years, and I was the training officer for the department. I did all the training, all the recurring training, all the training for new people, all the recertification trainings for all the different things. I was an American Heart instructor, a state of Florida fire instructor, Red Cross instructor. I was a hazmat instructor, a Hearst tool instructor. I would basically teach everybody how to do stuff. That was my thing. And I also worked the shift. I had a truck and guys, and we went out and saved lives. That's what we did. I had a good time with it. And then on my days off, I had no family, no kids. I didn't do sports. I didn't buy water boats or anything. You know what I did? I went and dispatched on my day off, and then after I got done dispatching, I was a cop at the sheriff's department. I went over and worked there and would do the evening shift at the sheriff's department, come home, take a 4 or 5 hour nap, get up the next day and go back to dispatch again. I also worked at emergency management. I was on the first cruise in after Hurricane Opal and Hurricane Andrew down in Miami. I was intimately involved in that response down there. And I've done a lot of that kind of disaster stuff. I actually was on the team that would drive all the equipment to somewhere and set up the towers and put up emergency communications in a matter of hours. And I just used to love doing that kind of stuff. And I made it all the way up to the chief of the fire department. I was chief for 2 or 3 years. And then finally my back was bad and I was done and I wanted to get out of government, and I did. And now I'm in the private sector. I produced the #1 talk radio show in Southwest Florida, and we do it every day, starting at 5 o'clock. And we love what we do. And then I come home from that, and about 9 o'clock I come on here, and I do 2 or 3 hours, sometimes almost 6 hours. We're coming up on 6 hours here. And then whenever I'm done here, I finally go to bed. But that's what I do, and that's kind of my life. But I've got a lot of different experiences. I was a fireman. I was even a PIO for a while on my department, a public information officer, the person that talks to the media. And now I work for the media. So it's kind of neat because I have some unique points of view there. I also believe that I don't like the way news is presented. I think news should be presented like I do it here in a multi-screen format. See, I'm talking to you, but you're not bored. You're listening to me. You can even see my little face in the corner, but what's great about it is we're watching for the tide to rise. We're watching for waves to come in. We've got the news up. We've got this, and this is what makes this coverage special. Sometimes when there's weather going on, the windows will be, a radar, reflective radar, wind. It'll have all the, that kind of stuff. When we have tornadoes coming or hurricanes, we'll have 5 or 6 or 7 live streams dedicated just to the hurricane. And one will be all the amateur radio feeds with all the data. One will be, the weather radar with all this information here. And it'll be live feeds of the 3 counties affected's police departments. One will be the counties affected's fire departments with all the, with storm data information. And some of them will have aircraft tracker. We use Flight Radar 24. We put up live flight trackers. We can track a lot of different things and put it up so that there's a representation and you can see what's going on. It's really a lot of fun. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I wish I had more help. I wish I had people here that wanted to get involved and do it, but it's just basically me. I get a little bit of help from my grandchild, and I get a little bit of help from Carlotta and a few friends, but for the most part, I'm on my own here. It's a lot of work, but I do have fun with it. I do, really do. And I hope that one day I can do this for a living. I think that's the goal. I had somebody try to commercial shame me the other day, and, if I would watch your stream more if you didn't play commercials. Okay, well, where do you work? Because I would come to your work more if you didn't charge me for those hamburgers. I'm sorry, we have to do this. We have to somehow pay the bills, keep the lights on. My electric bill last month was $382. In August, when I pay the August bill in September, it'll be $450, probably about in the $450 range for an electric bill. And we don't have a lot of taxes. I'm using the power. I'm using it all. But it takes it to run this and to run the big air conditioner. I've got a hotel-size air conditioner up here to keep this place cool. It's literally a hotel unit because I needed more BTUs being moved. Well, thanks, Chris. I appreciate that. I use OBS. I don't use anything special or do anything crazy. It's just I take a lot of time to get it ready and program it and all that kind of good stuff. There's that tide chart, and it is showing a slow rise there. But then again, we're right at the peak of high tide right now. So I don't know. I don't really see much going on with this. I really don't. But I'm gonna keep it up for a little while longer. If nothing happens in the next 40 minutes. Then we're going to be relatively sure that we're okay. I don't know when they're going to issue the all clear. We're waiting for them to come back up with another press conference with the science guy. I don't know if Bill Nye's coming out or what, but they got to check with, what they say? We got to check with Dr. Bill or whatever they said. Yeah, I keep looking at the one in the middle there with the lit dock. I'm watching the beach and I keep thinking, oh yeah, it's coming up. And then a few minutes later, it looks like it's going down. Wave action has a tendency to ramp and recede. And you'll get 3 or 4 waves that get bigger and then 3 or 4 waves that get smaller. I don't know what's just an illusion there and what's not. It doesn't seem like it's really done anything to me. Yep. So anyway, I also, Streamlabs is good, but I'm finding OBS to be a lot more stable. It's a little more complicated to use, but once you get used to it, it's just as good, just as easy. And I do. I use them. The key to using OBS properly is to build the right system. See, all these systems around here, a lot of them, like that one over there is a supercomputer, and so's this one. I built I spent $1,000 and I waited and bought all the parts on sale, and I bought them using PC Part Picker. It's a website. Go there, pcpartpicker.com. Best website ever. You go in, you pick your computer, you pick your processor, it tells you what boards you can use, and boom, next thing you know, you hit the button, it gives you all the Amazon buttons, and you go down and you order all your parts. You can have it alert you when they go on sale. I managed to buy everything I need to build a Ryzen 9 12-core computer with 64 gigs of RAM and a ridiculous GPU that has 5 outputs. And I've got 2 additional outputs. I got 7 screens hooked up to it. It's an absolute screaming crazy computer. And I built it on purpose because I'm doing this. I don't even play games on it. I do this. This takes up so much bandwidth, you have no idea. But when you run glass coming in, I got unlimited internet run through a hard line. Nothing's wireless. Everything runs to a wire. Comes hard line into the computer, hard line in, and then I've got full internet. This computer literally has access to as much internet as it could possibly ever need. And it's got a gaming board in it with really high bus rates. I've got a huge cooling unit on it, this freaking big, with fans in a box that has fans blowing in all the way around it. And it stays cool. It does really good. And I can leave this thing on. Look at this thing. Okay, here. Uh-oh. What we got going on here? They're having bandwidth problems, but let's see if we can take this press conference. Here we go. I think this is on them, not me, but I'm gonna reset that stream anyway. Yeah, it's not me. Their stream is frozen. Hey Chris, thank you for subscribing.
This is a pretty standard pattern that things will go down a couple of waves and come up again. So we'll just be, our job right now for Hawaii is just to continue monitoring this and reporting the readings. And I mean, we issued another bulletin just maybe about half an hour ago with our latest readings, and we'll just continue to do that.
Can you tell us what kind of damage that size waves could do?
Oh, it depends. They're not, they're the kind of things that could cause damage to smaller wooden structures, I suppose. It's hard to say. The thing is that the readings we're reporting here are what we see on a gauge, and so we can't really see what's happening all along a coastline. And gauges are usually in fairly protected places inside a harbor, so oftentimes it's not the largest reading you see on a gauge, because people put gauges in a protected place because they want them to last a long time, versus putting them on an open coast. So we're reporting what we see on these gauges, but we don't know what's actually happening comprehensively along a coast. So if the water comes up, I think I mentioned once before, if for a human, if you're standing in water even up to your knee and it's fast moving water, it can easily sweep you off your feet. And so water has a lot of power when it's flowing fast, and when it comes onto the land, that's what's happening.
Victor.
It's flowing fast, so it
Thanks
can
for
damage
coming in, buddy.
structures. But so far we haven't seen anything too big, but still a little bit early. So
we're not out of the woods yet.
we're not out of the woods yet.
We're getting close. We got to be.
I'm quite happy that we, at least on our gauges, we haven't seen numbers like 10 feet above normal sea level. We're seeing the biggest ones are close to 10 feet from crest to trough.
Yeah, Alaska and Japan, neither one would have been directly in front of it like Hawaii was.
Waves coming in. What's the latest data you're giving to them? And since it's past Hawaii, now moving further south, what are you telling neighboring nations?
Well, we actually, what we do is we send them the results of our forecast model. So they can see along their coastline. Our model makes forecasts based on an approximation for how big the amplitude might be along their coasts, and then they can make their own decisions about issuing alerts based on that. In some places, like in northern Chile, the Chileans have told us they have a very cliffy coastline, so if they have a wave that's 1 meter, it's not a threat to them because it's not going to go inland along that cliffy coast. So it's all kind of depends upon the individual country what they decide to do with these amplitudes we send them. But we'll update our forecast. We updated this one several times, and then we issue it to those countries.
We've heard some reports that people have started to return back to their homes, especially on the North Shore. That's where we got the reports from. What is your reaction to that, and what would your advice be?
That's a very poor thing to do until we know it's safe, and so I would always advise to follow instructions from the emergency management community. You're kind of taking an unnecessary chance, and I hope they're all right, but by the same token, I think that's not the right thing to do.
Could you kind of explain why it's not just one big sweeping wave, but it's these rounds that keep on coming minutes apart?
Well, even if you have seen films of the 2011 tsunami in Japan, you can see that sometimes when the wave comes in, it's very subtle. It just looks like a little bit of a surge of the sea. It just starts coming in a little bit and rising slowly, but it doesn't stop. It keeps rising and rising and rising, and the current gets faster and faster. And there's videos of a town that's wiped out in 15 minutes from something that didn't come in like a wall of water. It just came in like a slowly rising tide. Well, not as slow as the tides. It's
you haven't missed
a rising
anything,
tide
Dave.
that will come to its peak in 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And why it does that depends upon,
We're starting to think nothing burger.
The shape of the coastline and the offshore bathymetry. So if it's a gently sloping offshore bathymetry, then the sea is just going to rise slowly. But if it's something that gets focused, or sometimes if there's a sharper slope, then the wave can rise up and form this rolling white water like you see in a breaking surf wave.
So it wouldn't be an anomaly that something big could happen at this point that could change the course of what you're watching?
I'm hopeful not. I think we still haven't seen what's going to happen on the Big Island because we haven't seen enough cycles, but we've seen quite a few cycles on Kauai, and there haven't been any surprises. It did grow after the first waves, but it hasn't grown. It hasn't grown very quickly after that. So I'm hopeful. In most places, maybe we've seen the worst of it.
Does the water line return to normal in between each wave, or does it come all the way in and go all the way back out? How does that work?
When it floods the coast, the water goes down, the coast will drain, but you can have spots on the land where the water's back and it's not going to flow back out to sea. So in big tsunamis where you've had a lot of destruction of structures, then the flowing back out is as dangerous as the flowing back in because you're carrying all this debris, and the debris are battering rams, and of course it's terrible for people in the water too. So. Okay, well, this time I think we'll probably wait another hour to come back down, so we have maybe a more comprehensive look at what has happened and maybe some outlook on.
They're having some real issues.
So,
We were listening into a news conference with Chip McCreary of the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, just providing us the latest. He mentioned wealth of information right there on kind of the statistics and the new data models that are coming in. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins can break that down for us on kind of what we're seeing in terms of the forecast.
Thank you so much, Mark. Well, so far so good with the initial cycles, is what Chip was talking about. And we're crossing our fingers it continues to behave this way as what we've seen with these initial readings. So
there you go, guys. Doesn't seem like there's too much there, but we're going to hang out. I'm going to do another 20 minutes or so and see if there's anything that materializes on this last wave. This is one of those things, guys. I understand both sides of this one completely. Nathan, you're absolutely right. Where did all that energy go? But the truth is, we really didn't have a completely accurate reading of how much energy we were dealing with anyway. And when you look at everything that's involved with, in the Pacific, with the depth of the water, the distance between the origin point and Hawaii, there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of variables there that could have spelled off a lot of this energy. I'm not sure exactly where all that energy went, but I also know that we're not 100% sure exactly how much energy we're even talking about. So, all right, I'm going to end that poll that I forgot to end like an hour ago. Anyway, there's the results. How much rise do you think we'll see? And it looks like, I think the 16% or the 17% were right. I'm not sure. It looks like it's gonna be probably no rise at all, is probably what it's gonna be. But they did see some rise in a few areas. Yeah, I know, but the distance between the origin point and Hawaii is quite a distance. Let's see here. Let's take a peek. So we're talking 3,272 miles that energy traveled and had to dissipate over. I mean, if you look at it, that is a long way for energy to propagate. And it can certainly do it, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying you're going to spell off a lot of it just as it dissipates out. You're going to lose a lot of it. And then you're also going over some really deep ocean there too. So I think all that may have had something to do with where all that energy disappeared to, because that is definitely a good question. And I'm hoping that maybe just maybe we can get an answer to that at some point. What the hell happened here? Some of my screens didn't come back. This thing's it's been running for a while, and as you know, with Windows, it's memory leak. I have to restart the computers. The last thing I do before I go live is restart the computer so that I have a fresh start Windows computer. And then as the night goes on, it will slowly memory leak and have all kinds of little minor this and that's, and it's starting to do that now. The TV station's not the only one that's starting to get a little glitchy tonight, but that's okay. That's all right. It's done good tonight. We're on 6 hours and 6 minutes and 40 seconds at this point, and we've been doing really good. The numbers have been great tonight. We got lots of subs, doing great on all that tonight. And I really appreciate all the support you guys are giving us. Welcome to all of our new people out there that have found us. We come on every night at 9 p.m. Eastern time, and I do all kinds of interesting commentary about all kinds of different fun stuff and no politics. You can do the politics in the chat room if you want. I don't care. It's a free speech chat room, but I don't do politics on here. I don't want to get involved in it. So I basically come in, I do common sense stuff, we do paranormal stuff, we do hurricanes and science and all kinds of different things. And I think you guys might find it quite interesting. Yeah. Well, and I agree that it was a huge inconvenience tonight for people, but you got to look at it, the good and the bad of what happens. Let's say there's no tidal rise. We're going to give it a few more minutes. Let's say there's nothing. The good and the bad of what happened. The good, we got to practice. We got to test. Remember when they had the big wildfires, the emergency systems didn't work, the warning systems didn't work. This was probably a good test. This was a good thing in that respect. We got to test the equipment. People got to test their plan. They got to grab their go bag and do their thing and gas their car and they got to check the plan out, test their plan, do their plan. For a lot of people, this was a learning experience for them. Even though they're going to be, nothing happened. Don't get pissed from nothing. Don't be pissed because nothing happened, okay? Because your house is still there and everything. I mean, let's be realistic here. People get pissed when nothing happens. Let's be thankful nothing happened, all right? And let's look at it as, hey, what a good training we had for our emergency personnel, our military personnel, our ship captains and crews. Everybody got to practice what to do when the big one happens. This wasn't the big one, but we got to practice. Number two, the bad part of what happened tonight is going to be the crying wolf syndrome. And what it is we had that problem here. Okay, Hurricane Irma, okay? Irma came here, came up through the Everglades, went right over us as a Cat 4, Cat 3. There's a 3 when it got to here. Went right over us as a Cat 3. They said it was going to be really bad. Everybody got in their car and left. I was the only person left for 10 blocks in every direction. I had people calling me from everywhere, want me to check on their house. I was the only one that I stayed. And me and a couple family members, we stayed. Everybody else left. And they all got stuck up the road. No hotels, no gas. They were stuck on the side of the road. It was disgusting. It was terrible. Oh my God, the shelters that they opened sucked and everything sucked and the pet shelters sucked. And what ended up happening was, believe it or not, when the next storm came, which was Ian, the big one, no one evacuated. And we lost 100 and something people down here. And I'll get back to that in a minute. Let's go to this.
But for now, there's a lot of confidence here that they won't have to have another update about danger to the community, but there is energy in the water and it's very tricky out there. So what they're going to do is send out updates on social media, probably about now and then another hour. When there is an all clear, the Adjutant General will come out and announce it. And that will be on X, on their social media. And of course, we'll pick that up and turn it around, probably live for you here on Hawaii News Now. So for now, the governor has left the building. There seems to be a lot of confidence that we have gotten through this crisis safely. And now I'll send it back to you folks on the set.
Carol, thank you very much. That is a significant development there. But of course, we are still on standby for the all clear. And as far as we've been told, that could even come tomorrow.
Come tomorrow. We've heard a range of estimates, right? You've heard, and
it'll come shortly. I bet you they get the all clear within an hour. I think this thing's over. I think it's a nothing burger. I'm not upset. I would not be upset. All the indications were this was going to be this way, that there was going to be something here. Let me tell you something. An 8.8 is nothing to mess with. The amount of energy that came out of there was like atomic bombs going off under the ground. And that energy, like we talked about a minute ago, had to go somewhere. And so it was logical to assume that a lot more of it was heading towards Hawaii than apparently was heading towards Hawaii. And again, all the different things it had to encounter and survive on the way there. I think that it's good news right now for the people of Hawaii. I think we don't lose any life. We don't lose much property or any tonight. That would be amazing. I think that would be awesome. Nathan, you're welcome anytime. I love science topics. We do a lot of science in here. I'd love to have you back anytime. And that goes for all the rest of you too. I'm going to be on about 10 more minutes. If anybody has any questions, please ask me in the chat room. I want to use this opportunity to reach out to a bunch of new people tonight, because I got to tell you, it's difficult on YouTube. We've been working really hard on here, trying to get all set up. You saw that, we've been working on this studio. I say we, it's mostly me, but I do have friends and I have help. We work on this studio. Sorry, I only dress from the waist up, so you have to deal with the rest. But we set this thing up, and here we go. We're broadcasting 8 signals out of here. We do this every night. I hope you guys join us in the future, and it's a lot of fun. We talk about all kinds of different topics. I literally go from solar flares to skunk apes. But it's always interesting. I try to do things that are interesting to people, things that are somewhat based in science, somewhat based in things that are fun to talk about. And understand, I don't do politics in here. I'm not going to come in here and start talking about, I like this guy, I don't like that guy. I really don't want to talk about it. So everything else is game. I even talk about Star Trek. I'm a big Star Trek guy. I believe Star Trek was responsible for much of where we're at right now in space and science. And so I talk a lot about that kind of stuff too in science fiction, but mostly emergency coverage is what we do. And look, if Hawaii got nothing, Cali's going to get nothing. They'll get nothing because it's the same direction. And it's traveling twice as far. So, yeah, nothing. Big nothing burger for them. They only had an advisory anyway, a low-level advisory. It wasn't even that big a deal for California. And British Columbia, same thing. And we already know Alaska and Japan got through it just fine. So, it is what it is. There'll be more of these. And like I said, I think people will be a little better prepared now. But I also think there'll be people that won't act next time because of what happened this time. And that's the point I was just making when I went to that real quick. I'm worried what's going to happen with us down here is going to happen out there now. Because after everybody evacuated and they got stuck in some other town for 3 days and they couldn't get back and everything sucked. And the islands, they blocked the islands off and they wouldn't let people go back, and all their houses got mildewed and it was terrible. And so when Ian came, these people said, F you, I'm not leaving. And 150,000 people defied evacuation orders down here. And we lost a bunch of folks. The tidal rise, it came up, it washed people right out of their homes. It washed homes away with people in them down on the beach, entire homes, entire structures. And I blame the Irma thing. I don't know what we could have done different, but see, what we did was we did the right thing on this storm and it screwed us. And then over on this storm, we did the wrong thing on this storm, and it screwed us. Now we've had 2 storms since Ian that have both been flooding only, no bad winds or anything like that. So now everybody's kind of screwed up down here on whether they're an evacuator or a stand patter. And it's weird how it works down here now, because we get evacuated. We used to get evacuated quite a bit, and they would issue an evacuation order, and then the storm would make a left turn and head towards New Orleans, and we wouldn't get nothing. And that pissed people off. And these people decided, I'm going to hunker down. I'm getting sandbags, and I'm getting my generator, and I'm getting a pump, whatever I need, and I'm going to hold down the fort. And that's what people did during Ian. And like I said, it took some lives. So that's all I worry about, is the ebb and flow between the crying wolf and the overdoing it and the underdoing it. The crying wolf and then the not bothering to evacuate at all. A Trekkie, yes, a Trekkie. Sorry, I'm a big Trekkie. Yeah, I've been a Trekkie since way back. One of the first shows I remember watching was the original series, and I've been sold ever since. I haven't liked everything they've produced. I'm not much on any of the cartoons. I wasn't too much on Discovery. But Strange New Worlds is great. If you're into old Trek and you haven't tried new Trek, Strange New Worlds is worth doing, and you got to watch the last season of Picard. If you don't watch anything else, if you're a next-gen person and you haven't watched the last episode of the Picard series, you are doing yourself harm right now, because that's one of the best hours of television, one of the finest hours of Star Trek. Anyway, let's see here. Great numbers tonight. We did great tonight. Thank you for giving the subs and all that kind of good stuff. Let's go back and check in real quick with the TV station one or two more times here just to see what we got going on.
Receding of water and coming back into shore that they've seen in quite some time. That's the latest here. I mean, still quite a lot of activity with cars driving around, people taking pictures on their phone, Instagram Live, you name it. But that's kind of the scene here right now. The water has slowly gone back in towards the ocean, and yeah, we just saw probably the biggest swell to hit land here on the North Shore. I'm going to send things back to you guys in the studio. That's the latest here in Haleiwa.
Yeah, thank you very much. We really appreciate that report, Kyle. And we want to show our viewers back at home the video that you filmed while out there as the water was flooding into the parking lot. This is it. Take a look.
Wow,
you can
actually,
see, as
I'm
Kyle
seeing
described
a little bit of
earlier,
flooding.
it was an ankle high, and then it didn't seem like it receded back for a while. It flooded the parking lot over at Haleiwa Harbor during the first arrival. Estimated time of around 7:17 tonight for Oahu.
Yeah, based on the initial measurements that have come out so far, Haleiwa Harbor seems to be one of the areas with the most quote-unquote lively activity through this event so far. And so, yeah, you have the flooding video of the parking lot. We also saw a similar scene at Mauna Lua Bay out in East Honolulu. Hilo Bay, we've been going back and forth between the Coconut Island parking lot cam, the water going in and out there, and of course Hanalei Bay on Kauai, which was the initial site and the initial area of concern through all this.
So all of these scenes that we are seeing here tonight and witnessing along with you at home, flooded parking lots due to this tsunami event, and the scientists at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center are hoping that this activity will continue. Smaller waves, of course, they mentioned, you know, they can't predict the pattern. It could be smaller waves and then a bigger one, but that is why it's going to take some time for them to just observe and wait and watch before they make that final determination. I know we've been getting a lot of viewer emails and calls into the newsroom with a lot of folks wanting to know, okay, I listened, I heeded the warnings, I am now in a safe place. Can I go back now that this amount of time has passed? And the answer, unfortunately, is no. We do have to ride this out, and we do need to make sure that we are safe. Definitely safe from the officials at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. We need to wait for the official all clear before you head back.
Yeah, there seems to be high confidence in what we've been seeing so far, and you know, a trend toward positivity in terms of, okay, you know, from what we've seen from the initial spikes that have unfolded, okay, it's looking like we're in a good spot. This is a normal pattern, nothing out of the ordinary, but of course the all clear has not been given, so it's not advisable to return to the low-lying areas just in case you have the risk of coastal flooding. That risk is always there. Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis, you're always keeping track of the monitors here.
Yeah, definitely.
Folks, why do you think we saw more of a severe flooding event on the Haleiwa side versus on the East Oahu side?
Well, part of it is, yeah, there's a little bit of, you know, it's facing there, but at the same time, remember, just the way that Haleiwa Harbor is built, you've got a seawall there. You've got water that's going to be rushing through a very thin area. And so there's the possibility that more of that energy is going to start moving in through a very small area. Also, again, bathymetry, basically what's going on beneath the harbor. And so you've got, you know, some deep areas over there for so that boats can come in and out. But at the same time, those can cause currents that also could push some of that energy, the tsunami energy, farther up into the parking lot. And as Kyle was saying, it was only ankle deep, but unlike, again, the surf waves, they didn't come in and then recede. They stayed. Basically, the water levels stayed at ankle deep for several minutes. So that means that you had that tsunami energy, which had been raised by the bottom of the ocean, being spread out as well. And so that is, you can look at that and maybe you can say it's not much. But remember, that came from thousands of miles away more than 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
That this is something that came from.
Okay, well, there you go. And so we'll keep an eye a little bit for a few more minutes to see if they do anything else there as far as another press conference or anything. But it sounded like they were winding to me. What are the chances of it being bad at this point? I would say 0. We're pretty sure at this point that we are past the peak of any activity that would be happening, and that we haven't seen much. They're literally covering a parking lot that has about 2 inches of water covering it. That's the news right now. That's good news. That's good news. That means everybody gets to return to a dry home and go to bed. So they're going to probably in the next hour, they'll give an all clear. And, well, that just switched to like daytime or something. Yeah, they're showing you an earlier shot when all the ships were heading out. If you can get your ship out just a mile or so off the coast, it's safe from a tsunami. If it's in the dock, it's not safe. So that's why a lot of times you'll see them all getting the ships and they're leaving in them during a tsunami. And you're like, why would you do that? And it's like, well, because we're saving the ship this way. Anyway, let's see. There was a few questions up there that I probably missed. I'm not sure. I saw anyway. All right. Well, let me just let's go ahead and just start winding it down here. I do appreciate all you guys that have come in tonight. We've got a lot of new viewers tonight. This is Starship Adventures, and we do a lot of this kind of stuff here. And I hope that you guys find this to be interesting, and I hope that you guys will come back and try this again. This is Starship Studios. We do have 8 computers here that broadcast, and we do from each of these computers broadcast scanner feeds and different amateur radio type feeds. But the main thing we do here on this main computer is provide this news show that we do every night. And I'm here every night except some Saturdays. I do take Saturday off every now and then and just get out of town or whatever. But I'm here every night, and we come in here and we do this. We covered the Walmart stabbing thing the other night. We covered last night Midtown Manhattan. We covered the riots. We covered the protests. You name it, we've covered it here. Manhunts, all kinds of stuff. And we provide the same kind of coverage no matter what we're doing, whether it's like I said, whether it's a manhunt or a hurricane. We provide this comprehensive multi-screen type coverage so that it will give somebody a chance to give a different kind of view on things. And I like this sort of thing when I'm watching, if I'm watching something that's going on, and I'm a news hound. I love to. It all started at the day of 9/11, 2001. I became addicted to news. I stacked up TVs on top of TVs and had them all hooked up to different channels, and they finally had to do an intervention on my ass. On the mustache. Yeah, I saw that earlier. Starship mustache or whatever. Yeah. The story about hey XXDJ Dirty Fuse. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Hey, listen. It all started, I was the youngest lieutenant to be in the county, and I got my promotion and I got my white shirt, and on my very first fire that I went to, one of the people on scene said that they needed to speak to the person in charge, and they pointed at me, And the guy looked and said, "You mean that Explorer Scout guy over there?" I was the lieutenant in charge. It was my station that day. I was 20 years old. 21, I don't know. I was very young for a lieutenant. I went right from fire school to EMT school, and right from EMT school, I paid to put myself through inspector school, instructor school, and officers candidate school. I did all of it. I was absolutely crazy about just getting promoted and working my way up. And I walked in, I sat down in the chief's office, and the chief was giving me a hard time because he had heard what happened. The chief said, "I'm going to give you a piece of advice that I want you to keep for the rest of your life." I said, "What's that?" He goes, "Grow a goddamn mustache. What are you doing?" And that's what he said. And I'm like, "Well, okay." He says, "Can you grow one?" I said, "Yeah, I think so." And I stopped. I haven't shaved my lips since. And I keep it. I've had people tell me it looks like a 70s porno stash. And I tell them that I was in my single digits in the 70s, so I wouldn't know. But if it's a porno stash, I should get laid more. That's all I'm saying. But anyway. Yeah, we do a lot. I tell you, I like the multi-screen format, especially when it comes to storm chasing. One of the neatest videos I ever did was a proof of performance piece. Sorry, that's industry talk. For a video that shows you that I know what I'm doing. I actually went back and created.
This is G-Duck.
Oh my God, the voice of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I hear that ad every time YouTube plays. It's the voice of the Tampa Bay. I'm so sick of hearing it. Tampa Bay's 2 hours from here anyway. It's like, come on. Anyway, you know what I just did? I just bitched about my own ad. What a dumbass. All right, anyway. Oh, man. I want to show you guys, because there's a lot of people in here that don't know me and don't know my channel. I want to show you what it was like a couple weeks ago when we were covering this live. I want you guys to hear this. This is good. Here we go. This was live on our channel, just like this. This is how it went out, without the music. This is how it went out. I'm going to show it to you. Here it comes. Look at that. That's a huge couplet, a well-defined couplet right there. I think we're on the ground. It's hard to tell, but I think that's debris and dust that you're seeing. We are on the ground, it looks like. Yeah, we got a tornado on the ground. It's a wedge. Urbana, North Dakota. Urbana, North Dakota. Take shelter now that you are next up for this thing, and it's on the ground. Holy shit. We've got a large wedge tornado, and it's on the ground. That is textbook, ladies and gentlemen. We have a textbook tornado right now. Look at the shots we're getting of this thing. These guys are amazing. Every storm chaser has a shot of this tornado right now. All 8 of them. From 8 different angles. You're watching this thing live. This is Starship Adventures, guys. Thank you for being here. This is what we do here. God, I wish I was there. Holy shit. Holy shit. I hope nobody's in front of this thing. That was a fun night. That was probably my best hour of broadcasting on my YouTube channel that I've ever done. What an absolute amazing hour. And I went back and made that video just because, and that's even unedited. It's just like a straight through 7 minutes of the show. And what an amazing night that was. Absolutely amazing. The storm chasers were right on that thing. Every single storm chaser had a different view of the same wedge tornado. That thing dropped out of the clouds as a wedge tornado. There was no bullshit. It didn't rope in and rope out. That shit came in as a wedge. It ended up killing people later that night. It was a hell of a storm, a hell of a tornado. That was, I don't know, 3 weeks ago. Let's see. Let me get a date. 1 month ago, North Dakota. Yeah, about 30 days ago. Boy, time flies. Yeah, I'm going to be signing off here in just a few minutes. I'll be glad to put the link in so you guys can go check it out afterwards if you'd like to. It's right there. And, yeah, very much. And don't... yeah, if people want to know what we do, that's some of the best of what we do right there. And there's our Discord as well. We started out on Discord. We are going to be moving to some other socials and doing some other things as well. But we went ahead and started on Discord so that people had a way of sending me links during the show. And now I'm putting all my news articles and stuff on there too. I put out several news articles a day on average. Some days 3 or 4, some days none. But I do pretty regularly put out news stories on different things, whether it's space, weather, science, ham radio, and the show itself and coverage of news and things like that. I still don't see the tide coming up, do you? I mean, I don't see shit. Michelle. Sunnyland, hey, thanks for coming in. Yeah. Yeah, that was 30 days ago. That was 30 days ago. That was in North Dakota again. So, North Dakota, South Dakota have had their ass handed to them for a month. I don't understand it. Every freaking night it's up there. Yeah, the water's been turbulent around Japan, but they they just got, a few foot of rise. So, nope. I think we've lucked out on this one. It sure was a big enough earthquake that had it shoved things up in the right, had it done it a different way, it probably could have been a devastating deal. And we're just lucky it didn't happen on this one. It's good, like, even for me. This is the first tsunami that I've covered. I've done all kinds of different... I've covered these on the radio before even, but I've never covered them on here like this, so this was cool. And we've been covering seismic stuff for weeks. We covered that swarm that happened there just south of Alaska about a week ago. There was a swarm of earthquakes there that we were covering as well, so... Yeah, I'm glad it didn't. This would have been devastating for Hawaii. They are showing that parking lot. I mean, there is some flooding on the side of the island. I think that faces towards that way is probably where they're seeing the most rise, and there is a little bit of rise out there, but just not seeing all that much. Yeah, that top left, that's the actual TV station. And they're showing us different feeds. And they've got a guy with a camera down there at that parking lot. And that's kind of what they're covering right now because it's visual. Oh, wow. All right, so I'll go ahead and take any questions in the chat room. I'm going to be signing off in 10 or 15 minutes, so I'll go ahead and take whatever questions or anything in the chat room. We've been on 6 hours and 35 minutes, and that's after I did a 3-hour radio show. So, yeah, I'm getting pretty damn tired. One of the things when you get older, one of the things that really fails you quickly is your stamina. I just don't have it no more. I used to just stay up all night and work and go back out the next day. You know, I would stay up all day at the firehouse and then work all night and go home and take a 2-hour nap and then go in and dispatch all afternoon and leave there and go to the sheriff's department and work all night. And I'd get home about 3:30, 4 in the morning, take a 2-hour nap and get up and go into the fire department and work my shift. I mean, I used to do it. It was probably dangerous, who knows? But I used to work on, literally, I would bench sleep. I would do 3 or 4 days where I wouldn't sleep but a couple hours each day. I would cat nap. And then I would go and zonk for like 13 hours. And they say that's really bad, that you know, working to exhaustion and then dying out for a long period of time. That's a bad lifestyle. And but I did it for years. I just, because I couldn't get enough. I just wanted to do everything. You know, the most inconvenient thing in my life, the fact that I had to sleep. Man, there was so much to do. And every day, I would finally get so tired I'd lay down and I'd wake up 6 or 7 hours later, pissed that I'd slept that much. Man, oh man, I just wasted 7 hours. Isn't that ridiculous? I used to be that way. I'm not as much like that anymore. The rest has become very important to me. Sleep has become very important. Well, yeah, you're welcome back anytime. Like I said, we do this all the time, and we cover just about everything. And also, I don't beg for likes and this kind of stuff, but you may, if you like to be notified, hit the notification bell, because I only usually release videos during the day, unless it's an emergency coverage video. And if I wake up at 5:30 in the morning and I come out here and I look and I see what's going on in the world and I see something that needs to be covered, I'll go live. I'll go live anytime, 24/7. There is 5 hours a day where I'm at a radio station that's about 10 minutes from here, and I have to work that. I can go in a little late. I can get out a little early if I have to. I got people I work with that can cover. But for the most part, I need to be there for 5 hours a day. And so that takes me out of the game a little bit. But other than that, I'm here all the time. And my goal in a few years is to move to the mountains where I can now get fiber optic up at my cabin up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Move. I'm going to move up there. We'll move my studio up there, everything. And I plan to then be available 24/7 to go live with coverage. And that's how I plan to live the rest of my life, living in God's country, doing broadcasts on YouTube. I absolutely love being a YouTube creator. You know, I could sit here and come up with bitches all day long about YouTube, but the truth is they're amazing. Are they nitpicky, or do we have issues with this? Yeah, but they're working on it. I actually see progress, even on the problems. And I love YouTube. I do. They're my network. And I actually, it's part of my spiel when I tell people who I am and what I do. And I broadcast on the world's largest broadcast platform, YouTube. Broadcasting worldwide. You'll hear me say stuff like that because it's important to me. I broadcast on a little 25,000 watt radio tower down here, and I get 100,000 listeners. YouTube gives you the potential to get millions. You can only get so many on a local transmitter or even on a cable channel. But when you're talking about the internet, you are unlimited. And now that they're dubbing my videos into all these different languages, and the subtitling's now available and everything else all the time, and I'm telling you, it's gotten to the point where YouTube really is providing us with an amazing service. They really are, and every amazing, big, huge thing is going to have its problems. So, but I've been very, very happy with YouTube. All right. So do you guys, I don't know if I should do it or not, if I should just leave this up for a while, and let it keep running for a little while. I don't know. But I have to go do a couple things. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something a little unconventional. I need about 15 minutes here to go get some things ready and to go lock everything up and do some stuff. And then I'm going to check back in with you guys and we'll end the broadcast. But I'm going to leave it up for a little while so we can watch a little while longer, and then I'll check in one more time before I head to bed. You guys are welcome to go if you're ready, of course, but I'm going to just leave it up for about 15 more, 20 more minutes. Keep chatting. Have a good time. I'll be right back. And then we'll check it one last time, and then we'll say goodnight. But this is Starship Adventures live in North Fort Myers, and we'll be on for about 15 more minutes. My name's Ian. Don't go anywhere.
Other parts of the island. So you allow that amplitude to grow, and unfortunately we were able to see the Haleiwa parking lot get flooded, and also the Coconut Island parking lot flooded. So we've seen two instances of water coming up into low-lying areas so far, and allowing the water to just rush in and really have a hard time receding for a little bit.
Yeah, if we can go back to the map of the state, if you could just go ahead and drive the computer here. We're just going from graphic to graphic. Let's do the islands, and then let's kind of look at the island of Hawaii, and we'll turn off the radar here, even though we do have a few windward and Mauka showers. But you can see that Hilo is more on the sheltered side, and you would think, okay, the tsunami is coming from Russia, it's coming from the northwest, but Hilo still got quite a bit of that energy from the tsunami. Also, as we head into this part, I think Laupahoehoe, that area was destroyed by tsunami back in 1946 and overrun. And then when you look at Hilo, we'll zoom in a little bit closer to Hilo there. You've got a breakwater there, and then Yeah, we also have some shallower water that is in that area. And so when you're looking at the SCP hotel, no surprise that it's getting quite a bit of water, because that area is going to have a lot of swell energy, a lot of ocean water that's funneled over into it. Mark, Steph, back over to you.
Thank you so much, guys. I know that they were talking about the flooding at Coconut Island in Hilo, and we did see a lot of flooded parking lots there, including into the hotel that was nearby. In fact, we have Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda standing by live, joining us right now tonight. And sir, if you could tell us, we are now more than 2 hours into this event. What can you tell us so far in terms of any damage or observations that you've noticed since then?
Thank you. Yes, we are here at EOC, and we did get the Haima update, and we do have some flooding. We've been getting video and reports in from our lower line areas. We recognize that the 9 feet that Haima mentioned, for Hilo is somewhat significant. So we are just standing by to see. Hopefully that what we're hearing is we need to see about 3 or 4 insignificant waves to be all in the clear, and that's not going to happen for another hour. So we are just on standby right now.
Any road closures in the area? Obviously, people should not be on the roads, but what are you receiving in terms of reports of any road impacts and kind of just infrastructure updates there?
Absolutely. I mean, all roads that needed to be closed were closed after the evacuation. And
Yes, now we're getting somewhere.
low-line areas, and we are giving them the message not to do that. We are not in the clear. This is still an emergency, and we are taking it seriously until we get the all clear. We expect no residents to go back in low-line areas.
Mayor, can you please, in terms of the activity at the emergency shelters tonight?
Yeah, so we have 11 emergency shelters currently operating, and we have about 1,500 evacuees that we are catering to right now, and so they're also on standby. And again, we are not unfamiliar with these tsunamis, right? We have 4 of them that I'm aware of. 1952, 1960 was the biggest tsunami. So, Hilo Town, we're resilient. We know that we don't take these threats lightly, and this is a big deal for us. So again, all hands on deck. We got everybody here at the EOC. We're not leaving until we get the all clear sign.
Are there any areas, we're paying a lot of attention to Hilo, and rightfully so, but are there any other areas around the county that you're keeping a close eye on?
Absolutely. I mean, all coastal areas, are areas that we have to pay attention to. I mean, I remember tsunamis back in the Kanoe administration when, Hilo didn't get any impacts, but Ali'i Drive, they got it really bad. And I mean, in Honaunau, there was a house that got uplifted and, was floating in the bay. So these are memories that we have, and that's why we don't take this lightly. This is a serious situation, and until we get the all clear sign, we're going to stay here.
All right, that's Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Thank you so much for joining us and speaking with us tonight. Again, providing that very important message that this could very well be a long night for a lot of us as we wait this out, as we wait for the official word from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. We did hear from Dr. Chip McCreary, who gave us those updates about an hour ago, and he said he would be back with another update. We're expecting that maybe at around the 10 o'clock or so. So, of course, they're still monitoring all the data coming in from those 15 sites across the state.
So we're monitoring this statewide. We just spoke with Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Also, too, I want to bring in Ben Gutierrez as well, because we've also been keeping a close eye on this Coconut Island cam and looking how the parking lot has flooded. Is it me, or kind of has the water level changed where we see that police vehicle right there? Because earlier, about an hour and a half ago, that area seemed to be completely covered in water, and now you have a vehicle there.
And it looks like you can almost see more of the bridge underneath of it as well.
Yeah, you can see the bridge, and also the water level has probably gone down about 3 feet. Back to close to normal. And so it was flooded a little earlier. It looks like the water levels are kind of back to normal at the moment. In fact, if it's possible, I don't know if we can take Max 2, the weather computer. I'm not sure how quickly we can do that, but here we go. So this is Coconut Island right here. That's the bridge. And then a little bit earlier, we're looking at the SCP Hilo Hotel. That is this right here. So the hotel is right here. We've got the ice pond. Let me just clear this out. And so you've got all this water that's kind of trying to get into this area. And as it does, the problem is you've got just this little area that the water is trying to get into. And so a lot of that is going to flood into this area as well. And so that was the reason why we're seeing in some of these spots where the water energy is getting into a more narrower and narrower section. And so no surprise that that area has gotten quite a bit of the activity. Hilo Airport right here, very close to Hilo Bay, so that's the reason why it's still closed. Kuhio Street, Keaukaha, this airport was closed because this whole neighborhood here had to get evacuated, and so you basically don't want to have this area, you know, or basically be in this area during that time. And even though it looks like we, again, did not have a whole lot happening in this area, it's good to know that we did the right thing, because when you're seeing the flooding that's going on, both here at the SCP Hotel and the ice ponds, and also here with the parking lot for Coconut Island, and we can, you know, with our maps now, we can get this is about as close as we can get, but it's pretty darn close.
Yeah, we are definitely seeing the impacts in Hilo and in Hawaii County. But what about what's happening here on Oahu? We want to go live now to our Lynn Kawano at the Emergency Operations Center. Lynn.
Yeah, Stephanie, you know, the mayor is still here, as well as first responders in the Emergency Operations Center at the Fosse building, but they don't have any more media briefings planned. They are waiting for the state to give the all clear, which is anticipated in the next hour or two. So they all stay here. They are monitoring things. We did see some high water events out in Haleiwa and on the North Shore, but other than that, things seem to be quieting down a bit here in Honolulu, so they are waiting to see if we get the all clear. They are not out, they're saying we're not out of the woods yet, but they want to make sure that they get the all clear from the state before issuing any more press releases or having any more press conferences here at the EOC. The mayor showed up about 3:15 this afternoon, just as the emergency sirens first started going off, and then we had subsequent sirens throughout the afternoon at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10. We had multiple briefings as the events were going on, but again, things are wrapping up out here. The mayor does have an early flight tomorrow. He's heading to Hiroshima to mark the 80th anniversary of the dropping of the bomb. He and his team are heading out to that, but they are still here waiting for the state to give the all clear. Back to you guys in the studio.
And thank you so much, Lynn. That seems to be the comment. Waiting for the all clear because we are not out of the woods just yet.
Right, forecasters are keeping a very close eye. The expectation is that we'll be getting an update from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center at the top of the hour from Chip McCreary within.
That's right. As Mark was just saying, as we wait for the all clear, that will ultimately come from officials from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. With a particular individual, the director of Dr. Chip McCreary, we're hearing that we will be getting an update right at 10 o'clock, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we get it. But as we are looking at this live shot now, I want to bring in our First Alert Weather team, Drew, Ben, and Jen. Any observations so far?
Right now, things have definitely calmed down. Look at the water surface right now. The police car helpfully illuminating the bridge, and you can see it's just calm, very calm beneath the bridge as far as the water. We might still see the possibility of some wave energy coming in, more tsunamis that may come in, but it looks like things, at least for now, have quieted down. Again, remember that these waves have been coming in anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes, 20 minutes apart, and so this might just be a little lull between tsunami waves at at the moment, but you can see right now that even though it is calm, the parking lot itself was flooded a little bit earlier. A couple of police cars now in the parking lot meeting there, but a little bit earlier this evening, about an hour ago, we could see that it was definitely flooded, and so with the amount of water that was in the parking lot, it was likely the same thing that was happening in Haleiwa, where the water level came up, stayed up for a while, and then finally receded. I'm sure the police are right now just checking the area just to make sure that nobody is there, that everybody's remaining safe. And if you're at the hotels that are close to that area, you're likely watching us from the 4th floor or higher, and you would be safe there and be able to see what is going on. And if you're looking at it, you should be glad that this is all you see, because otherwise, if we had a destructive tsunami, it would be a very different story and we'd be definitely a lot more worried. We're still a little worried at this point. I mean, it's not destructive, but we still have energy that's coming in, and we've been kind of tracking.
And speaking of energy coming in, we want to show you this video that's just into the newsroom now from Kahului, Maui, where officials reported a 15-foot drop in the water at Kahului Harbor tonight during the tsunami warning. Jen.
As we take a closer look at the latest readings, too, we did see a big spike there in Kahului. It initially came in with those initial cycles at about 4 feet, but then the latest reading now is at 5.7 feet, so bringing coastal flooding. We haven't been seeing a whole lot of eyes there in video yet, but this is likely seeing major coastal flooding in some of the areas there. Haleiwa, as we were seeing, the parking lots have been flooded out, and in Hilo, some significant flooding, but things seem to be quieting down there, and it did reach about 4.9 feet. So we are hoping that it reached its peak already, with its peak being at 5.7, crossing our fingers that it will be on a downward trend. And we're measuring these in amplitude, and you could actually see the amplitude is measured relative to the normal sea level. So we're seeing about 4 to about nearly 6 feet when it comes to that amplitude. So still under the tsunami warning. We will have to wait and see what the next couple of cycles do, and hopefully in the next several hours we won't see any more of those peaks that jump up like in Kahului from 4 feet to 5.7, and that will be more on a downward trend.
Now to Kahului and the incident that happened there. Once again, officials saying an approximately 15-foot water drop at Kahului Harbor tonight. And there were also some evacuations that took place. According to Maui County, 2 helicopters were sent out to evacuate rural areas, including 2 fishermen in Kahiki Nui and Kaupo. 10 to 15 people, they say, at Nu'u Landing, and also 1 person in Nahiku, 3 people in Halawa, 1 in Wailau, and they say people on Lanai near shipwrecks and 4 people at Nakalele were also warned during this tsunami warning alert.
Yeah, that speaks to the comprehensive response that each of the individual counties and their leaders need to undertake when you have an event like this, right? Making sure that residents are taken care of and making sure that areas are cleared, especially spots of high concern, the low-lying coastal areas. Just what an image we're seeing as more and more pictures and video are coming out, showing and documenting kind of how the night has unfolded statewide. So you have Maui County sending this out of the 15-foot water drop. And we also want to bring back in the footage that we saw earlier tonight at Hanalei Bay, which was the first site of the expected activity from the tsunami. The time lapse over about course of about half hour, 45 minutes or so, when they were in the active time frame starting from 7:10 p.m. Since then, we've seen headlines in Hawaii, Oahu, Big Island, Maui County as well. So this really is a statewide event, what we're seeing with this.
Yeah, and as we continue to look at this time-lapse video of Hanalei Bay and the water receding, you can clearly see parts of the reef being exposed right there in the middle of your screen, and then it'll slow and then it'll freeze frame it there. And of course, we witness flooding, throughout Hilo. Here at this Hilo hotel, you can see the flooding coming up and almost entering the lobby there during the initial waves. So this next reading now and the next set of data that we're expecting from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center could paint a clearer picture, perhaps, of what we might be in for, whether or not they did witness any change in the size of the waves as well. And that's what we'll be looking forward to, maybe less than 5 minutes away from getting that update from Dr. Chip McCreary at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center.
Yeah, a number of different scenes that have been unfolding across Oahu right now in the areas of concern. We're told that Haima, Governor Josh Green is no longer at the building, but they are keeping a very close eye. Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi remains at the city's Emergency Operations Center along with city emergency officials. And the scientists and the forecasters at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, we are expecting an update from them within the next several minutes or so. When that happens, we'll be heading out there live. I'm told we have new video of the water drop that we were just discussing at Kahului, which was earlier this evening.
That's right. We saw significant changes, parts of Oahu with Maunalua Bay parking lot flooding and Haleiwa just being inundated by the flood waters there taking over the parking lot at Haleiwa Harbor. This here, though, seems subtle, but officials noting that an approximate 15-foot water drop occurred during the first arrival of the tsunami waves. We're talking about, the teams being ready and state officials making it clear that no matter what happens, they are standing by ready to respond. High water vehicles ready to go, aircraft ready to go, search and rescue. Of course, no reports of any of that being needed or activated, but those teams stand ready. FEMA workers saying they also stand ready in the event of any damage from the waves. And so far, what we can tell you now is that we have not gotten any reports of any major damage out there. Just hearing from, Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda and Governor Josh Green recently saying, this is what we're just seeing right here, is just flooding as a result of these initial tsunami waves. And we are very hopeful that it will continue to just be this. Not any major damage, no reports of that so far.
One thing that I'm curious about, I want to bring back in Ben and Drew here, is what are we seeing in terms of intervals between these wave events and the timing of which, and how often are we seeing? Because we saw the spikes, we're really tracking closely the midway readings with the buoy. When it comes to our readings here, what can we say about the timing between the intervals?
Well, we've had some highs and lows. So as far as the intervals between the highest spikes that we've seen, at least on the buoy over at Midway, I would say about 45 minutes, but then there were a lot of smaller spikes in between there. And so if you kind of divvy that up, just my rough guess right now would be approximately 20 minutes between these waves. Some are bigger than others, and so you'll get a big wave maybe every 40 minutes or thereabouts. And we've seen a couple of those spikes. We saw 5. The first one was kind of big, and then the next 3 spikes are smaller. Then another big spike, and then we haven't really checked the spikes lately, but I'm sure that's one thing that, again, the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is looking at. And just judging from what we've seen so far, we're seeing the flooding. We've seen it in Hilo. We've seen it at Coconut Island. We've seen it at Haleiwa Harbor. There is flooding. There is inundation. Nothing damaging. Mm-hmm. That's a good thing. But it is still a tsunami. And so a lot of people were taking it very seriously. This shot tells a big part of the story. The Coast Guard and we here at Hawaii News Now and the First Alert Weather Team were saying, if you've got a vessel, take it out to open ocean, at least 300 feet depth, so 100 fathoms. So this is off Magic Island. These are a lot of the boats that left Alawai Small Boat Harbor and are waiting out, we're waiting out the possible tsunami or a destructive tsunami out in the open ocean where it's a lot safer. During 2011, we could see a lot of the damage that was caused when the currents took boats, ripped them away from their moorings, bashed them against each other, ripped piers away, those sorts of things. A lot of vessel owners, vessels are valuable, they cost a lot of money, and you definitely want to protect that. Best way to protect that investment, take it out into the open ocean. It's a lot safer out there.
Yeah, and it's definitely just telling from that picture where all of the boats are out in the water, just seeing the amount of just movement that we had to get done to get people to Melka areas to be safe, away from the tsunami evacuation zones. Again, these are areas just near the coast. Waikiki, arguably right on the beach. A lot of tourists are here. They don't know exactly what is may be happening. That's another angle that I think we haven't really explored this evening is they may have not gotten the alerts. We were seeing the people in the water right after the tsunami warning was happening. We were watching people in the water of Waikiki. They may just not have been aware of the danger expressed by this tsunami. So I believe we're going to go back to Chip McCreary at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center.
Let's listen in.
Let's listen in.
I'm happy to report that looking at all of the gauges that we monitor here at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center across the state of Hawaii, it looks like we have already recorded the maximum amplitude on those gauges, and in most cases it was the third wave. A couple of them it was the second wave, and there was one gauge with a fairly small reading that it was something like the fifth wave. But based on that data, I feel confident at least that we're past the worst part of it. We're not going to see any impacts bigger than we've already seen, and so we are more or less in the stage right now of finding out when we can lower the alert level from a warning to an advisory, and that's just going to make sure, because the largest readings we had were, we need to have amplitudes of about everything less than 3 feet, and kind of considerably less. We don't want to be right at the borderline. So our biggest amplitudes were, Honolulu was 8 feet from crest to trough, or a 4-foot amplitude, and same with Haleiwa. They were both about 8 feet crest to trough maximum. Hilo was 9 feet, and it turns out Kahului was the biggest measurement we had, which was about 11 feet from crest to trough. So, like I said, we want this to go down to everything less than a 3-foot amplitude or 6 feet crest to trough. And most gauges are below that, but some of them are still having some things fairly close to that. So we will be monitoring it again over the next hour. Hopefully, then the decision can be made to drop our alert level down to advisory, and that will be the first step. Now, advisory is still, we know from our experience, for example, with the Japan tsunami, that because we've had these big impacts, that there's a lot of energy in the water out there. There's a lot of strong currents, and so going from an advisory to a cancellation, we may have to be even more cautious doing that, and it'll probably be sometime maybe early tomorrow morning before we can issue a cancellation. But right now we're trying to looking towards when we can lower the alert level to advisory. So I'll take any questions.
So what areas are you going to be looking at specifically to be able to make a declaration or advise for a downgrade to happen?
Well, for all of these gauges, it's not like a simple large peak and then it gets smaller every peak after that. It's large and some smaller waves, and then it pops back up again. In fact, on a lot of gauges we saw there was kind of the first 3 or 4 waves were pretty big, then it died down, and then there was another pulse. So we just want to make sure we don't have any surprises later on. So we will examine all of those gauges to try and make sure it's safe before we go to advisory level.
Given where we are right now and with those latest readings, what areas do you expect to have the most damage, or at least the most visible impact from this?
Well, based on our sea level gauges, it would be those 4 sites: Honolulu, Haleiwa, Kahului, and Hilo. But there's lots of parts of the coast we don't have gauges, and we probably might not know until tomorrow morning when it becomes light. certain areas that got flooded that we just can't tell because we don't have a gauge there. So, but certainly the places in the past that have gotten flooded that I named, those will be the places certainly that we'll look. And I think there was some footage of some flooding in Hilo, but that's not from our sources.
Is a tsunami watch, is that pre-wave and then a tsunami advisory that's post-wave, so it goes watch, warning, and advisory?
Well, the watch really is a heads up to everybody. It's a heads up to the public. It's a heads up to the emergency management and responding officials that something has happened that could result in an advisory or warning and for a tsunami, and that we haven't evaluated the situation yet. We're still collecting data to try and make that evaluation. So when we don't have enough data yet to call a warning or an advisory, but we know there was a big earthquake, which was the case today, then we'll issue the watch so that everyone can start getting prepared. When the public hears a watch, they really should find out where they are or where they're going to be in the next few hours. And the watch will include an estimated arrival time for the state. So they can go, oh, you know, I was going to go to the beach this afternoon, but maybe I won't now because I don't know what's going to happen. That's kind of the reasoning behind a watch.
If you were to give a timeline, though, is that safe to say perhaps in the next few hours, maybe in the next 12 hours, when you're able to perhaps declare a downgrade and perhaps give it an advisory? Is it safe to give a timeline?
I would hope we could go to an advisory within the next couple of hours. So, yes.
For those that might have left their home to seek higher ground or to shelter, what's your advice to them now at this hour?
So I think when we do downgrade, that absolutely, yeah, until they get instructions from the counties.
Anything took you by surprise from this event?
Not really. I mean, we our footing here is really, we don't know when our footing here is really, we don't know when earthquakes are going to happen. We just have to react when they do, and we apply the tools that we have to try and make the best forecast as possible. And in general, we will always err on the conservative side because
Worth it? Gillette Labs gives you a fresh blade feeling time after time after time.
Terrified and completely shut down. This is Amara. She's only 1 year old, and from the moment we picked her up, we knew something was different. And honestly, we don't know how long it would take for her to come out her shell, or if she even can. But every rescue has a story, and if we're going to help her, we have to start from the very beginning. This is Amara coming off the back of a van after a 3-day journey all the way from North Macedonia to here in the UK.
Okay, everybody. There we go. It seems like they're pretty much winding this thing down. I still I'm looking at all the same video sources, and I don't see any change to speak of. So I think it's about time we call this thing. At least I'm going to call it from here. It's been a great night. We've been broadcasting live for 7 hours and 16 minutes. covering this and also covering the severe weather earlier in the Dakotas. It's been some fun coverage tonight, but I am absolutely spent. I'm done, and I'm going to bed. So I hate to shut it down. There's still enough people in here, but I'm going to bed. I don't know if you noticed, the news has gone back to regular programming. They were in wall-to-wall coverage up until about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes ago, and the Hawaii based news is now going back to regular programming. So that's kind of got to make you think that they're relatively sure at this point that we're not going to get anything. So there we go. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I think that's gonna be a good night. Sunnyland, thanks to you, and thanks to all of the other new folks that we met tonight for being here and helping us out. Fuzzy Wuzzy, I heard Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. And let's see, Tippy Six, and trying to see who else. There's been so many new people in tonight. We've met a lot of new people tonight. We've got a lot of new subs. We're almost at 17,000 subs. We're doing really good there. And please throw a like on there on your way out and a sub. I'd really appreciate it. Don't forget to check out our Discord channel. We do everything over there, from topic suggestions to links to, you can post your own news. You can do any of that kind of stuff over there. It's pretty cool. And don't forget our backup channel, Starship After Dark, and also our sister station here, Simplex Radio. And that's about what I have for tonight. We're going to go back to, they're going back to regular programming, and we are going to be signing off for tonight. It's Cheech and Chong. Yes, I get that a lot because I have a mustache. Yes. It's a 70s porno stash. We'll go with that next. It's all good, though. I told the story earlier about the mustache. You'll have to tune back in to catch that. But anyway, yep, we're here every night starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. We're here every night. We do this every night. If we don't have a lot to cover live, then I actually have topics we cover. We do topics too. So we do it either way. Either way, we're here 9 o'clock p.m. every night, 9 p.m. Eastern every night. All right, guys, it's been a real pleasure tonight. I'm glad for the people in Hawaii that this didn't turn out too much. I know it was a little more boring than you wanted it to be, but hey, we got to look out for these folks. They had a good night tonight. They may not even realize it yet, but they've had a good night tonight. That nobody lost their homes. So there's what you got. So I guess we'll go, hey, man, we'll see you next time. You know what I mean? And we'll catch you guys later. Robert, John, everybody out there, have a good one. And we'll catch you guys. We'll be back on tonight. We'll be back on tonight in, just about like 18 hours or something. So there you go. We'll be right back. And all right, everybody, have a good night out there. This is, we're basically live. And listen to me, I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. We are live from Starship Studios in Southwest Florida. My name's Ian. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth signing off on our Tuesday show. It is 4:14 a.m. Eastern Time. We've been on for 7 hours and 20 minutes. Everybody have a great night out there, and we'll see you next time. This is Starship Adventures. Have a good one, everybody. 7 3s. Have a good night.